Hello everybody, this is Matthew or meachew or Peach. Today I'm going to be doing a multi-audio, multi-video stream at once. I am going to be trying to play multiple audios at the same time. And this stream is probably going to, it might be my longest stream of all time. And I've streamed one for 10 hours once, but the reason why this is, I think, a little bit different is because I actually intend to stream for like maybe 10 or 11 hours straight. I'm going to try to react to different videos, and some I've done way in the past, I've watched in the past. Some videos are really obscure. Also, before I officially begin, if I skip a video, it'll be in the upper left corner, because I have like 4 different it's kind of like a four-way split screen. I have multiple videos and multiple audios playing at once. I think this might be the most I've ever had, and I don't mind it. It's chaotic, but it should be relaxing. I have my fan going. I was going to do it earlier, a little bit today, but I figured why not get some sleep first, because you know, it's almost 4 o'clock p.m. right now, which means I might not be done until like 11 or 12 o'clock at night. And then I gotta go to sleep and get up. Sometimes I might turn off the mic or maybe turn it down. I just figured that I have a voice for this. And I like having multiple audio and multiple streams because I think it makes for a more enchanted streams, and I think my streams are unique to me. I don't get a lot of viewers, but I like the uniqueness of the multi-audio, and so I will be playing almost 800 videos straight with multiple windows. My computer and internet connection can handle it. I have very good internet. The videos will also be at 144p because it doesn't look that bad on a smaller screen, on a smaller resolution. If you have a bigger screen, the better the resolution is needed to make it look better, but if you have a smaller screen, then it's okay. It doesn't look that bad. And plus 144p allows it to run better. So, yeah. So what else? Okay, well let's try to where's the Alright, so let's start playing it now because we got a lot of videos. The upper left will be the main one. The upper right will be about like audio, like the intelligence playlist, a scary playlist, but the upper right is mostly audio. The upper left is the main one, but I'll be watching stuff like the lore of Vermis as well. I have like 9 tabs going. The bottom left will be someone called Dark Soul, like Hunter Starcraft, playing Dark Souls, and the bottom right will be calming streams that I've had on my other channel, meachew. Even though I have another channel called LDS Emo Boy, and I usually put it on. I usually I usually put it on well, I usually put it on, well, I was gonna say higher resolution, but I also try to find the right balance of, I want to try to find the right balance of, I do want to find the right balance of volume for each. Maybe I'll put them a little bit lower, mine, but it might have to change a little. Okay, I'll put, she should be put down a little too. Lo-fi, not bad. Cause some videos drown out other videos, and I want to try to get an equal medium. So oh yeah, the fan's kind of loud. Hold on, let me alright, I turned down the speed a little. You can barely hear my voice on the other video. Alright, okay, I'll have the scary stuff and the intelligence stuff, audio turned down more. I'll put Hunter Starcraft up, more up. I'll put my streams up. I'll put the calm streams up a little bit too. I'll put the white noise up a little bit more. I'll keep the lo-fi, well, I'll put it down a little bit. Alright. Okay, so let's start over for the vermis.
But don't bother trying to kill that demon. I don't have any good weapons at all right now, so here is my shield. Like that. L1 is block, and R1 is light attack, R2 is heavy attack. I've got a broken sword right now. So
alright.
it's just my short sword. Finish that on. Make high on.
Dude, you can't even hear me, and I have my video at full blast.
My leather gloves.
Well, that may not be a bad thing though.
I'm a lower equipment load, quicker, and it's a lot easier to understand. I'm not going to get into all the numbers.
Alright, let's do it. Let's get this started now. And the main chorus is the upper left. But if you want to watch the other ones, you can too. Alright. I have other phones too. Yeah, I like the Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 0 opening. and I like the season of it as a whole, which are actually the first. They're actually the first 7 volumes of the Yu-Gi-Oh manga. The thing is, season zero actually, season zero is not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing. If you hear it sometimes in the background, if you sometimes you hear stuff in the background, it's like the fan or my family and stuff, which doesn't bother me, but it might bother other people, but it doesn't bother me. Also, I'm going to, at least for the upper left corner, because that's the main one, I'm going to try to like tell you guys, like, if I decide to skip a video, I might give a quick summary on it, and on what's going on with that clip. So the first clip was the Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 0 opening. The next clip is the Lord of Nightmares from the Slayers anime series. She inhabits Lena Inverse's body. Lena Inverse is a good character. The Slayers anime is based off of Dungeons and Dragons. Dungeons and Dragons actually has done a lot. It's done a lot for its influence. It's influenced so much anime, manga, and media. It's pretty good. It's the most popular RPG of all time. You can play it anywhere. There's a whole bunch of customization. Yeah, it's very good. They have different, like, okay, I'll resume it. This clip doesn't last that long, and then the next one will go after, but basically Fabrizio, I think that's his name, basically she's, the Lord of Nightmares is an evil to a bigger evil, but I don't think she's wicked though, because she doesn't seem to like kill a lot of like bad, like good people. She let Gary, Lena, and the rest of the inhabitants live too, and I think it's just kind of funny because he got vibe checked. Okay, so the next one is, it says that I'm experiencing interruptions, but I don't see it. So the next video after that, and I'm actually going in published order. I'm not making them random. Just at least not for this playlist, just because I want to try to keep it consistent as much as possible. So if that's okay with other people. So this video right now is an Adult Swim bump compilation. If people don't know Adult Swim, it's a popular show on TV, and for the commercials they have these things called bumps, and these bumps would actually contain music. They would last for like 7 or 8 seconds, but they were very good and they were very cool. So I think what I'm going to do, and in the meantime, sometimes though, when there's a video that I guess isn't interesting me too much, I will talk about other things, maybe just to pass the time. I might play video games, but I do want to try to not do that. Not because I necessarily want to, but because so many of my streams have me playing games. And well, I'm playing games right now. Well, I have a stream on. That's me playing a game. And so technically this stream still counts. It's just that it's a replay of my gameplay along with other videos and other audio. But it still counts, so but in the meantime, I would just try to mess around. And so I think it's going pretty well for a while. And so yeah, I know I don't get that much views, but I'm doing really a lot. So a lot of it is for me. And so in the meantime, let's talk about okay. Well, I guess I'll talk about maybe a couple of other stuff. Since I have a whole bunch of time to kill, I am going to try to not be too it's not going to be too, I'm not eager to be too like talkative about boring stuff, because I would be repeating myself, but it's not, I still don't think it's not a bad thing. So let's see. Yeah, I really enjoy this, and so far so good. It seems like everything is handling well. I'm able to I'm actually able to talk about things, and the videos aren't freezing, because last time I tried this, the videos froze, and I think after like 8 hours or something, some of them stopped working. They like froze up or something. But here, at least so far, I haven't experienced much interruptions. I think part of it is that I'm playing them at 144p, which is a sacrifice I'm willing to make. You know, if you have to have multiple videos on, you should try to minimize the stress load as much as possible, even if you have enough RAM, which is funny because I have 24 gigabytes of RAM on this laptop computer, and it can handle a lot, but my graphics card is only a GTX 1650, and so it may not be as good as some others, but it still gets the job done pretty well. I'm very satisfied with it, but I do want a RTX 4070 laptop someday, which I may save up for, and the reason why is because the RTX 4070 graphics card is actually stronger than the PlayStation 5 Pro in terms of raw compute power, which I found very impressive. And a 4070 laptop isn't really that expensive. You can find some for $800 if you know where to look, and I think that's very impressive, because it actually isn't bad. So the next video that is playing is The Illuminati Explained in Metal Gear 2 by JMM1233 as the YouTube channel. Oh yeah, I also forgot that I've also forgot that I want to say the name of the video and the YouTube channel. So if AI can go back and break these, like summarize the videos and stuff, that it'll be easier for it to keep track. And so if I wanted to go back and rewind to a certain part, it'll be much easier. At least I'm going to try it. So. Okay. So now I hear my audio, at least from my own video. I hear the audio of Left 4 Dead 2. I don't hear my voice that much, but it is on full blast, and that tells you how soft-spoken my voice is. And so what's happening now is, I'm just going to describe some of it. And the upper left, which is the main one we should be focused on. It's talking about the Illuminati and Metal Gear and how it's run by the Patriots, aka Tiny Hat People, aka Zionist Jews. And the reason why this is impressive, because Metal Gear Solid 2 basically is basically able to depict the future, but I think Jesus is the ultimate one. I believe Jesus Christ is God in the flesh. And as you can see, I'm not doing a good job of staying on topic, but that's why I said I'll give a brief summary, because if I just sit here ramble, which I inevitably will do, and I've already done it, it's just that you don't need more than a quick summary for each video, and like who did it. So Illuminati Explained and Metal Gear 2 by JM1233, the YouTube channel, and it basically talks about how, as I said before, the Illuminati and Metal Gear 2 Solid 2 is a lot like ours in real life, hidden in plain sight, like that the president is actually in control of anything, and yada yada yada. I don't want to get too deep into it so it can be bogged down, so it won't be bogged down, but you get the gist. I'm only here so it could be a quick and easy painless process without getting in too deep. And the thing is, if you're actually smart enough, if you're a person who's smart enough, you should be able to abstract the information. If it's like saying, well, I'm not going to give you the full picture because you can come to your own conclusions and interpretation, but even just a summary could tell you a lot about things. It's more of a, think of it as more of a syllogism in an argument. It doesn't disprove the argument. I don't know if syllogisms are completely valid in a debate, but a syllogism allows people to understand points and endings in your conclusions easier without the fluff. And I might go into that a little bit later, but right now I don't really want to. It's so as of right now, though,
however, he fell out of grace with the organization 4 years ago. When acting on his own, he started an incident.
wait, is Hunter StarCraft,
That's right. Hunter, I'm the Dr. Chief of Dark Souls Quick Guide. To reiterate, this
Alright, Archer and Hunter StarCraft a little bit more up. Because much like me, his videos are pretty soothing, calming. That's why I like putting him in the background as well, is because Hunter StarCraft is he's a soft-spoken voice, and for some reason it just clicked with me instantly. I don't mind, like, everybody has their own style, and I'm not going to be biased and say you're a bad streamer if you're loud and obnoxious, because everybody has a personality, everybody has an attitude that might not even fully reflect. They might be just playing a character, so they might not even be. It might not even actually be what people think they are. They might just be, as I said, be playing an actor. They might just be acting about it. So there's that. People just need to be careful about judging others. And so I might turn it off a little bit, but I don't really want to, because I do actually like the sound of my voice. And I like detailing the videos. This video is probably going to be the most challenging one, because I have to try to not stay engaged, just keep talking, which I guess technically is trying to stay engaged. But it's trying to stay engaged without trying to force it, which I don't. I'm actually a very reserved guy, both in real life and online. This is because very, very few things in life actually bother me much. I truly am not bothered by very much in life, and I've said that people need to not judge people of the same group the same way. The reason why this is critical is because if you judge people of the same group the same way, you're going to be biased. You're going to run into biases that might not actually be there, and it's not going to do you any good either. And so, if you're biased and you judge people of the same group the same way, you're probably going to descend maybe into groupthink. The reason why this is a bad idea in the first place is because descending into groupthink basically means that you're not going to hold your own feet to the fire or your leaders, and you're going to think that, wow, I can have cognitive dissonance about these people, and I don't have to be objective about them. And you're going to end up being disappointed when they're not as perfect as people think. The only perfect human in life was Jesus Christ. Well, that's because I not only believe he was a divine person, but I believe he is God in the flesh. I'm a Latter-day Saint LDS Mormon Church of Jesus Christ follower. I use the word Mormon and LDS. Okay, so the next video is up. It's Night Court by meachew, and it's uploaded by Desu. Okay, so anyway, just wanted to try to keep that up. So anyway, continuing back to what I was saying, is that don't kind of not fall into groupthink, because if you do, you might actually be disappointed in what you find. And I currently have 3 people live watching right now. But I think what's happening, what's going to happen is that people are going to realize that they might not know as much as they think they do. And so, alright, I'll turn that down a little bit. Alright. It's going pretty well. It's going pretty well. So, yeah, don't try to not fall into groupthink. Try to not do that because that can cloud your judgment. And let me give you an example. You can be a part of a group and still not believe with the interpretations or believe the actions that everyone says. Like, for example, I'm black, I'm LDS. A lot of people say, well, your voice doesn't match the black, your African stuff, and yeah, that's true, but it is what it is. So, well, anyway, let's go, for me to go back to what I was talking about. So, you can, as I was saying, you can be part of a group that you're in and still not fully agree with what other people think. So let me give you an example. A lot of Latter-day Saints, LDS, people think that God can't create the universe from nothing. Because if he did, that would imply that we don't truly have free will because everything is contingent on God, so therefore you have to believe in eternal matter, which I do. I do believe matter is eternal, but that's not the kill shot against Mormonism. I'll go back into that later, but you can be LDS and still not agree with the interpretation. Many LDS think that that God the Father became human, or was human the same way Jesus was, and I don't believe that's the case. And okay, so next video up is the Princess Bride. It's a sword fight, and it was uploaded by JM4646, and it's a pretty good movie. I like it. As I was saying before, you could believe in something that you can believe in something that I think that a lot of people don't realize. They don't realize that the argument isn't so concrete. It's not so. It's not coherent. So just saying you can't believe that you can't envision that God can't make a universe from nothing, just because you believe that if he created everything from nothing, which you can't even tell that the universe is everything, you can't actually say that that God can't create the universe from nothing, even if you believe he didn't. I believe God could have created the universe from nothing. I don't believe he did, but I think he could have. As for the okay, so the lore of Vermos by Myth Onyx is finished. I'll go to another video that has Vermis there's a Vermis soundtrack, The Vermis Sounds of the World, Volume 1, Melodies of the Unknown by Joshua Carlson. But I'm not going to watch that because that'll be later. That'll be later on the main one, which is
on subsequent sort of trips to this area,
which is on the it's on the main one. So now what? Okay. So let's see. Oh yeah, let's see. So okay, what I was getting to at before is that so as I was getting back to what I was going to say before is that if you say that God can't do something because you can't envision any other way, that's an argument from incredulity. You're just saying that it can't be done. Just saying it can't be done because there is no way to, like, you just can't see that it's the case. It's like, I don't believe it because I don't believe it because I can't envision it. It's an argument from incredulity to say, well, it can't happen because I can't envision it. It's an argument from incredulity fallacy. I don't understand why LDS can't comprehend that God could do things that don't make sense to you, and He can still be God and ultimately powerful. Another one I don't agree with my LDS peers is that a lot of Latter-day Saint people, they say, well, I can't envision how God could be all powerful and all knowing, but we not have free will. I still think that's an argument for the incredulity too, much like the universe one. Now, I don't believe it because I believe that there is a different level of eternity, just like there's different levels of infinities out of Cardinals and set Cardinals and math. ZFC theorem, or something like that. I don't remember. But if I get to the power scaling video sooner than later, you'll understand that too. So, what was I going with this? Oh, so what I was saying is that, so what I'm saying is that, you can't just say that something can't happen because you can't envision it. And a lot of LDS people will say, well, God must be constrained by the laws of logic, even though it's very possible that God is just the laws of logic. God has to appeal to the reality, but they don't realize they don't have the knowledge or the abilities to be capable. They can't know or do what God can, so it's impossible for them to say for certain what can be possible, because they equate like logic being consistent within itself, aka math. 2 plus 2 always equals 4, and 2 plus 2 always equals 4, then there must be a logical consistency and coherency. And Okay, so the next video just played, it's called Let's Play PSO Episode 58, The Retired Hunter by the YouTube channel Gospel EXE. Anyway, so going back to this,
If you would continue on this praise and gospel,
going back to this is that, wait, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, going back to the LDS stuff, that, yeah, they say that, well, God can't do something, he's not capable of doing it, and I say I don't think that's a very good argument against it. Just because you can't envision it doesn't mean it can't happen. They'll bring up stuff like, well, God can't, he can't actually, like, God can't actually, God can't make a married bachelor, he can't make a square circle. And to some degree, I agree with them there, because the question seems nonsensical, because a square circle can't exist, at least in math, in terms of, like, the math we know now, because it doesn't work for the area. You can't make the circumference or the diameter of a square or a circle completely the same. It doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense. You can't make a married bachelor. It's like, how can you be married and single at the same time? Even though I think Jesus solves this, because it depends on what you mean. A married bachelor can be handweight easier more than a logical, consistent math problem that must be consistent within itself, otherwise it breaks unless there's unknown math that we can't know. So for example, the married bachelor can just be explained away by, you can just simply say, Jesus Christ is a married bachelor. He's a single person who's married to the church. So it depends on what you mean when people say married bachelor. It depends on what you mean by that. And if you're going to say, well, God can be above it. It's like, well, Jesus can be single and he's just married to the church. Jesus Christ is even called the bridegroom in the scriptures. So if he's called the bridegroom in the scriptures, there's no reason to say that he can't actually not be single and not be married, because he is married to all of us. He is the bridegroom. The word marriage can have different meanings to different people within a different context. A word can have meaning more than one meaning. And I'll go into that later as well. You know, the word concept fallacy. Meaning that a word always has to mean one thing, even though there's different semantics you could argue. So I believe that I've already explained the way that a married bachelor is already a thing, because Jesus is a married bachelor. You can be single and married at the same time. It just depends, because if you're going to equate marriage to just a physical, earthly thing, then sure, you can only do it. But that's really limiting your own, you're just limiting the word married bachelor to your own limited, finite understanding that's arbitrary, that can't be consistent with all of reality, even if it's consistent there. And so I think the married bachelor can't happen is a bunch of hogwash. It's a bunch of nonsense. What's the other one? The other thing I wanted to get into is that I'm gonna lose my train of thought here. It's kind of hard for me to keep up with all of this stuff, but it's okay. I'm having fun though. I'm having fun. So what? So let me think about it. I don't know if I'm gonna put on the heat and open up the window a little bit. So I'm gonna do some stretching. If it's going to be very long. So anyway, going back to what I was saying. What a lot of people don't understand is that. Oh wait, no, it's going back to that how a married bachelor can't be a thing. But I think I've already gone through that enough, and I've given my opinion, I've given my take on it, and I'm not going to go through it. People have ultimately their own interpretation. I give my explanation. So, going on to the next one. The next one would be, well, God can't make a square circle because it's logically impossible for a square circle to exist in reality because it's not even a thing, it's just a concept. But the thing is, even if you could make an argument that by simply saying a square circle, that entails that it exists itself as a figure, as a concept of language. So even if a square circle can't exist in reality, a square circle could just exist as a concept of language, even if you can't envision what a square circle looks like. And yeah, that seems kind of weird, but let me explain let me try to explain it for here. On why this could be that could be the case. Saying that something doesn't exist, something can't happen, but then you say what can't be the case. You're using language to describe what can't happen. Right? So a square circle can't exist as the shape itself can't exist in physical reality. But that doesn't mean it can't exist as a concept of reality. Things can exist as concepts because people can have a concept of the same thing and it could look vastly different. For example, if I say envision a red apple, that could look, a red apple for me could look way different for you. And I think also, so there's that. I think also people say, well, there's no way that there's just no way that a square circle can exist in reality, you know. And so the next video is iReef's MW2 Montage 4 by the Reaper 123666. iReef's is probably one of the best snipers in Call of Duty. He was hitting 6 odds in 2010. He is a guy, he's not a girl. That's just rumors. So anyway, I told you I was going to keep it brief if I could. So anyway, going back to what I said before, a square circle can just exist in reality and it still not actually makes sense in complete reality. The reason why you could just say that that could just be the case is that a square circle still has significance even if it can't be in reality. And I say this because, well, you would have to prove that a square circle can't look different from person to person. To say a square circle can't exist in reality isn't, to me, is not the issue. It's saying that, well, God can't make a square circle because we can't envision it, so therefore he can't make a square circle. It is possible that God has access and understands different realities in a way you and I can't comprehend. And a lot of LDS people don't seem to want to admit that God can just do extra normative stuff and means that that nobody else has to. And the reason why I think that this could be the case is that if God's ways are not our ways and his thoughts are not our thoughts, then it stands to reason, it stands to assume that that God could just do stuff that we can't comprehend, as I've said before so many times. I think it's very weird and it's very strange that a lot of people, they will say stuff that that God can't do this or God can't do that. But I honestly think that people need to get over themselves and say, be humble and say, you know what, I can't know everything God can, I can't do everything God can. And so, while it may seem weird to not want to come to the conclusion, they can't come to the conclusion that God can't do something that they can't envision because they just can't do it. And it's like, that's still an argument from incredulity. To say that, oh well, I can't envision it, it can't happen because I can't envision it because it can't happen. Just because it can't happen in your reality doesn't mean it can't happen in other realities. It's like, how do you know that there isn't any higher dimensions that you just don't know of? They're kind of just give them the benefit of the doubt and say, see, God must have to follow the laws of reality too, not realizing that God could just be the laws of reality and they could just be one and the same. In fact,
it's a little bit tough dealing with these undead.
I don't think stuff like logic and objective morals are just grounded in God. I think they are God. I think math is God. I think reality is God. I think the world, Sakai, is God. I think there's different layers of reality that are invisible and invisible, as said in scriptures. It says Jesus created both the visible and the invisible. That's because he is God. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was with God, and the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. Also, getting back to the LDS stuff, a lot of people say, well, we believe that matter is eternal. As I've said before, if matter is eternal, then God can't create it, but I'm not so sure that's completely correct either. Because if you look in Doctrine and Covenants, section 93, verses 29 and 30, 29 basically sums up like this, is that the intelligence or the eternal matter cannot be created, nor can it be. And LDS people will say, see, because he can't create the core of you, the eternal matter, he's not ultimately responsible for what we do. However, if we go into verse 30, the verse right after it, it says something along the lines of, if God didn't place it in the sphere, otherwise there is no existence. Now you could argue that a different couple of ways. You could argue that the internal intelligence is that you either could take it hyper literally, and eternal thing A can affect eternal thing B, but eternal thing B can't affect eternal thing A. Eternal thing A in this case would be God, and eternal thing B would be the internal intelligence. So as I said before, with the math thing, with the Aleph No and different levels of infinity, there could just be different levels of eternity, which wouldn't even undermine God, because if God is capable of taking everything about you away, you're not even you anymore. So you may exist as a super state, but you don't have any meaning. You kind of just exist to exist. And if you exist just to exist, do you really exist? Well, no, because you don't exist as you, because there needs a you to exist, and not just in the physical way, but in the way that God can do it. So the next video's up. Ireeps, Montage 5, Ireeps at Darkness. No, wait, it's actually Ireeps Ascendancy. Next is Ireeps Montage 5, but I will probably skip that one. And so, yeah, going back to what I said before, is that a lot of people will try to pigeonhole God, and I don't know why they do that. LDS in particularly are bad, and I love being LDS. I think a lot of people get the theology wrong. I think they misinterpret scripture. I think they take things out of context. But in terms of arguing, I don't think a lot of LDS are particularly good in that field. I think a lot of them are not consistent. I don't think they're very good. I just don't think they actually have the ability to understand that God could just do things that we can't envision. I know it sounds like a broken record, but it really is true that God he can just do things that other people don't actually have to understand, because this isn't the scriptures. My ways are not your ways, my thoughts are not your thoughts. I was talking about something before, the LDS interpretation. People interpret that wrong. People take the context for and against the scriptures wrong. I think you shouldn't fall into groupthink no matter who you are, even if you're a part of the same group. Because, again, you fall into groupthink and you judge people the same group the same way, and then you strong man people, and then you can't still man them. So clearing out undead pairs, I've already shown you a few secrets. So let's see. It's one of my favorite zones in this game. Really like just the medieval zones. Over like swamps. Oh yeah, going back to the concept stuff a little bit. Yeah, I was just going to say that a lot of stuff, it still just doesn't make much sense in terms of, it doesn't make sense much sense in terms of, I don't know, I'm having a brain freeze, a brain fog, but you get what I mean about that. But it's just, I just don't believe that you should limit God to your understanding just because of some notion of God He's human like we are, so he has the same limitations. These are all of these are just bad arguments that don't actually push the conversation forward because you're just arguing the semantic game. And I like someone like Jacob Hansen. I think some of his points is good. At least I think that's who he is. I think he's an ODS. He's an ODS debater, and he is for LDS theology. Jacob says he's open. He's an open theologian. And I do respect that about him because it basically says that if you're more an open theologian, your mind's not completely closed off. The problem is that a lot of the arguments that he uses against other people and trying to say that it can't happen can be used against him too. Like Jim Bob and Jay Dyer and Andrew Wilson. Jim Bob especially is asked to debate someone like Jacob Hansen, and Jacob says, well, because he misconstrues the argument what Jim Bob is saying. I was talking about the eternal thing A, God, and eternal thing B, the intelligence. If eternal thing A can affect eternal thing B, but eternal thing B can't affect eternal thing A thing A is stronger, even if they're both eternal, because eternal thing A can essentially in some way get rid of eternal thing B, either by getting rid of it, making it a part of it, making it its like prisoner. Eternal thing A, even if it can't get rid of eternal thing B, eternal thing B is powerless to do anything eternal thing A. It's kind of, so I'll just go into the math thing now, so that sometimes my might not wander off. So in terms of different Aleph cardinals, because there's infinity on top of infinity on top of infinity, Aleph cardinals, set theory. And I didn't know this until I watched Surf Bones video on power scaling and stuff. He's a power scaling YouTuber and stuff. He's pretty good. I think that, I don't always agree with him, but he's pretty good. So, what else do I... So basically it kind of works like this. One infinity is bigger than another infinity, even if they're both infinity. Not quite one-to-one compared to the different levels of eternity, but I think it's possible that it could be the case. So for example, you have line 1 and line 2. Line 1 has infinite number of people going 1, 2, person 1, person 2, person 3, person 4, and that goes for eternity. It's like constantly cycling, or it goes up to infinity, but it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. Line 2, it goes 1, 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, and there would be an infinite distance between line 1 and line 2, which means the gap would be infinite, and if there's a third line, it would be 1 infinite gap, person 2 infinite gap, person 3 infinite gap, and so on and so on. So even if they're both infinite, one infinity is bigger than another infinity, and it is more complicated than that, but because, and I'm not even a good math, it's just, I have to ask AI technology to simplify it for me, and I think that's a really good way to explain, like I'm 5. I think that's not a bad thing. And so, And well, I think we've been going on for an hour.
Buy items as
So
well.
far, so good. So it's not bad. So maybe I will. Like if there's a long video that I know is on YouTube, I'll probably go play some video games for a little bit, and then just go back and rewatch it later. But yeah, people, they always, they always seem to, well, yeah, they think that, and I keep losing my train of thought. I really am out of it today. So what was I talking about? Oh yeah, I was talking about Jim Bob and Jacob Hansen. So Jim Bob is an Orthodox, and he goes for the tag argument, much like Jay Dyer, Chase, Andrew Wilson, and more people. And I don't think tag is bad. I don't think it's as foolproof as they think, but I don't think tag is a bad argument, because it says God must be the case, because there must be justification. And so they can provide justification for what other people's use and others can't. And that's why justification, they say justification proves God. I don't think it does prove the thing in question. It just proves you can either give a justification for what you use or you're not, and your justification for that source is omnipotent, all-powerful, all-knowing being. But that doesn't prove the thing in question. So the next video, I skipped the Iris video, so the video I'm watching now is Zergris, The Matrix Reloaded, Modern Warfare 2 Montage Part 2 by Inbox Creations. And so, anyway, so going back to what I was saying, Jim Bob and Jacob Hansen, Jim Bob asked some good questions. He says, if matter is eternal, is matter God? And they say no. Well, Jim Bob did another modern day debate. He did another modern day debate on, against an LDS person. I forgot who this person was, but they kind of talk past each other. Because Jim Bob says, because the LDS guy, he tried to say that there can't be an objective way to know what a Christian is, because the definition of a Christian is arbitrary, and he just accepts that if somebody says they're a Christian, they're a Christian. And I think that's enough for simplification. The problem with saying that is that there is a historical figure of Jesus of Nazareth. And the LDS guy was trying to argue, you could have Christianity without Jesus, and that I don't think that's possible, because Christianity and Jesus are one and the same, right? You need Jesus for Christianity, because you don't get Christianity without Jesus. Christianity, Christian, and Jesus are basically needed for each other. You need a Jesus first to get Christianity, because all Christian or Christianity is just like little Christ, a little Jesus, follower of Christ, follower of Jesus. Jesus and the Christ are one and the same too, because they even found that Jesus is God in Scripture, to the God the Son, the loving former Keptos, Jesus Christ, to his God, Jesus Christ, the Son. Jesus is the Son of God, and he's God the Son. He is one with the Father, and he is one with the Holy Ghost or Holy Spirit. You can either look at them as one God in all ways except persons, the Trinity, or you can look at them as three gods working in perfect harmony as one God. So one doesn't lack the other one, and they each have all of their abilities. So either way you slice it, you either have one God with three persons, there's still one God in many senses, even if they're separate, or you have three gods working as one God, which is called the Godhead. But either way, you can say that there are three gods, they have the same abilities, or they're one God, and they, split into three persons, and they still have the same abilities. But even if you say that there are three gods working in perfect harmony that we can understand, that still wouldn't. You could just say that they're one God in the Godhead, and you could still be correct in that assertion. And so, I think people try to juke God out. And I've always said this, I don't think the Gnosticism version of God can actually make sense, because if Jesus Christ is just a divine figure, or is just a human given divine power by God, then God is essentially unknowable. The reason why is because it seems that God in Gnosticism, God in Christianity, if Jesus isn't God, some people think that Unitarians, Jehovah's Witnesses, some people are Arians, people like that, they think that God, Muslims, Jews, they think that God can't become human, but they're essentially limiting God to their own understanding. Because if God can't do something like become human, or come into his own creation, or come into time and space. Okay, so now I am watching The Word at War Quatage by Imash69XX. That's an interesting name. So, going back to what I was saying before is, so I will say that, I don't know, I think people try to pigeonhole God, and they try to hold him to the standard that they themselves can't actually, they themselves might not actually believe, but I think it's a mistake if they do that. And so, there's something very wrong here. So going back to what I was saying before, this person who was like the LDS person is trying to say that, there can be Christianity without Jesus, but Jesus has to be historical. And what Jim Bob was arguing, they were arguing about what's the difference between gender and sex. Gender is a social construct, sex is what you actually are in reality. And the guy was complaining that Christianity was the social construct, or Christianity is the social construct, but if that's the case, then if there is no sex, because I think he said something along the lines of, there is no sex in this analogy, and I don't think there is. The sex is just the historical Jesus. That's what Jim Bob was trying to say. So I think Jim Bob had a slightly stronger argument, even if Jim Bob struggled with trying to define what an objective Christian is, because an objective Christian, I don't think can be a definition. I think if there's an historical Jesus, there must be an historical way to follow him, even if that the way to follow him is up for interpretation and arbitrary. Just because a finite, arbitrary, subjective, relative, confined to their senses being like human or something like that is confined to their eternal subjective intuition, which might not even be coherent, it still doesn't disprove the objective in question. It just proves that you can't actually know what the objective is. You can't actually know what the objective is empirically. So there must be more to it than just, well, there's no way that it can, I just don't see how it can be the case. So again, it's more incredulity from this guy. And Jim Bob said that people that he's incorrectly conflating that the God, like that God can't come in different ways. Muslims, Jews, Jehovah's Witness, Unitarians, anyone who basically believes that if God is just a souped up human, it doesn't work because it doesn't really prove God. Objectively, it doesn't prove that God can even exist. They'll grant God can exist, but not grant that God can't come into his own creation. If you say that, well, Jesus is a divine being of God, but he's not God, he's sort of like a messenger of God, that still doesn't get you to the God, because being a messenger of God is not God himself. And so it still makes God essentially unknowable. To me, the only thing that, now maybe this is an argument from incredulity on my part, but I think Jesus almost has to be God because he has the same attributes as God. He said, who can forgive sins but God alone? He says that the Father is in him, and he's in the Father, and the Father is in him. He also says that he emptied himself. God the Father calls Jesus Christ God in Hebrews. It says that all of creation was created through him and by him and for him. He's the angel of the Lord. God ate a meal with Moses, Elijah, and Abraham. Maybe I got some of those mixed up, but Elijah and Abraham and Moses, he says, before Abraham was, I am, indicating that he always existed, aka divinity, aka God. And then the people, the Jews, wanted to pick up stones. The Pharisees, the Sadducees picked up stones and stoned him to death because he equated himself to God. He equated himself to God, and some people didn't like that very much, and so they wanted to stone him. And a lot of people say, well, why didn't he just come out and say, I'm God, worship me? The reason why he said he probably didn't say that is because, one, he knew he would have gotten a bigger bullseye on his back, so it probably was very strategic. He's also humble himself. He said he made himself lower than the angels. it says in Philippians that even though he was in the form of God, he did not make God simply to be grasped with. So, if he wasn't God, what did he empty himself from in Philippians? So I don't think it makes much sense. And Revelation 22:13, he literally calls himself the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. I haven't even heard a good counter to it other than Revelation is just it's just wordplay, or it's just up for interpretation. But the thing is, in Revelation, it does say, he does say that he is the first and the last, the Alpha and Omega. Jehovah is also called Jesus too in the Bible. I think he's just the God of the Old Testament. People will say that makes Jesus evil, but they misinterpret and take many clips out of context that they don't even know very well. And I'll get into that a little bit later. But going back to the, Jesus can't be God because he never flat out said it, I think is a misnomer. It's a bad argument against him. I think it's an argument from incredulity, saying that it must be the case because it simply must be. But even if we say that the conclusions are correct, let's say for example, your or at least your claims, you can have correct claims and be correct about something and still be wrong in the conclusion you're coming to. So for example, if you come to the conclusion that Jesus can't be God because he never said that explicitly in the language, and even with the translations and stuff being off, because it's not a one-to-one translation from Greek or Hebrew or Latin to English, right? It's not a one-to-one translation, even if you try to. The thing is that Jesus doesn't have to say he's God for him to be that thing. And the only reason why people say he can't be God, even if they interpret it like that, is because either they don't really want him to be God. If he was God, that would disprove a lot of what it would disprove a lot of what he says. It would disprove a lot of what they believe about him. And so I'm gonna open up the witness. I opened up the window and I'm going to turn on the heater. But yeah, it always amazes me when people try to say something can't happen because they can't envision it or never said it. It's like they need to be spoon-fed answers all the time because they're not capable of going outside of their own way of thinking. It's like everybody reads the interpretation to text to some degree, but even if we say that, let's just say for the sake of argument and granted, everything that they say about Jesus is true, he's just some souped up divine human or just some messenger of God. Just because we say he's just a messenger of God does not conclude that he can't be God. One can be God and still be a messenger of themselves. You can just do that. You can just do that. And it's so, there's no reason why that can't be the case. It's very strange. Very strange. Okay, sorry about that for a second. So, alright, I'm gonna skip the word at war, quadosh. Cause I kinda got bored of it, and people can like watch it if they want. I'm sure people have it saved on their hard drive. So the next video is Face Agony, Heaven and Hell, a Call of Duty montage by Agony. Heaven and Hell. Well, I do like this montage, so I'll keep it up. So, yeah, as I was saying before, these people think that Jesus can't be God because he never claimed it. Or they say that Jesus can't be God because the Bible never claims it, even in its original Greek language. And you can't interpret it any other way. But the problem isn't that their claims aren't correct. It's just that they're coming to a conclusion they can't possibly know, even if they have the correct claims. That's really the problem I see with this. Like, how can you say that God can't, like, be, like, how can you say that God can't, like, come to him, come as a human, and still not mean that? Okay, so, I just don't know. I just don't know. You know, because I used to do that too. I actually tried to commit suicide in August 2022, and from various reasons. But after that, I realized that God loves me for me. A lot of LDS or a lot of churchgoers, they really, really want you to go to church. They really want you to pay tithing, and I don't think it's a bad thing. Church helps people more than it harms. And I think a lot of people against the church really have no idea what they're talking about. They have no idea what they're trying to argue against. Not like maybe some are, and I do feel bad about people who have had to go against cults, because it's not cool. It's not cool that you are abused by people who said they represent Christ. That's why I don't. You can be. To me, being Christ-like is more important than being a Christian, because being Christ-like, I think, is more so what Jesus wants. He even says the prostitutes and the outcasts will get into the kingdom of heaven before other people. So that's why people need to be careful, because a lot of people have There are self-righteous hypocrites who are not consistent with themselves, and this self-righteous hypocrites causes their own blindness. Even Jesus says, I give sight to those who cannot see and take away sight from those who can. If you really were blind, you would be without sin, but since you see, your sin remains. So basically, they're still responsible even if they say they're not, because they're trying to, it's just funny because they're trying to trap Jesus and it fails. None of their tricks will work. Another one is that, they tried to get him with the stone, adulterous woman. They tried to trap Jesus. Jesus, bent down, he wrote something in the ground, and he said, Whoever's without sin cast the first stone. None of them could do it, and then they just walked away. This is because nobody there could disprove Jesus wrong. Jesus was crucified because he claimed to be God. That's why they said, now you could say, well, that's a misunderstanding of the Jewish people. That could be the case if the rest of the scriptures didn't disagree with that. I'm not saying this to appeal to the scriptures. Well, the scriptures said so, and it's meant to be taken in this context. And I interpret this way, so therefore it must be true because the scripture says so, sola scriptura. But I don't do it just because based on the scriptures, there's archaeological evidence, as I said before, that Jesus is God inscription under the prison Megiddo. It literally says from the Keptos that Jesus is God the Son to God who is Jesus Christ Jesus from the Keptos. And it also disproves that the Council of Nicaea, okay, so the next one is the Slayers anime fighting soundtrack. The Slayers is an anime based on Dungeons and Dragons, and it's from the Slayers OST. Slayers OST YouTube channel. So anyway, as I was saying, that you can't just go based on scriptures. There's archaeological evidence, and there's videos later explaining this. But Jesus of Nazareth, once we get past that Jesus of Nazareth is a real person, because some people don't even believe he was a real person. So we need to get past that part first. We need an historical Jesus of Nazareth first, before we can even say that Jesus can't be a thing. And so here's what I'll say. No, Jesus of Nazareth existed. Most historians, even non-believers, admit that, yeah, it looks like Jesus probably existed. Now, do they believe he's God? Do they believe he's divine? Do they believe he's whatever other than just a human? Who knows? You don't have to believe the miracles. You don't have to believe the magic if you believe that's what he is. You don't have to believe he is who he said he was. But I think you have to believe that the person named Jesus existed, went around preaching, doing good for others, got a following, said he's God and was crucified for it. That, I think, is pretty much set in stone. People like Tacitus mention him in the Annals also, so there's more evidence for that. There's Pliny the Younger, who can vouch for that, think he was a Roman person. There's also Josephus. And Josephus is really, a lot of people think he's very credible. Now, you could say that Josephus, if he's a Jew, he might be biased to Jesus like God, but I'm not, or to Jesus, but I'm not so sure that's the case. If he's biased, then we don't know. Okay, so the next video is Black Ops Zergris Defib Montas Part 1. And so, let's see. Okay, so by Zergris, so I'm going to I'll come back, but I have to go to the bathroom, and I'm going to do other stuff too. So while some people listen to this for a little bit, and I'm gonna take a break, exercise, do stuff. I'm going to turn the mic way down, and I think that's a good compromise. I'm going to turn the mic way down, and I will get back to you guys.
Everything we just discussed and realize that these phenomena affect not only us as individuals, but sometimes they spread to affecting our shared cultural memory as well. Large groups of people all misremembering things collectively, with individuals worsening the spread of these false memories by backing each other's false memories up. Feedback loop that sometimes becomes widespread throughout society. This sounds like something out of a movie or some kind of apocalyptic mass hysteria event, but you know where to look. You'll see that this kind of thing is actually happening all around us all the time, and that it's actually impacting our world on a very deep level. For this entry, I'm only diving into a couple of examples that stood out to me, but surely there are more that I even was able to realize for this video. To me, the obvious primary example here is the Mandela effect. And in my opinion, it can mostly be explained by the misinformation effects that Dr. Loftus was studying. In case someone watching this somehow hasn't heard of the Mandela effect yet, it's basically a set of false collective memories, such as people remembering the Berenstain Bears being called the Berenstein Bears, or the Monopoly guy having a monocle, or the existence of a burglar or a seahorse emoji. Another one is cup noodles being called cup noodles. Large groups of people all vehemently believe these things once existed in this way, yet apparently they never did. These discrepancies aren't the result of branding changes or anything like that. When you look back at archival copies of Berenstain Bears or the Monopoly box or whatever, these things never existed. In fact, the Mandela effect's false memories are somehow so powerful and so deep-rooted in society that there are massive groups of people who simply refuse to accept that the phenomenon is a false collective memory. In a way,
What's going on, dude? No.
Oh, here we are.
What was the heck was that?
I never thought I'd be on the
Haha, you're getting stabbed.
Oh man, they got
Wait,
sand in here too.
where is everybody? There's no. I don't see any. Oh yeah, we were headed this way. I was gonna say I don't see any monsters. Get 'em, boys. Okay. You suck. Come here, wolf. My wolves are better than yours.
So I am not worth
Alright, how do I get up there? How do we get up there? I know. Go around. is exploited. Like that. Ooh, I like this music. Chop. You're good. What part of I'm the Dragonborn do you not understand? I don't know if we should go into this fort or not. It would be like a side quest. Alright, you guys take that, and I will take whoever's out here. Oh. This music kind of sounds like Viking or Nords. It's pretty cool. Gee. I have too many followers from around here. But I don't want to get rid of them all. Luckily, sheathing your sword makes them act better.
No, but I mean, they posted. My name is right.
How much health does this guy have? Oh, that was a long, long time.
And again, it's not like they changed their logo. They never had the cornucopia. Not now, not ever. Not even a really long time ago.
Okay, let's go on a side journey.
That was interesting.
Such a powerful and oddly specific.
Sorry, guys.
I guess this is just another example of how powerful these false memories truly can be. Because even when presented with all the evidence, the fact that not a single ad or article of clothing in the past shows a cornucopia in that logo, I still have this unshakable, unsettling feeling that it was there.
I mean, I'm only surprised. I don't
Any
like
theories behind how that happened?
What?
Definitely.
Don't go in front of me.
And they want to block me because they told me the truth. And they feel convicted. I mean, I can't do anything. I can only say something.
Look at
I like your show up, but it doesn't get off the traffic. Yes, it does. I like watching your show sometimes, but I was very...
oh, you poor thing. Yeah, I don't care. I don't
But I'm saying for your
I don't care about like wolves. I would never abuse an animal, but I don't get affected by animal abuse. but then again, I am apathetic.
Unfortunately, the event would quickly shift from being an exciting
Thank you
outing
for
for
the.
children
Oh my
to one of the world's most baffling mass medical experiences. An hour and a half
Oh my goodness,
after
I
the
just.
event began that morning,
Oh what?
children started collapsing with no
Wait, I'm not the reading chat. Give it. Oh my goodness, wait.
first one by one.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Ah!
All at the same time.
You're so sweet.
That's good music. What kind of
Thank
music?
you. I'm getting so dizzy. So hot in here. Mike the Hunter Twitch, thank you so much.
I don't know. It's fun.
Stop it! You're so kind. What the heck? I'm baffled. Thank you for the $750 donation. Thank you. God bless you. He said they still see content is helpful.
The feeling of their arms and legs suddenly losing their flow.
The word of
Several
God.
mentioned
Also,
And you went
I guess
down.
with $750, he'll even buy the whole like it's on Steam. I'll literally buy it right now. That's crazy. Thank you.
Like it barely. The thing I don't like about Legendary is like everybody becomes like bullet sponges.
I was not expecting that. I've been like training for it. I really want to be my team.
That's annoying.
I don't know how it is. Thank you. We're like a third of the
Like
way
it's not even harder. It just takes longer.
We're doing it. Thank you for all the followers. I will check the name. I have to watch.
The life of Uriel Septa.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Wait, is there no bundle? Wait, do I have the file? Thank you, Evie, for the follow and let's give it out. Wait, is there no bundle for this?
Though the psychological impact that day was bitter for many.
Man, I gotta find a way to buff up the.
Literally
This episode should be a really good one.
there are some theories
The damage. Otherwise, we're gonna be here all day unless my followers can do something.
I'm going to hate my life at the end of this. I promise you that I will keep my word even if it's like 10 years from now. Thank you so much. God is like answering my prayers. I'm like so nervous right now. I don't even know what to say. Thank you. Yeah, they're mad at because I said being gay. I mean, having like the tracking around is like, I mean, it's probably like
He lost. Get out of my way. I'm gonna kill you people. I'm sorry, wolves. As far as I'm concerned, you people are the same.
I don't know if it's gonna be randomly fainted out of nowhere. I've witnessed deadly vomiting I've looked on the top. Did I miss something? I'm sorry. I just had that like I thought I did.
Well, I punched the air. I stabbed the air. So.
God bless you.
It's also not important in the progression.
I just realized, what the heck am I doing here? I'm only like here because I wanted to go to a place that was like sidetracked.
Oh, you did post about your voice? Sorry guys, I am like catching
Initial goal is just to get
sprayed on your
there's no reason for me to be here. But I do it because I like it and it's fun. So we're going to be here. But you know what's good is that people are out of my hair. You know, my followers are somewhere else, so they won't get hit, and then this way they can stay out of my damage, so I can do this chop. Chop, chop, chop. Either they have more health than the regular ones, or these marauders are just more tanky. Jeez, man, why does it take so long? Yeah, but oh, it must be the armor too. That didn't take nearly as long. Alright, let's go. It's just me and you, Bandit Orc Lord. Well, and my wolves, but they don't do much damage, so it's basically just me and you. You're getting screwed up, buddy. That heal won't save you. I'm an evil son. I'm evil for Jesus, so you're gonna die now, and I'll send you to him.
My brain keeps jumping all over the place. I'm sorry.
This is so epic. To be honest, I can kind of see why some people don't like Skyrim combat. Jeez, man, it's like, it's nothing but doing the R2 button. Oh wait, he's not dead yet.
Becker suggests that it is not truth that we crave, but protection. Quote, to be able to live, one needs illusions. And again, religion is sophisticated and
It is. Oh, well, I mean, obviously not in done.
What was that? it was your leader getting screwed over.
Like I said, hope you see pop up.
And now you're screwed over too.
Yeah. And this is for Abigail. I wasn't there, but
So it's too bad.
I don't care. We're just
Hey, why am I attacking my own wall?
This made them feel low. I'm gonna have to go back. If it was on the FNAF page. Oh, I've been subscribed for a couple weeks.
You got killed for block. You suck.
That was actually fun. Todd, who's the Bento? He was so much interesting. Just someone to watch him too.
Alright, let's get out of here. That was fun, but it's time to go away.
Someone missed.
Terror management theory, I now realize, is something that I struggled with as a child for many years. I think a lot of us have. And yet somehow, as much as
There's enemies nearby. Where?
think logically,
So I think I
still actually more
That's about
now
my
than ever feel like
Sorry that I got
I
very sidetracked.
have real faith.
I was Abby's Tuesday. I was too. Even though I never met her.
Oh, I'm like, look at this. I'm stuck. And I can't fast travel because I can't.
Yeah, William Afton. Bro, when you, I actually watched a lot of your videos for now.
Oh my goodness. Alright. I'm back. Guess who's back? I'm back. It's been a while. Alright. I was surprised at how well it's holding up. It's going very well. So I took a break a little bit, but I'm back. I'm doing good. So what else? So I was kind of tired a little bit. Let's see. I'm probably going to skip Phase Agony, Heaven and Hell V2. I'm probably gonna skip a lot and just say what they are because you people don't need to always know. There's the Phase, Modern Warfare 3, Team Taj 2. I'm also gonna skip this one. Not because I don't like it, but because people could rewatch if they want. This is more so to make a big compilation of a lot of them. Okay, so it's Nightmare Dreamcosis, COD 4 Montage PC by Dreamcosis. So I'll keep it here. And so as I was on my break, I ate some toast. I did some push-ups and sit-ups and exercising. I was thinking about how I think there needs to be more female villains, or villainess. I think the reason why this is cool and good is that I love villainess as well, because it shows that males aren't the only ones that can be good villains. I think, my favorite villain, I think maybe in a fictional story besides, potentially my own or like custom, is that there's a character called Kali from, she's from the Crow, it's either the Crow City of Angels. Her name is called Kali, and she kills the Crow's like son Danny, and she does it in cold blood too. She does it while taunting him, and Kali sings "Hush, Little Baby, Don't You Cry," that melody, and he's kind of like laughing and taunting them. And I think that was great because you don't usually, like, even if you have female villains, they don't outright kill a child. Like children dying in fiction is frowned upon. It doesn't bother me. But a lot of things don't bother me in fiction. That's because I can separate fiction from real life. Even though I do actually feel bad for the people who abuse children IRL because they don't have a rational reason to, and they try to think that they can rational, like they say morals are subjective, but then try to apply said morals to consensus, or they applied morals to the human condition, body autonomy, or consensus, or they just apply it to relevancy, subjective, arbitrary standards, which they can't actually know why something is worse than something else. But yeah, people who abuse children are pretty garbage IRL. I've never really, because I'm actually a pretty reserved person in real life. But if you abuse people like children or women or animals, I think you kind of deserve what's coming to you. Like I've always said, if you're going to be evil to evil people and be evil for Jesus. And kind of like a Dexter, Wednesday Addams, etc. I think that being an anti-hero is better than flat out being evil. Not because I don't mind if people are evil or serial killers. It's just that it's kind of boring to see, and people who are evil just for the sake of it don't realize that they're still just appealing to something that they have no justification, and really they're just saying that, well, I appeal to a morality that I can't justify or prove. People can be evil if they want, but I think it's better for there to be a reason. And the next one is anime bump called Go Kart by Starscream Life is the name of the YouTube channel, but I'm going to skip it because people can just find it. The next one is called Tada, the montage icon, edited by God, apparently, and he says it's called Insane, and the YouTube channel is called The Justified Theater. So anyway, getting back to it, I think that people take fiction way too seriously. Fiction can't make you do anything. You can like the aesthetics of something and not agree with the ideology. So people need to learn to separate ideology and aesthetics. But much like fiction, a lot of people will put fiction and, like, we'll say, well, fiction can be a trigger for things, and yeah, that is true for maybe to a small degree. But even if you grant that, the fiction isn't the one that did it. A lot of fictional characters don't even look like real representation. Now, if it's a fictional version of a real life person, that's way different because it represents a real life child, or person, or animal. And just because I'm a reserved person and I try to think things more pragmatically and I'm unbothered by a lot, does not mean that I want bad things to happen just because I'm unbothered. Like, I actually don't really like a lot of children. They seem to like me. I don't really care for children, but I do actually still have a soft spot for them. Same thing with females, same thing with animals. To a lesser degree, animals, because I don't value animals as much as human life a lot of the times, because I view animals as sort of lesser in some ways than humans. But I don't think that's a bad thing. It's how I personally look at it. A lot of people would do the opposite, and that's their choice. They have free will. And I don't think much of it. But if you screw up like a person or something, if you say something like, well, God is like immoral, but then you simp for people that are also immoral and it was all subjective. You can't say why something is worse than something else other than it's just your preference and you don't really like it. So I don't think it's a good argument to say, well, it's immoral, but I don't really like it. It's like, well, you've kind of already lost there. I just don't think it's a good argument to have. Well, what else? What else am I going to say? So based on what I said before, trying to apply fiction to reality is very strange. It truly does not work the way people think it would and should and will. It's a false comparison. It's fallacious. But I do think there need to be more villains or villainesses in fiction that do cruel things just because they can. I know I said that evil for evil's sake is boring, but that doesn't mean that it's bad. I just think it's boring, but boring doesn't mean bad in my opinion. It's kind of like what Lark's seen. One of my other favorite villains or villainesses, a female villain, is Lark's. I love her. I think she's the best character of Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, she's sadistic, she's seductive. She, likes to bring pain to others. But I don't think it's a bad thing either. I think that's a good thing, and it shows that women can be pretty, but they can also not be just a pretty face. They can have personalities too. That's a good thing. I think that Kali from the Crow City of Angels and Lark's from Kingdom Hearts are both some of my favorite female villains of all time, just because of they're cruel, they're masochists, sadistic, they taunt their enemies a lot. They're not afraid to go after fictional children, and a lot of media just will outright not show children being harmed screened in any way. They're either, or if they are, they'll all screen it. They won't show the brutality, cruelty, and I can understand that. It's just that stuff like that happen in real life all the time. Go look at Epstein, go look at the elites, go look at the people who want it. So the next video that's playing is Agony and Vortex Coexistence on Modern Warfare 3 Dual Toss by Agony, but I'm just gonna skip that too. I'll probably skip a lot of the montage stuff. So Involution, a COD 4 PC Community Converse by Hazard Cinema. I'll skip that one too. I do like the montage a lot. I like the team tosh, the community tosh. But I don't want to watch it right now. And now the next one is FaZe Clan Modern Warfare 3 Team Tosh 6 by Small Beans from the FaZe Clan. Again, another skip. I don't skip it because, oh well, I hate it or something. I'm skipping it because I just don't. I don't really care enough for it. So the next one this year is that it's called from Bungie, but the video title is called Let's Play Myth: The Fallen Lords Part 1 by effing Controller. Yeah, that's a name for you. And so, okay, let's skip through some of it. So as I was saying before, I think people, if you want to play fictions, okay, sure, whatever, but at least try to be coherent and consistent with your arduous claim, because it's a fallacy. I think it's a false comparison. It's a non sequitur to say you like violence and media, therefore you're violent IRL. Or you're a reserved person and you don't care about anybody else because you're reserved and stuff. I've had that said to me a lot. I don't have a lot of friends because I prefer to stay to my own and not be in the spotlight. And I'm not a charismatic person online or IRL. But many people come up to me, children, women, females, males, and others. They've all come up to me and they said they like my Monokuma hat. They've said they liked me, they like my hat. They've said that I try to help them with I try to help them with like foods and drinks, and I'm happy to oblige to them at times. They say that okay, some super iPads. You know what? There's a video from Super iPads called The Bizarre World of Fake Video Games. Okay, I'll just watch that. I like his channel. So anyway, going back to what I was saying is that people can do what they want, and believe what they want, but I guarantee you they probably won't be able to be internally consistent. So the people who say, well, lolicons are pedophiles, that claim is unsubstantiated because a lolicon is not a child. It could mean more like childlike body or childlike appearance, which then people will follow up, well, why do you like adults that look like children? The whole problem with that is that it assumes that the fictional character, if we assume we're talking about a fictional character, is to be believed, then it's already a non-starter because most of the time a fictional character looks nothing like a real-life person. Even a child that's in fiction looks nothing like a real child, unless the fictional child is designed by the real child's likeness, and then I think that's a bigger issue. But generally speaking, I don't think it is. But if you say like a fictional, like a fictional character that that reminds you of a real life person is more of a you problem, it's not another problem. That's a you problem, it's not a problem for anybody else except like you or the other person making the claim. It's just completely biased. It's completely biased. It has no grounding in reality at all. It's completely biased. And so these people will try to make you like, I guess they'll try to make you feel guilty just because you like fiction and are weird about it. Being weird about fiction does not mean you advocate it in real life. People care more about fictional characters than they do care more about the government, the churches, the schools, or wherever those prey and wherever those humans to go after the prey. Then they care more about fictional characters than that. Because all it does is it hurts the real life victims, because people are so focused on their own moral self-righteousness that they miss the forest for the trees. It's like calling everyone a Nazi to justify your hatred. Not that I care about Nazis that much. In fact, I think a lot of people who are for Nazis are not consistent. I think that someone like Hitler isn't the great white hope. I don't think he's God the way people think he is. He killed a whole bunch of white people. I think he was very inconsistent. He had non-white people in his army. He had an army of people who was, Daryl Wenger. That guy was actually, I'm not going to say it verbatim, but he was a child raper. He molested children. He was not a good person. Him and his flock were very brutal. The Nazi Germans also had the T4 Action, where they sterilized a whole bunch of people. They sterilized Jews, blacks, and even including their own people, white. So if Hitler really was the white savior these people make him out to be, why on earth would Hitler kill his own people? Also, Hitler banned free speech. He banned what you could buy and what you couldn't. And a lot of people say, well, that's just to get back at the Zionist Jews who run things. Well, I do agree that they do run things. The problem is that Hitler was also connected with the Jews. There's something called the Havara Agreement, where they agreed to send Jews to Palestine, which is now the new country of Israel. He was funded by the Bank of England. There are books on it. Who financed Hitler? There's that book. And let me look. There's Who Financed Hitler, I think by James Poole. And just bear with me for a second. I'm trying to find it. But all in all, he's not very consistent. He's not very consistent on the way people think he is. He's not very consistent. And so there is tragedy and hope. There's a book called Tragedy and Hope by Carol Quigley, A History of the Word in Our Time, that goes over Nazi Germany, and Who Financed Hitler by James Poole, I believe. So you already have two books that go against the official Nazi narrative, because it's like this. There are people who think Hitler is the ultimate evil outside of Satan. Jews, Zionist Jews, even though I think there's potential that he could have been in on it. Or there are people who think he's God. But that's not being objective either, because they'll say he was correct in everything. He wasn't. He lost the war. He wasn't correct in everything. He had a lot of health problems too. They say that he was a dog lover and got rid of animal abuse. That is true, but he did kill his own dog. Now many people will say, oh, well, he killed his own dog with cyanide because they were afraid of the Russians to get to it, but this is a huge misnomer. It's not based on anything. And just saying it does not work the way they think it does. So here it is. So now I'm watching Mike Tyson vs. James Tillis highlights by Mr. GR2B. The reason why I find James Tillis impressive, along with compared to Mike Tyson, is because Mike Tyson in the mid 80s. I believe this fight is in 1988. No, it's the 1980s. Yeah, 1986, I believe. And he went the distance. Yeah, he knocked James Tillis down, but Tillis got back up. And not only did Tillis got back up, many argue that Tillis actually should have won that fight on points, and that Mike Tyson, even though he had problems with it, he won, he had a lot of problems. But I'm gonna skip that one. But he did beat him, but it shows that even in his prime he was unbeatable, and he had trouble with length. It's the same way why Tony Tucker gave him fits, probably why George Foreman would beat him, why Muhammad Ali would beat him, Evander Holyfield would probably beat Mike Tyson in his prime. There's very few people I would pick in his prime too, because Mike Tyson used the peekaboo style. Also, what I'm watching is that I'm watching The Best Scene Ever from Jesus of Nazareth by the Cat 86. So I'm gonna redo it, because that's Jesus we're talking about. Alright.
Then, after 3 days, he will rise again.
I always love that scene. Alright, let's try to add a little bit higher volume for each. Okay. Alright, so the next video came up. Okay, I covered the heater with a blanket, so it should allow it not to get it. Actually, I'll know what I'll do. Alright, I put it more on the back. I want to skip the X-Kima Omnicide montage. Phase Pama's classic Modern Warfare 2 montage. Okay, I'll just keep that here. Alright, I think it's better if I just have if I just have it if I just have the heater on, but it's in the corner, and I covered it with my backpack. So I think I'm gonna open up the window. I'm actually enjoying it. Going well. Yeah. So what I decided to do is I decided to, depending on the stream, I've decided to put it all the way up or just a little bit up, not to the minimal degree, a little higher than minimal. And I think that makes sense. Depending on what's playing though, I think that's good, a good compromise. Open up my window. It's so relaxing for me though. Okay. But like I said before, about going back to the Hitler thing, I think a lot of that is not good. Well, yeah, a lot of it is very weird. Very strange. Do 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 do. Okay, so now it's based on the Real Clear Bible, Source of Infinite Knowledge by channel underscore Chilbara or something, I don't know. But it's from the Slayers anime, so it is good. So yeah, going back to the like Hitler stuff, I don't care if people like it or not. I just care if they can make compelling arguments for why we should like care about it, like care about him. Most people can't, but hey, that's what they say. Alright, I'm going to what's the music that's playing? I can't figure it out. Oh wait, no, that's the lo-fi. Here, I'll turn this up a little. No, I'm going to I don't know what I'm looking for right now. Oh yeah, okay, Dogma. Yeah. I really like this channel a lot. So let's see what we got here. Popular. The greatest fantasy game never made, The Adventure of Hermes. A horrifying game that doesn't exist, The Word of God has. The Forgotten RPG. Baroque, the deepest dungeon crawler, Lena said. Alright, well, let's just go to the Lunasid one first. Alright, so yes, I can, Lena. I can. Alright, then. Okay. Still, oh yeah. So I guess this is about a kid who fights a woman, and he does beat her, but I named this Boza's surrealist fight scene from the Revenge of the Ninja movie. It's pretty good. He does actually beat her. But as I've said before, Hitler really was inconsistent, and a lot of his followers don't even know how to argue against. They don't know how to argue. They don't know how to argue against they don't know how to argue against they don't know how to argue against like effective counter like stuff. So for example, if you cite that, oh well, Hitler, he there's no way he could have been on the Jews like payroll. It's like you can't actually like prove that. And they can't actually prove it. They're just trying to admit that they can't argue against it. They just try to say, well, look Hitler, look, you're the great white hope. You're basically God. I just don't know how they can come to that conclusion. I just can't. It's like, how do you come to the conclusion that God, or that Hitler is God, or that he's the great white hope, he's the white God, the Aryan Chad, if he himself a lot of times was not that? I do think he did care about his own people, but he only cared about his own people because if they were useful. If you weren't useful to him, they wouldn't care about you. If you weren't useful, they wouldn't care, and that's kind of the issue. Alright, so this is called iReach Speaks, and apparently iReach from Acid Eli, and apparently iReach is talking here. But it does say I couldn't record voice at the time, but he does talk and he sounds like a boy. iReach is a guy, so I'm gonna skip that one because it doesn't mean anything for me. Dude, YouTube I think is like down. Seems to be having some problem. It's not down, but it's having problems on mobile. The Matrix Revolutions, Zergers. I'm gonna skip that one too. But yeah, I think you can like Hitler and like a leader. As I said before, you can like someone and still admit that they have faults, but a lot of them don't really want to do that. Solution, that called for a PC community montage by Apple and Has Up Cinema. I'm gonna skip this one as well. In fact, I'm just gonna name it. I'm gonna skip a lot of the montages. iReap's Random Montage 2 by Reaps. And don't get me wrong, I do love watching the montages and listening to music. It's just that, it's gonna take a long time. Phase Nag, Modern Warfare 2 montage, Doug Nagney, by Doug Nagney. Gonna skip that one too, but yeah, a lot of people are not coherent. Descendants by JBR666-ish, X Kaima, and I Fears. Yeah, okay, I'll just watch it a little. Wait, no, I want to get to the optic teamtages now. So, optic teamtages, Black Ops 2, Teamtage 1 by Mistress, episode 25. So I'm gonna watch this one because I really like the optic montages, and they were kind of hard to find if you don't know what to look for. So, yeah. So going back to what I was saying about Hitler, a lot of Hitler fanatics you can be a fan of Hitler. I'm more indifferent on the guy. In fact, to me, the best thing about the Nazis are the uniforms. I think they had great uniforms, but that's more the aesthetics. I don't really care much for anything else. Alright. 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 So, as I said before, these people who jerk off Hitler, when they question, they can't give you an actual argument to why Hitler is the ultimate thing. There's too many contradictions. There's too much the stuff you can say that doesn't add up. I don't think Hitler was as cool as people think. I don't think he was as bad as people think. But I don't think he was consistent. Even if you want to say the Holocaust didn't happen or whatever, the fact that he viewed Slovakians, Slavs, and Poles, all of them are white, as lesser, and he killed a whole bunch of them, already tells me that these people are not like being totally consistent or accurate. And because it evolves into groupthink, and it's the same way that people who say, well, look how great the societies were before Christianity ruled. And I'm going to go through this quick. For one, the Vikings, they were killing each other left and right. They were killing each other. They were violent. They didn't get along. There was no Jewish power then, so you can't use that as an excuse, as propaganda, out of context. They were killing each other back then, and white people were killing white people back then. Yes, it is impressive that they made a lot. I will give white people that. I love white people, I love white culture. But you still can't admit that you can like what somebody does in terms of the context, and still admit before that they weren't getting along. They just weren't. The Vikings and the pillaging of it, they killed each other, they were violent with each other. And there's no argument that you can say that can disprove it. Another argument too that a lot of people don't seem to know about, that I think people can not come to a conclusion or have a hard time accepting, is that the days of ancient Greece and ancient Rome, they weren't very good. A lot of human females are not seen as equals. That before Jesus got there, they thought like life was rough. In ancient Greece, it was really bad because if you didn't speak the language, you were screwed. You were a slave. You couldn't move up. You died early. You probably would have died to disease. You didn't have a way to move up. There was no opportunity to move up. So if you were where you were born, probably where you stayed unless there was like a war or a famine outbreak, and they would probably accept a lot of people in the army, which you probably would have just died. And anyway, there was a lot of disease, there wasn't a lot of way to clean yourself. The medics didn't know how to fix you, so they kind of just winged it or left it up to the Greek gods, like Zeus or whatever, the pagan gods. And then they said, well, best of what to you. I think ancient Rome was a little bit better, but I will still give Greece credit that they did a lot of good. They, Socrates, Aristotle, they did a lot of good for philosophy, I think, but, Plato, same. But it wasn't as good as people think. You probably hate it. It's the same way with ancient Rome. Ancient Rome, I think, is better than ancient Greece in terms of living. But ancient Rome has a lot of the same problems that you wouldn't want to live in ancient Rome, probably anyway, because you probably wouldn't speak the language. There's probably a lot of disease. Even if they were more sanitized, and I give them credit, they were more advanced than the Greeks. But a lot of people say, well, there's no way to know extra goodbye. I don't work for 2 months, but extra is the next video, and I might just skip it too. Yeah, I might just skip it. But yeah, ancient Rome, and a lot of people claim the Christians, they like to say, oh, look at these Christians, they screwed up Rome, and if the Christians didn't kill everyone, which wasn't even true, many people converted willingly, and they were Christians before Constantine. Now I'm listening to Gripping and the Hawk, Mioni and Kichi by Udun Okebu, and so yeah, I might listen to a little bit of the album, but I'm gonna skip that too. But yeah, ancient Rome was plagued with problems long before. Now I'm watching some anime, Merry Nightmare, Rage Mode, anime. So anyway, going back to what I was saying before is that a lot of people are missing, they're just missing the plot. They're just missing it. They don't realize that everything that they're saying can be applied to their own worldview. So, I keep losing my train of thought sometimes. But, like I think I was saying before that, yeah, ancient Rome it was already unraveling before Christianity got there. That was a pretty cool anime scene, I can't lie. So now I'm listening to Slayer's unreleased battle track. It's only 34 seconds, so I'll let the video play. But yeah, people think that, oh well, ancient Greece and ancient Rome, they did a lot of, they did a lot of good things, and they did. I won't deny that, but ancient Rome was having problems long before Christianity got there, took over. In fact, I think Christianity preserved a lot of things that other people take for granted, as I said before. They do, and nobody can really argue against it otherwise. You can't argue against what Christianity did. Christianity, I would say, is a greater unifier than even race unity or white unity, because without Christianity to steer them to a closer one, people would still be stagnated by their own gods, and Jesus is a better unifier than even race, because you don't get white unity today, which I don't think it's a bad thing. It's just that you can't objectively say there was white unity back then when Christopher Columbus had to leave and find the natives, which, by the way, the natives weren't even killed off by mostly the European settlers. The natives killed each other, much like the pagans did, much like the Vikings did. They killed each other. And a lot of the other deaths was disease. So if you take in killing each other, the natives killed, the Indians killed each other, and they died from disease. Well, maybe not disease. They killed each other, and a lot of them died from the wilderness and stuff. They didn't get along. Maybe you could say they died from some diseases that Europeans brought, but it was for the better, because before Europeans or white people got there was no America to take. America it's not just a piece of land. It's what you do with the land that makes America America. So people say, oh, well, these people were in America before white people. But the thing is, without white people, there would be no America, there would be no Europe. People use a lot of white inventions, and they don't even realize it. Without white, because I've always said, white people have done the most for humanity besides Jesus Christ. And I don't say that as, oh, well, you're sucking up to white people. No, because I don't like to race mix. I think people should be in their own races in terms of dating and whatever. You can hang out with other races. It's just that you can be proud of your own race too, because I believe God made people different races, and you should be proud of that. But you should also not be afraid to overlook the average. I'm black, but I'm not afraid to say that black people on average, I think, are more violent. We are more violent. We have little self-control. We have little self-control. You have little self-improvement. We just blame other people for most of the black people's problems in the black community is because of black people. It's not because of the past. In fact, most white people were not even slave owners. They costed a lot of money. A lot of times the slaves, I think, had good lives, at least based on that you had a house, you had a home, you had food, you could go out into the cotton, you could just pick stuff. I would love to pick cotton. Go out there for like 6 or 8 hours, you pick cotton, you go home. It's an easy job, you get paid. That sounds like a pretty good deal. I don't have to talk to people, so that fits my reserved personality. That sounds like a great job to me. Sounds like a good job to me. It's like, maybe other people should do it too. So yeah, I think white people did the most. However, I still will say that a lot of white people, I understand where they're coming from. At least I hope. A lot of white people are not. A lot of white people are They say that race is the ultimate factor, but they don't realize that that's only the factor because Christianity united the white race before the white race could do it to itself. So I think a lot of people they don't realize that a lot of what could be said about the how the white race is bad, they're evil, they should apologize, they need to give us reparations. That could be applied to every other race. I'll apply it to my own because I'm very harsh, and no, I don't hate my own race. A lot of people keep saying, Matthew, meachew, Pete, whatever, you hate your own race, you don't like it. The reason why I don't say this either is because they're just putting words in your mouth, and that's the big issue too, is that instead people will assume what you are without asking you or getting context. So they're rushed, again, as I've said before, they keep rushing to conclusions that they can't actually know or prove because they're just basing it on assumptions they can't possibly validate coherently or consistently. And so if you want to say that black people are good and white people are the devil, black people have hurt other black people on average have hurt white people, Asians, other people, Indians, and I don't like it. Because I'm black, and I know, and I'm not even that smart. I think the highest IQ I've gotten was 118 or 118, but it's not even that high. Well, I guess it's high for a black, but it's not high in general. And if you want to say that if you want to say that white people are evil because of what they did in the past, black people are probably even more so because on average the black has no room for self-improvement, has no room for self-control because there's no self-discipline. They won't acknowledge it, that the black community has big problems, and we do. And they, rather than try to take self-responsibility, they just say, oh, well, it's your fault. It's your fault for doing it this way. It's your fault that people aren't. Well, they just think it's your fault for saying that you want self-improvement and saying you want self-control from your own, and saying that you shouldn't try to overlook the negativities of your own, and you don't fall into groupthink. A lot of black people fall into groupthink. But it's even worse than that. It's not just groupthink. It's not even acknowledging that the communities have a problem with that groupthink. Groupthink is a big problem for basically anyone. But black people make other people's lives so miserable and they've hurt others, and it's not really cool. I wouldn't mind killing them, and I know, or well, not doing that. You know, that was me, and that was rude of me to say. But okay. I restart, maybe. Anyway. Oh, so yeah, I gotta talk about something. So, um, so, yeah, just based on that, these arguments are very, very fickle. They're very, very bad. They don't make any sense. 15 key answers. Let's see. Okay, the next one. Next video. Slayer's try opening. Oh. Okay, so yeah, those people who try to make it a so like 100% black and white for anything, I don't think it makes much sense. Like, how can you know what objective reality is if you don't have access to objective reality? Or how can you go outside of your own senses and stuff? Like, it's very hard to say what can and cannot be. If what the case is that you're just trying to spin it in a way that is basically saying that, oh, well, alright, I like the intro and stuff, but yeah, I'm gonna skip it for a second. Optic Teen Taz's Black Ops 2, Episode 9. Well, so far this, it seems to be going very well still. I know I've commented on before, but it's holding up very well. I think the 144p helped a lot too. But going back to what I was saying, blaming black or white people or any other race for your misfortunes, even if it's true, isn't always valid. It's like, one can, and I've said this before, one can acknowledge that Zionist Jews do control a lot of propaganda and a lot of things, but even they have their limits. They're not God. You have free will, and it's okay to use discernment. You can just say that humans, can still do bad things if they're just simply unhinged without any external factors. That's why I don't like blaming all Jews, even though I think Zionist Jews do control a lot. I think it's unfair to say that all Jews go into that things because it's just propaganda It's like saying all white people are bad because because Jeffrey Dahmer was a serial killer and he was white too. I don't think it's fair to make that. Granted, Jeffrey Dahmer, Susan Atkins, and many others who you thought wouldn't go to Jesus have gone to him, and I think it's cool. There's also OnlyFans girls like Sophie Rain is a Christian. Lily Phillips, she got baptized. Piper, she loves Jesus. I mean, a whole bunch of people love Jesus Christ. Even non-believers do. Even non-believers love him. And there's a reason why they do. So people like Sophie Rain, Camilla Audo, Piper Rockwell, BH80, Lily Phillips, Noah Ray, and many OnlyFans females have gone to Jesus Christ or are Christian or have at least represented Mary, Sophia, the divine feminine, divine wisdom, God, whatever you want to call it. Gnosticism, I don't know. But, is it legit? We don't know. But may we pray for them and may we pray for others and non-believers. It's like people think that believers are better than non-believers, and that's not true. I try to like everybody, and I try not to be biased, because to me the most important thing isn't what you believe, what you think, what you know, what you say. It's what you do and how you behave. If you're a Christ-like person, I think that's a huge deal. You cannot believe in Jesus and still behave like Jesus. There's a reason why non-believers, many of them love Jesus as well. Because they see him like a Buddha, they see him as a Christ conscious, they see him as a special person. He isn't just some guy that you can, I don't think you can just take him to some guy. Even if you want to say he's just some guy, he's not just some guy. And so, I'll probably take another break here soon. Not because I really need to, but sometimes I gotta go to the bathroom at times. Sometimes I've gotta not only go to the bathroom, but sometimes I want to drink more water and stuff. And I get rid of, I get kind of tired of talking a lot. One thing, because I've been through a lot of different topics. Today I've been through why I think there should be more villainesses and fiction. Why I think that you shouldn't judge people of the same group the same way. Why I think people should use discernment of arguing. Why people shouldn't rush to conclusions even if claims are technically correct. That you can't probably come to right conclusions. I think that it's okay to be in the same I think that you should. I think you should be able to realize that your worldview could be wrong, even if you think it couldn't be. I think people should try to admit that what they're saying isn't necessarily always valid, or that it's okay to be wrong about things, and trying to not have the Dunning-Kruger effect. I also think it's okay that you can be like fiction and read about fiction and still not want bad things to happen to people around. I think it's okay to be evil as long as you're evil to evil people and evil for Jesus, and sometimes it's okay to have self-defense. Another thing that I don't remember quite everything off the top of my head because it does take a lot of out of me to remember. It takes a lot of brain power. But, you should also try to remember that, fiction, being liking something in fiction does not mean you like it in real life. I think people need to be very careful about that. I think people should watch it and not come to conclusions just because the fiction in question does not mean that the fiction in question should not really matter. It's like saying if you like killing in video games, you like killing in real life. And if you do posit that, if you do say that if you like fiction and killing, you'll like it in real life, I think that's a slippery slope fallacy that is making a whole bunch of conclusions based on a whole bunch of assumptions that until the conclusion that can't be verified. So it's essentially vacuous at times. Maybe perhaps not all the time, but a lot of the times it is. And you can't really just sit back and tell that without first substantiating that it might not be the case. So people need to be careful about that. What's another thing? Well, I haven't gotten to really power scaling level of it yet, or I haven't gotten to I want to talk about how concepts might be able to exist, and that if you talk about something or you use the words that the concept exists, even if the thing can't or doesn't exist in reality, people also need to stop conflating that something being logically coherent and consistent within itself, like 2 + 2 always being 4 in math, can't tell you why murder is wrong, and you can't just base morality just based on the logical internal consistency because it's pragmatic, even though if you want to argue it's just we should just do pragmatic stuff. Christianity is still better pragmatically than any other belief because it's able to have the most results, it's have the best results, and that simply believing in Jesus makes people want to be better. Or even if they don't believe in Jesus, the Christ-like attributes about him still makes people want to be better. If better is a objective descriptor, not just a preference inside of one's own head. But yes, a lot of people should be willing to admit that God can. I just think a lot of people need to admit that there's a lot of stuff that they assume, but they shouldn't try to come to conclusions based on that arbitrary assumption, presupposition, arbitrary, subjective morality based on relativity. It's basically don't come to conclusions based on a finite, fallible, arbitrary, relative, subjective, sense data standards that you can't possibly justify. And even if you can justify it because you can justify other people using it, does not mean that the conclusion in question, the thing in question, can be accounted for. So, trying to account for things that you can't possibly know, I think is very, very weird. It's very strange. It's very weird. It's very strange. And so, don't try to don't try to so now I'm on Colonial JD AI conversation from Metal Gear Solid 2, but as I said, people can just look it up if they want. And I'm sure I think a lot of videos are just saved to an archive or downloaded so they can re-upload them if people want. But I'm not trying to make this a, balls to the walls video. But yeah, people, so I'll think about it. Sometimes I need to make my mind clear. Maybe I'll take a bath. So while people watch this and be confused sometimes, I will be back. I'll be back soon. Maybe I'm gonna.
Because Israel makes certain mistakes and in this first area, we should support them. Support them. I will just ask the same question to all the other Israel just said, well, may have done in the past things that are not much of what I brought up in my opening speech, much of the arguments has been unaddressed in my work with Wilson, whereas I feel the very much heavily drawn
Not even natural selection can take place here. The world is being engulfed. We're trying to stop that from happening.
I think people should learn to
Do you think you're qualified to decide what's necessary and not?
Interacting with NPCs is very straightforward, as they automatically begin speaking when you approach them. Pressing them to progress the dialogue, and once you have exhausted their dialogue, you can attack them. To show
decide
or
for
give
myself
these
what to
items, you
believe
can
and what
simply
to pass on.
inventory and throw the items manually. NPCs will comment on these items before throwing them back at you, and sometimes may even give you an item in return or keep the item if it's relevant to their storyline. Alongside vitality and
That's
health,
not
there
true.
also
I
exists
have the
attack
right.
and defense,
Does
as
something
well
like
as
a
the following
self
status
exist
effects, which
inside
can
of
be
you?
acquired in a variety of ways, including from enemies and items. Poison will cause your HP to gradually decrease over time. Darkness impairs your vision. Lust means all grotesque items will appear as beautiful women. Lethargy causes your movement to become slower. Paralysis renders you immobile. Stomach ache decreases your attack and defense. And finally, confusion, which randomizes your movement. These ailments, except for stomach ache, will eventually wear off over time. There exist items, however, that are known to be cures that prevent mutants. These curative items will cause enemies to grotesques.
is a concept you create as well as a logic that goes down to some sense of abstraction.
That's crap.
Grotesques that will affect
Would you prefer that someone else tell you? Explain it to me.
Jack, you're simply the best. And you got there all by yourself.
What happened when you feel lost? Why not try a bit of soul searching?
Don't think you'll find anything, though.
Ironically, that although self brings yourself back, every time something goes wrong, you turn around and place the blame on something else.
It's not my fault. It's not your fault.
Each side
I'm going to
simply
be
resorts to looking
reacting
for
to
another, more convenient truth
some
in order to
videos
make yourself feel better.
Leaving behind in an instant the so-called
because I
truth
am,
once embraced.
but
Should someone like that be able to
I just,
decide
it's
what
early
is
in
true?
the morning. It's
Should
like
someone like you
3
even have the right to decide?
3:30
Nothing but
a.m.
use your freedom.
You don't deserve to be free.
We're not the ones smothering the
And I might get bored.
The individual is supposed to be weak, but far from powerless. A single person has the potential to ruin the world.
And the age of
Stuff playing in
digitizing
the background. I
has
have
given even more power to the individual.
fireplace,
Too much power for an individual species.
Building a legacy involves figuring out
just
what is
because
wanted and what
sometimes I
needs to be
get
done
kind
for
of
that
bored
goal.
with,
All this you used to struggle with.
like,
Now we think for
probably
you.
get bored after a while, and sometimes I'll run.
You want to control
I'll
human
run out of
thoughts,
things to talk
human
about.
behavior?
But anyway,
Anyone
the first one is one of the creepiest video game hacks. Bootlegs and mods
You
by
fell in love with me
Coined
just
on
as you were
Gene.
meant to, after all.
So,
Isn't that right, Jack?
Possible has not
let's
told
get
the whole
started.
truth, to say the least.
We rule an entire nation. Of what interest
hope they're not
would a
putting
single
anything on the ground.
soldier, no matter how able, be to
Really hard to spot things on the ground.
Class does not stand for solid simulation.
Yeah, let's get this
That
started.
is selection or
Further ado,
The S3 is a system for controlling human will
Just be
and
warned that when you
consciousness.
do pick up that armor set, that is when ceaseless discharge goes hostile.
S3 is not
Oh, sure, like most of the Sega spanned like PlayStation once
I just
Sega
want
kind
to
of
cover
It
that
is
sort
a
of,
method, a protocol that
just let you
creates a
guys know of
circumstance that
you know
will
what's
of course
crazy? I
PlayStation
have like
had
4
the more mature
video games.
console.
So you
I
see,
mean, 4
we're the
videos
establishment,
playing right now.
not
so
you.
for now,
This
Nintendo
is
still stay kind of a kid
luckily
friendly
I have,
console,
thankfully I have
which you know,
clearing
if
out
you're
new laundry.
if you're a
good
Sega
internet.
fan,
So in the next video,
probably
we're going to just start
at
over
the age where
entirely
like,
It's not going to be
and
a
here's
bad
laundry
thing.
routes
but the final
That's a good
test of its
thing.
effectiveness.
Nintendo and other than
You'll
first
hear
party
me
have that
President John
ring
say,
Nintendo's always
the
been
arsenal
pretty
of
much
GW
design.
is the key.
There's always been
So,
The objective of this
also
exercise
get
was to establish such a method.
not a bad
The
thing.
mobile,
I can actually
mobile side of things,
upgrade
but
this
for the main console,
Shadow mode is a paradox of the
exclusives, and then
exercise.
with that.
everything else
I
is
wonder
just
if
Yeah,
you
you know, this is doing pretty well.
Alright guys, that's going to do it. Thanks a lot for tuning in. Look forward to
in
more.
later
We chose that backdrop because of
That's
the
an
extreme
estimate.
circumstances. It was an
Yeah,
absolute
yeah.
test for S3's crisis management capacity. If the monster triggered to control and solve this,
I don't know why more people don't, they don't,
For me, I was never. I mean, I had Nintendo as a kid, So
I
I
just haven't
haven't
had access to
I've never been like a fanboy
ambience,
but I'm back
in terms of a
to
specific
my
console.
background.
I'll play whatever console games on.
so expect more of these touches.
Like I own like an Xbox, an Xbox 360, PlayStation 4,
Do I think lo-fi and fireplace ambience and snow
I've got everything
goes
except
so
for
well
Xbox One.
with
There's nothing on Xbox One that
But
interests
you
me.
it
turn
goes
your
well
back
with
on
reaction
everything you don't
videos.
like. You do
And
with
the
everyone
reason
you
why
like
is
only the
because
things you like. And for yourself
Oh yeah, but they
alone.
had to.
they're
Setting
relaxing
for
enough to
tonight's episode of
distract
Dark
me.
Souls gameplay, we are in
refused to
the
see
Mondo
me for
room
what
to
I
just
was.
take it in the
I
visuals,
lied
I'm
to
pretty
you.
sure
But I
sound,
that
wanted
increased
my
to be
favorite
harsh.
zone
killing
You
them.
pretended to be
concentration.
Very excited
understanding,
to share with
to
you
be a
guys.
gentleman.
And
You never made a
Here
we
conscious
go.
attempt to
Like
reach
any
out
of
to
those
me.
kind of
Now,
The
just to
only
start
time you
off,
did
I
was
need
when
to
I gave you
identify
no
some
choice
things
but
right
to do
away.
so.
Some crazy stuff going on with this
What?
recording and
Trying
this
not to
video.
hurt me?
First, what we're going to see here is
The
I'm
one you were
switching
trying
off
not to hurt
the
was
gold
yourself.
serpent ring. That's a
Avoiding the
ring
truth under the
occluded.
guise of kindness
Switch
is
that off,
all
put on
you
Habal's
did.
ring.
Did it occur
Habal's
to
ring
you
will
to
let
do
me
nothing
run
but look out
faster,
for
roll
yourself?
faster, all that good stuff.
Even if you claimed
Now,
that it was for my sake,
I have
that feeling is
pre-recorded
nowhere
this.
to be seen.
And I'm so frustrated because I
Everything was for
recorded this
yourself.
live
I
like
was never
half an hour ago, and two things happened. One technical problem and one gameplay mistake, which has resulted in me now pre-recording. I gotta keep up with the commentary though and what's going on here as well. So I'm going to be talking about different things. Transient Curse, I just casted it. Transient Curse allows you to interact with the spirit realm. You know, these are a bunch of ghosts we're going up against, and well, you know, if you wait in the middle of the night tonight and find a ghost at the foot of your bed, chances are you have a hard time punching it in the face. So you had a Transient Curse handy. It lets you interact with, you know, the spirit realm, or whatever you want to call it. And so you have to be under that effect to do any damage. Now, you can find two Transient Curses at the very beginning. As soon as you started walking down the yellow plank,
Friendly hunting bound.
To follow this video and watch what I do, even having two to start should be more than adequate.
Exactly. That's what I mean.
Don't want to rush too quickly into this room here. If you actually just run here, you will get ambushed by like 7 or so of those ghosts, and they'll kill you pretty quickly. Although one-on-one, these ghosts are no problem. They don't do that much damage. I can one-shot them. I mean, I've got a very powerful weapon at this point. At least powerful against these guys. Against the boss, this is a story. But regardless, one-on-one is not too hard. But picking up on those small size, these guys can kill you pretty quickly, and they can stagger you and make it very difficult to block or dodge or get away at all, actually. So I think that that's almost cleared out the room. We got one or two left here. Swig of this just there a moment ago. And just headed along here.
Uncharted series, we're playing PlayStation, stuff like that.
So actually, we have a minute or so of downtime, so we're just do a little exploration here. So yeah, I mean, I did a commentary of this already, and Audacity, which is like everyone's go-to voice recording software, at least for PC. Audacity gave me this like error encountered, error needs to close. Those screaming ghosts, you want to kill them as quick as possible. Because if they scream, I think it's make sure that just alerts all the ghosts that are around and they're going to swarm you. So try to do that as best you can. Notice I did pick up 2 more Transient Curses there as well. You can pick up Transient Curse. I mentioned one place to get it before. I just showed you another place to get some. And you can also buy some from the merchant in the sewers. The sewers that connect Firelink Shrine to where the depths is. You can buy them. I knocked down that shortcut ladder right there. You can go down there. There is some treasure, but it's nothing too exciting. Nothing I found worth spending my time to go down and get right now. Now we're going to come up into, and I understand that I'm trying to cover everything, kind of jumping around, talking about my technical problems in the previous recording, because it's all going to culminate in the end of this video, and you'll kind of understand the big picture. But for now, let's focus on the gameplay. Ooh, I'm getting ambushed by a lot of these ghosts right now. So as opposed to trying to fight like 7 at once, I decided to retreat a little bit heading up here. But I want to be careful here as well, because sword a lot on the narrow platforms. There's no surefire way to, land your ass in the lake and have to start the level over again. So I'm just being a little extra cautious and extra careful. Keeping in mind that my transient curse is probably going to wear off soon. Getting a little bit low on health. I don't want to take another swig of that mess before continuing on into this build. Still trying to lure just a couple final ghosts out. We're going to head on in there. So yeah, I mean, because I lost that recording from earlier, I have to do it like this. I have to, so I'm not playing the game anymore, which is a little disappointing. Look at that, very quick. Get that screaming ghost lady before she sets off the alarm. I have a feeling that if she did in fact scream, this room would explode.
Would this be like the same site that says that biology is not determined by premise?
I'm actually curious as to what you guys think about this style of commentary. This allows me to focus on strictly what I'm saying, as opposed to how I've done almost every other episode where I'm speaking while playing. So the thing about that is you don't get my reaction if I get startled and it's more exciting. I do have the Lord vessel. I picked that up.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, so what's the true sign?
The seal. That after you get the Lord vessel. Unless
that'd be so much better.
actually, if you don't have the Lord vessel, you can kill that enemy. Take the key to the seal. Proceed to the fort to his boss. But I have the Lord vessel, so he will be spared. You've got the key to the seal.
The doctors
got
because
as well Sif's ring.
they do love it.
Stories oh god, changing all too significant a little bit later on in the video. We'll touch on that in a little bit. Here we go. I realize I've run out of transient curse, so avoiding those ghosts for just a moment there as I move off, take them out, and continue on. Now, I will add that there's another way that you can go in this building here, and you can get the curse by ring. It's just like, it's just a separate turn. Like, I turned one direction earlier, and like, you turn the other way, so you can find a pretty obvious curse fight ring resistance to curse. So, I don't know. It's good, I guess, to use curse toads or maybe scaleless boss later on, but I actually don't go and grab that ring. I want to continue on. I really want to get to this very large member that I can find a little later. There's other things that I want to do. I don't want to find that curse fight ring. Because I probably was something you want to pretty easy to find. Just go back to that house.
You get that point.
There's just a door right up into this little balcony with curse fight
Are any of those humans? Is that observable at all?
heading over down the stairs here. Can't pull the secret quite yet. Now that I have the seal,
That's many years down the road, so I don't know.
like having that NPC open that door and she'll leave it here.
Like Piltdown, like we like Piltdown Man, Nebraska.
This part I don't
Nothing interesting.
open these doors. Floodgates are open. All this water spews out.
Just came out and had way like some
Valley of the Drain.
Those are broad.
That actually opened a shortcut
in like the short time it's been out.
ruins. The
They're
valley.
famous for
You see all the water draining out here. And you think that, masses of water would do something, but there's dragons down there. But
I don't know if there's any
drakes swimming in the air in the valley. Doesn't matter that 100 million gallons of water was just dumped on them.
So it's funny. But now, wait a minute, you said it was observable flying. So I'm just wondering, like, you didn't know.
Valley of the Drains really just
Scientists
light town, firelight shrine, dark forest, and Londo ruins, but there's no like boss around. I don't know. It was taking the elevator down, heading down to
Pretty big assumption.
Massive. This is our first encounter with Skull Knight. Two shot him. Careful though. Those particular monsters, again, what I'm going to refer to as the Skull Knight, they can be really quick successive swings, like 2, 3, 4 times in a row. They've got like a soul drain ability where they like
How are their fossils extend
And then they've got this shield ability you can see here. So
there's many of them. There's many of them. You can look for one.
there you go. If you let it shield down
Fly
the chain there,
Fly
I
guys
get in with a crushing blow. I love the crushing blow.
takes, they got 200,000
Sad to say about it,
years
it's too bad. We're going to have to change up to a new web browser, in another video or two. But we'll have to see. Now that we've traversed the white light there, heading into this area, you want to be careful.
So you're not a
There's one Skull Knight coming over here.
This is not Europe.
Take care of him real quick.
Right, so you've
And this is what I didn't expect. I did not realize it was the second monster behind me. So I'm also doing video. I had this game voice from
that same scientific
slows you, causes damage, uses splash, very casually, takes a little extra damage. We are able to kill off his second Skull Knight, and that is just going to be now big blobs do show in Dark Souls
So
fairly
Tavistock
easy
is
to
not a
deal with.
serious
Pretty standard.
stronger.
You don't think
Get
the
him behind
biggest,
him,
most powerful
start hacking away. Don't stand in
in the
front of
United
the
States
boss.
are pushing out. Vanderbilt University is not an authoritative
Just setting off
scientific
these three magical skull heads that the blob produces. You're not going to want to be anywhere near them. Large AoE damage.
Vanderbilt University. Okay. Right, so
A
Vanderbilt
lot of
is the
healthy
premier,
blobs.
the premier
Dealing
medical
quite a bit of
institution in
damage.
the United States. For you
Just
now,
having a hard time hitting me
because you
trying
haven't.
to circle around, find a safe spot, continuing to hammer away there. He goes down. A nice 5,000 souls. Pretty good soul count.
I'll give you an example of a
Kind of
medical
farms, but they don't
institution
respawn.
that is esteemed
Now, this is where I was a little bit,
which is a spearhead of the idea that you can become one if you're a man.
Yeah, spirits within.
And you're saying, I don't accept that
quarters.
authority.
There, that was a soul drain grab.
So they're not really doing it. It's social science
Yeah.
where they're not really
You know,
doing
you're
it.
gonna
They're
want to
not really
keep an eye out. Always keep the
changing.
camera around. And if I just look real
I mean,
hard, I
obviously,
see that
Final
he was just
Fantasy
hiding. Five or six.
And so like, all you've done is adopt the new authority structure.
Headed up the stairs.
And when it comes down to it,
You're not aware
there's not
already.
actually any real basis for you to
Very
believe
large.
it. Other than
It's
that,
quite optional.
a lot of people believe it.
I could have easily just sort of
But
gone
you
to
yourself
the
have not verified
at
any
this
of
point. But
Right now,
I
it's
want
just
to
like
look
a
at greater. What that allows you to do is upgrade
So
weapons
it operates kind of like on a faith
all the way up
basis.
to
It sounds like a faith basis.
plus 15 is max.
Well, the problem with any series, I'm going to say there's a lot of things that happen, so you can't expect it to be same as Batman games, but
Correct. They design everything, every
every mix has that
So his worldview,
Final Fantasy
his worldview is more consistent because likelihood is going to depend upon members. So
sometimes how we know things.
I don't believe that the atheist natural will be able to hear you.
It's like a mix of
I'm not large ember in the depths. Some of those got very large ember. We'll give that to Andre last year as well. You can see that maybe a little bit confused. I use no more
Right, but you don't have any problem.
This is
Well,
just
let me
the
ask
fastest
you
way.
this: Can science provide us with ethics?
I know the route from Firelink Shrine to the Abyss quite quickly, and I just think it's one of the fastest and that tracking is going all the way to
But it can't do anything with values. Do you think Mario contains values?
I don't know. I don't think it makes a big difference, but this is just
The true and the false
a route that I was a little bit more comfortable
Should you follow the rules?
clean enough the inventory a little bit.
Genesis Square has almost like an indie studio.
So it does work.
Same route that we I'll mention now, actually, if I made an immediate right, you're going to see I'm going to go left. If I turn right instead,
Well, you're calling it a fairy tale. Well, I'm saying on your position, it sounds
go down
like
a
all
small
values.
flight of stairs, and
But you just told me you should follow what's true. Why
provide
not
you
follow
some
what's true?
basic sorcery stuff. You can go and visit him like when you're level 4, right?
We're almost done this.
Pick up the sorcery spells and the sorcery catalyst. If you
Well,
want
you
to go
said
down
science
that
can give, you said science gives us an insight
here,
into reality.
it'll actually
You
prove
said
to
that it
be
pertains to
not
what is
necessary.
true. And I said
You'll see
that
it.
the true relates to value judgments, like the true versus
Rev
false.
as well. I feel on these guys. It's good to
So that's
go off
value
your
judgment.
posts
You said
as well and
science doesn't
just
give
see if these
value
drop
judgment. So I'm trying to figure out why our followers is true. What's the basis for
and
your
if you get stuck in your lawn of ruins, especially in areas like where like climate change is so many things, don't put your heads in because there is nothing
That
more
wasn't
frustrating
explanation.
than
That's not an explanation for why I
telling
ought to.
you, I have never used it before. This is pretty cool. Wasn't surprised there. Go for a
That's not an
hand
explanation
with
for why I ought to.
my sword here. And I not only
That's
did
a
that
story.
at Skull Knight, but I also opened up that illusionary wall. I had no idea that existed. I had no idea.
Why
I had
is
no
that
idea at
telling
the
you
time
ought
what was
to?
going to be in this treasure chest.
You get an ought from an is?
I guess an upgrade material. Wasn't sure what it was going to be. See here.
By stating how things are,
So those are the ones that
doesn't tell me how they
get
ought to
your
be. So you can tell me all day long
weapon
that we're primates and we're
plus
apes.
10.
Okay, but how ought we live? What's the basis for the ethics and values? Because you there you go, you should follow what's true. Why should I? In your world, what's the basis for the should, the ought, value judgment, the
I mean,
ethics?
it's interesting to note you can find some there. You can find some in Fire Shrine, but almost nowhere else you can actually find
Right off the bat, it just looks like
items. This was a real game time decision right there. You would have run by. One of the just saved a little bit of time. I almost went the wrong way there as well. Going right instead of left. I just didn't want to, spend an extra like 3-4 minutes killing off all of those monsters. So instead, I just did a little bit of and this is words can't describe my frustration. At this point in the original commentary, I was talking about this, and I was talking about Great Wolf Sith. When you kill off Great Wolf Sith, you get the Covenant Laboratories. It's a ring that allows you to traverse the abyss. It allows you to enter the boss chamber, which is a fight before the gate in New Lawn Ruins here. And you have to put that ring on to enter the abyss.
You said that I should. You said I should follow what's true, namely the science. Why should I follow it? That's an ought. That's a value judgment. Ethics.
Covenant of Artorias.
Major European countries, Germany, they had a relatively small human population.
Okay, then I shouldn't listen to
Boss
you.
battles.
So I shouldn't
I got
listen to
some
you.
lightning buff there as well. 9 lightning buff.
Germany were fairly
Okay, but I'm asking you.
At this point in the commentary, I was just explaining and right skepticism about the Covenant of Artorias. I was so sure that
It's about value judgment itself. How is it possible in your world? It's a very simple question.
you can see here, leap of
the Final
faith,
Fantasy reinforced the
bring on
So,
up that
ethics, value judgments,
drop
a
down.
specific domain of philosophy.
Just wondering if you think it's real.
When you said that you should follow what's true,
I make a very
science,
foolish decision.
that is an ethical value judgment claim. But you're going to have to make good on that, given your natural
Claims never
and the
hear
history
that.
philosophy is called, can I get an ought from an
Oh
is?
no, actually that was just the
And the answer of course is that you can't. There's no
special.
ought. The science here gives you value judgments.
Man, I think Fluster just talked about this. Yeah,
So that's an
I took off that ring and did that. I could
I'm saying that your
when I was in the boss chamber, I put on Habal's
can't
so
even
that I
tell
could
me
move
if there
faster.
are value judgments.
I was sort of under that impression because
And yet you're turning around and saying auto evasive.
you can go to the abyss, man. You can use that Lord vessel, go to the abyss.
No, that's not. That doesn't tell me what's right or wrong. Their origin
Hang out
doesn't
there
tell
all
you
you want without the ring on. But apparently, when the before
what
you come
basis
across
should I
it,
follow it?
and you didn't realize it, and I took a bit of
Because it's a
damage
fallacy.
wanting to switch
You
on
know
my
what
false ring.
fallacies are? It's called the genetic fallacy. So the origin of something doesn't entail
Four
whether
kings are
it's
still alive.
that's a genetic fallacy.
Let's go take care of this. You're back
For all of the sophisticated
top down,
again, value judge progressing is a value judgment. So you can't tell me what it means to
you
progress.
have to fight at least 4 of them, sometimes even more. To get everybody 5 or 6. They have different attacks. The first one does more than a melee attack. The second one is magic.
Final Fantasy is
I
fantastic
switched on
on
very nearly strong shield versus magic. You can see it there, 80% magic. So I'm going to try to switch to one-handed if I've got a magical attack coming out, so I can block with the shield.
Despite
Magical
knowing
attack
what the
works
card's
in
effect
exile,
is,
it'll fall you into
you
sleep,
say
and you
say
can't ever get
gambles
into
on
like
the
a good
fact that if
like
someone is
half
really like him,
so I'm going to shield there. I've also put on some light equipment so that I can put me down with the covenant of words. So with this lighter equipment, I can still move quickly even with these fairy dragon. Finally, I have just taken a few minutes to upgrade my sword. Not gonna lie, I tried fighting this boss as it is, and with such a slow tail weapon, I just can't deal damage fast enough to kill off the first king before the second one comes. So it would end up being 2-on-1 or 3-on-1.
I
I've gone ahead and upgraded my sword from plus 10 to plus 14. You can't get it to plus 15 without a slash. The only other thing I want to point out is that, well, you saw I had this looting ring on before, and so I was using that to farm Dark Wraith warriors. I was calling them skulls. But I found out that those Dark Wraith warriors can drop Titanite chunks, so I use those chunks to upgrade this to plus 14. Just so you know exactly how I've gotten from where I was before to where I am now. Stay tuned to the end to try to stop this boss here.
seemingly lost, you say activate the final card by his hand, Synchron. Since he would take damage by a card effect, you can use this card and put it in his grave to negate the opponent's effect, and then see once the monster
This first guy
is equal to the control level of the you say vanishes, Ember in his hand, and Big Eater in his grave to negate the damage by Sandeon, and Synchro summons
that are all he's got a runaway with his very powerful AoE spell.
but there was no other reason. And then my ultimate turn, things go a little bit pear-shaped here.
From this guy
Abilities,
We needed to establish a magical king to James
Alright, first one down.
you say draws and gets speed spells to all this speed counters. So to activate the situation by sending into the email. Well, this card is on the field.
Get away from the worst.
Multiple combos when you put the blunt.
That's the attack I was describing before. There. See, that was exactly the plan. I switched my shield, hold up the shield, and
turn it upside down.
block that natural missile. It's so annoying. It chases everything on you, and it does a gigantic amount of damage. Oh no! I wasn't really sure what he was doing there. I wasn't familiar with that animation. So I guess, yeah, the second king can
With 7 speed counters, you say activate his speed spell.
do a grab.
You say you can now summon as many synchro monsters as possible. Synchro summon
Never.
Alright, get down.
You say summon Meachew Fairy Dragon, Black Rose Dragon, Larian Dragon, and Red Archie. He uses Lightning Dragon's second effect to make the level of supporting monsters on the field become a level 1 less. He chooses to use 1. You say choose his level 8 tuner Livestream Dragon with his 4 level 9 dragons to limit over excel synchro summon.
You do want to be pretty quick. Again, I
Poison
decided to
Dragon
do
is
these guys
unaffected by
because I've seen
opponent's
some other
turn.
videos on YouTube where
Defense effects that deal burn damage. You can attack as many times as the number of synchro monsters used for its material. In this case, it has
where
when it attacks,
don't
it
kill them,
negates
you basically just run away from them.
prevents
Picking that skeleton.
in this case, Time Lord's ability to
Yeah, this is kind of what I was actually talking about.
also, when it leaves the field, all monsters on the field are destroyed, and then it synchro summons Star Dragon. And so, you say enters this battle phase and attacks 4 times, destroying Meachew, Halon,
they say the metaphysical don't exist, but then they use metaphysical statements or claims or stories to then point to argue against the metaphysical, which is kind of nonsensical, which is weird. It's like, how can you argue against the metaphysical while using the metaphysical? Like, you can't argue against it. It's like, just because you use something doesn't make that thing valid. That's the way that it works. It's like, okay, in other words, 2 plus 2 equals 4, right? 2 plus 2 equals 4, and so on. So it's like, if you have 2 plus 2, 2 plus 2 equals 4. Two plus so okay, so 2 plus 2 equals 4. Even if let's say it's valid, right? So 2 plus 2 always equals 4. And 2 plus 2 is only 4. How does that tell you, or you come to the conclusion that whether it is it doesn't really work, because you can say, oh, okay, so how do you know that 2 plus 2 always equals 4? If you subtract the 4, it doesn't affect the way you relation, anything that requires a component to exist or do something in some way always going to be bad. I think at the end of the day, force has to be it is so
Gentlemen, I'm Hunter S. And I welcome everyone back for more Dark Souls. Tonight's episode of this Dark Souls game guide is going to cover Painted World Ariamis. And I am not going to lie, I have already died doing this commentary. And I just started again from the bonfire at the very beginning of this. And I died. I died falling off a ledge. I also died a little while ago from toxic. And sort of this is where my dilemma lies here. There are some monsters that are just around the next corner. And when they die, they explode. They release toxin.
think you have a choice over this. If you want
Once you hit one thing that straight up, I don't know if you're a photographer, and
something in life,
and I don't know how to kill them without getting
saying, you're really choosing, you're really have free will to figure out
you know what?
because
In this world, the vast world,
necessity of others,
because
because
we
most
cannot
people,
afford
they don't
you stuck here.
they never existed in trans became human. And the reason why is they
Here, girl,
already
looks like
have
she's at a horror movie.
Monsters kind of wall hide.
there
are a couple of these one-dimensional
a lot of people
two-dimensional
recruits.
here. There are two values from certain objects.
I don't think most
The first one off the edge, and you have this like two-dimensional. This
Dang, the other one really actually caught me off guard. This one's cut off from the other world for a reason or another, and I can't get to find your part, so I can't really see what's going on. Find a reasonable way past it.
Everything God does is good.
But we will do our best anyway. Dried finger, I actually have no idea what that is.
America's like, nope, can't have enemy on our roster.
The second dimension is light. The third dimension is a Z axis. So for the fourth dimension,
White rats down in the bottom of this little tower. Now I know that the regular rats have a good chance of dropping if you manage to white rats to drop this.
it's actually
Despite the fact that I actually have that cover this server really, man, I'm playing like garbage. Hey, these are fudgers. I've been telling you guys about.
How can we do
this could mostly be the
Maybe they're gonna kill them. They're gonna toxicate me. Oh, I'm gonna die because toxic lasts an extremely long time. Your health just slowly drops, and my current health plus the Estus class like maybe cover up like half of it. These guys right here, so I'm just gonna have to avoid them. There's no real other way around it. Lucky that they are pretty slow. They can fire and speed up towards them. Upstairs, out onto this small bridge here. And there are lots of little items out so, and you know, I'm not gonna lie, I've actually only played this zone once. A lot of the zones that we've sort of covered up to this point, I'm so surprised this occasionally this is kind of going to be the reality of this damn level. You're just like constantly evading bloody, bubble-headed, toxin spreaders. It's over here. One guy climbing the fence. Proud night. He's a pretty funky style of covering the particular zone. Well, not being really able to kill much. So, from here, let's head out over here. Okay. Now, in this area, you know what? I guess can we drop to the bottom? No. At least not from here. Doesn't appear to be safe. We'll get down there. We'll get down there in a moment. This is unbelievable, guys. I am getting harassed.
Just like another bubble. Lord, I gotta thank God.
Now, at the top of this kind of structure, there are more monsters. One of them just drops down onto the
Alright, I'm back now. Okay. Let's do the word of God husk first. I don't know what I want to talk about now. So So yeah, I've been listening to Who Financed Hitler by James Poole, but I'm going to skip it. It's almost 8 o'clock. The game that doesn't exist. Word of God has. I do like the. I do. I like the aesthetics of it. So what I'm listening to now is dark ambient drone horror music by Filthy Corridors by UFO Creations, something like that. I like virtual highlight though. I like the music. I like the music and aesthetics of it. Okay. You know, I'll keep it on highlight. I think it fits the calmness stream. Alright, I'll go for it. So what do I want to talk about? Well, I took a rest. I was actually thinking of taking a bath, but I might take it after or not at all because baths I'm kind of tired now, and I don't know if I want to take a bath right now. Anyway. Okay. The most boring video ever made. Microsoft Word tutorial 1989 by Whamtam. Well, I'm going to watch it a little. Actually, no, I'm not. So how far I am to the Hunter's Starcraft? Okay, Arab's Fade to Black. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch that. I kinda wanna get to Pama's Simple Modern Warfare 2 montage. I'm gonna skip it a little. I love Famas, he's cool, but nah. Famas Freefall 1001. Hmm.
Yep, desert gen. So stand in place with your weapon away.
I know people say highlight sucks on like virtual highlight, but I really like the aesthetics. I really like the music. Maybe I should play through it someday if I can get a working emulator for it. Alright, I gotta. I know I said this will be my longest video, but still might be that way. But yeah, still gonna be good.
Kill these slimes. Make it level up or something.
Yeah, this is going incredible. I still have the window open. I still got the heater going, and I'll probably keep them on for the rest of the time. I'll try out Artificial 2. I'm just gonna keep skipping until I either get something I like, or 12 Angry Men shows up. So I always wanted to do a watch of that. On play, Evil Dead, Hell to the King. Evil Dead, Hell to the King. Oh, I do like the aesthetics. I've never seen the game before, but I do love the aesthetics, man.
I know the best game of all time, right? Virtual highlight. Only this game was in the Virtual Boy.
No, I don't know. Well, it's a virtual highlight. It ends in, I think it's a full playthrough. I might just, skip through some of it. Well, to what I feel like. I want to go at least through all 700 plus videos first and try to give a brief description on some of them. I was going to say most, but some of them is probably more likely because it would be a repeat. So I was thinking about some stuff. I've talked about a lot, and I said I was going to talk about power scaling, so I still might do that, but first things first, I want to, I guess more talk, so what's on my mind. So I live a pretty nice life. It's easygoing, it's relaxing, it's fun. I have a nice family. It's really easygoing and I love it too. So I think that okay. You can barely hear me talking in my old stream that time. I have it turned up for like full blast, but you can't hear me. That's probably how soft-spoken my mic is, or how soft-spoken I talk. Either way, it's fine, because I think it works better sleeping-wise, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it really.
Back then, this was pretty impressive graphics. I mean, sure, it's like a bunch of sprites that you can see these trees are turning, they're just sprites. They're not really in any way, but,
So what's it called? Evil Dead, Hell to the King. So yeah, I'm probably going to skip some of it.
See like there's any
Probably to save. Well, I've skipped quite a bit of it, trying to save on time, but we still got a long way to go.
I don't know. Compared to stuff on, I don't know. SNES.
I don't know if I want to delete any of my older videos. I probably won't. It's good for archives. Because I do remember a 10-hour stream once, as I said before, the 10-hour stream went good till. Well, I'll try to look it up and see. I'll just talk about some other things like I'll talk about something like video games, maybe my favorite before I get into power scaling and all that, and then maybe talk about what I'm watching later, which I surprisingly don't do very much because I think I could just go rewatch it and think for it myself. So let's see, I'm going to go to my videos. I'm going to try to see if the videos that I put up are, so there was a 10-hour one. 10 hours, 19 minutes, and it stopped going. How many?
That arrow's pointing to this thing, so there's something you have to do with this thing.
I mean, it was like. Yeah, I stopped working at like the 8 hour and 30 minutes mark. Oh, it's more like the.
It's been a long time since I played the original highlight, but.
Well, it didn't stop working, but like the audio was still going, but it like froze, and then it unfroze. It froze, because back then it froze on meachew commentary number 11 calm stream. It froze and then it unfroze. So I'm kind of doing that same thing again, but this has been going much smoother. It's going way better. It hasn't frozen. I don't think it will on the stream. I'm talking a lot more. I think the only time I really talked was at the beginning. And I just left it up for 10 hours. And it's not a bad, I don't think it's a bad thing necessarily. But I think this is a little bit better than others.
This is gives you item descriptions. Consequence of spiritual power, more weapons gain more power.
This is better. And once I get to the Calm 11 stream at the bottom right corner, because I've been putting that and the calm streams in the same bottom right column. But I've been mostly keeping on my old streams, and putting them on the new stream as well. So you're gonna see 4 more screens down there.
Yeah, the virtual highlight one looks like it's...
And once we get to it, we'll see what happens. So,
yeah, I guess you have to use it to inspect it. I think there's some sort of scrolls.
Well, I did say there's a limited Omega stream. I don't know if I want to play video games. But we'll see. I've been kind of enjoying it. I don't, something that gives me, that I do it, I give people who stream for hours on end, I give them a lot of credit because I'm trying to eat some crackers. I give them a lot of credit because I don't know how they don't get bored of streaming. Like, how do you stream to like for 24 hours straight? Like, yeah, they take breaks and stuff, and it's important. You should get out and exercise. But people who do stream for long periods of time, they must have a whole bunch of patience, or are insane, or maybe they just love doing it. And I can see why. If you get money, it makes it easier to bear and stuff, but I wouldn't want to do it even if it wasn't that long. Now because I'm realizing that sitting there and trying to, because I barely have a chat to interact with. I couldn't imagine people who would have to keep the chat constantly entertained and stuff. I don't know how easy it would be for them to do that, but, well, maybe it would be easy, but, yeah, it just gives me, I have a lot of respect for them. Oh, well, because I plan on donating and stuff. But going back, my life is pretty good. I appreciate it. I love it. It's nice. It's cool. And I like it. I don't know the next break I'm gonna take, but honestly, I'm gonna take my next break when 12 Angry Men shows up. Stop it for a while and, I might allow the movie to play out, but I intend to watch the full thing, the fullness of the movie. Because that's one of the movies that I absolutely can't find faults in. 1957, the 1957 or 56, or whenever it was made, it's so good. It's 1957, and it's fully free on here, as with the 1997 version. And that Camp Crystal Charlie has actually reacted to it. So maybe I'll put it into there too.
That's good then. I mean, I enjoyed the Friendly Force game, so I'm sure it's going to be, like you're here.
And my life is going well. It's very relaxing, at least for me. I'm a reserved person. It actually doesn't take a lot in life. I'm satisfied with very little. I don't need a lot in life, and that's why I guess I'm boring to talk to because I'm reserved. I'm unbothered by things. I'm boring. I'm not charismatic. I just have a way of trying to treat people well. I try to treat others well. And I don't think there's a problem with treating people well, even if they disagree with you. Yeah. Okay, before I go on and move on, Evil Dead Held to the King. I really like the game's I like the game's atmosphere and aesthetics. And look at Highlight. Look at the medieval aesthetics. I think the slowness, the choppy frame rate actually adds to it. Evil Dead Held to the King on the PlayStation 1. Okay. Alright, I'm going to skip it. We don't need to skip. And I'm probably might skip a lot. Some of it. Eskil, the community montage by Eskil. I'm gonna skip that one.
There's no point around here, so we're gonna have to find whatever by ourselves. Is there a map here, or is there some kind of
Phase out agony, we are outnumbered by Nikki HD. I'm gonna skip that one too. I'm just going to skip a lot of some of these. As I said before, I'm just going to. Well, I'm not going to skip this one. I'm not going to skip this one because it's called Sirac by Thomas Conner. I do like the music here though. Alright, let's skip that. Alright, we're doing good. Let's play Shadow Terror, Everything is Broken by Dave Control. Shadow Tower, huh? Alright, you're gonna get skipped. So yeah, so I've been playing Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars Reforged and Rapamage, Best of MW2 by Raesco. Good montage. Came out 2 days before my birthday. But yeah, I'm not gonna watch it. No, I've listened and watched it too many times. And that's not what I care about right now. Does this Wizardry 4 Return of Wardna? This game might be the toughest game ever, and it's the review of Wizardry 4 by D Forte Game Reviews.
If you ambush them, it says gotcha, good doer. And you cannot cast spells either, but you can use special items.
So,
holy crap, I bet that someone came here and run across monsters in case for stuff of its own.
hope there's no like time limit.
So yeah,
Timers, lots of fun games. I don't like timers yet, so you're kind of implies
okay.
kills quite often in the game. And here is a case of most other
Labyrinth of the Demon
King.
King.
Luck Soul did not cast, so considering this one is one of the first, that's a good
That looks like a cool game.
Not bad. Yeah.
Yeah, Wizardry 4 is gonna be hardest games ever. Like, that game is tough. Like that game is so tough, so hard.
The game has a lot of comedy. This is actually a very fun part. See these different mottos. Come on.
Yes, I'm getting itchy sometimes.
Now this one's fun because it says murder you shall pay, but they're evil alignment, so why are they calling you murder? This game is extremely difficult. It does not have any you can get done
Labyrinth of the Demon King.
and then you run across the enemies. That's the next step. It doesn't care. So you have to do a lot of planning for what types of monsters you summon based on what types of enemies you could potentially fight.
Oh, Moist Critical played it.
What mainly makes this game so difficult is you cannot do what's called
That's pretty cool. YouTube Jesus did. YouTube Jesus.
You're gonna be dying a whole lot in this game.
Oh, I'm gonna skip it.
Monsters survive combat. We're gonna die, the game's over. And again, the spellcasters in this
Wait.
game are completely imbalanced. So much.
I'm gonna pause the virtual highlight stuff for a
You
second.
can't save the game, luckily. And when you do, it kicks you out. Which you might think is not a big deal. It's actually a huge deal. Which leads me to the next point to talk about this game. When you do restore with all your items and monsters and on the map, but every enemy
He's kind
on
of
that level that you cleared out respawns. All the traps respawn, everything. Makes it extremely difficult. You have to figure out when's the best time to save the game. Straight combat isn't the only way to die. You can fall down
okay.
pits. You can step on landmines.
Religion debate. Islam versus Christianity.
Which
Sam Shamoon, Jay Dyer versus David Hikachu and another Muslim. You know what? Yeah. I'll keep it on here.
And what this is it's the ghost of Trevor trying to find you. And eventually, if you don't leave that level, he can touch you and instantly kill you. Game's over.
I'll turn it up a little bit more.
And that's completely random. You really don't know when it's going to happen. Trevor, of course, being the first employer, trying to get you to get the
Alright, let's go. Let's resume virtual
Now,
hideout.
in this game, fighters, as I mentioned, pretty much suck. They can really, at most, kill one monster at a time. And normally they just do straight damage. Ninjas can be more, they can actually decapitate but the spellcasters, they're the real bang.
Thinking of taking another break, but I don't know if I want
They
to.
often cast spells that just do ridiculous amounts of damage.
Actually, yeah, I'll be back.
But even then, like a lot of the 95.
So as I mentioned earlier, there's special events that
Other
can
stuff
happen.
in 95.
Search for the
At the end of the year
statue.
because I don't have exact dates for them. So
Hellhound.
I think I don't have an exact kind of month of release or day.
Sometimes the monster just
They put at the end of the year.
unfair for what level you're at.
Typically, when you get to December of that year,
Sometimes you're just getting your ass kicked, and your only option is to try to flee.
Less of a problem later on, but
So luckily that is an option in combat. So when you flee, you basically just back up one square and get away successfully.
The AI in the game is pretty horrendous. Sometimes you'll be kicking the party's ass, and your monsters just start running.
Yeah,
Including some undead, like rotting corpses. I thought they were supposed to be fearless.
That's the first part of Persona.
Another bad thing I do, spellcasters will sometimes cast silence on enemies that can't possibly cast spells, such as assassin
version
and
second
fighter.
part.
Now, one of those things where you get like there's this guy that I kept running across the internet who kept stealing my damn items. You can tell they're gonna steal by looking at the status at the bottom of the screen. A lot of times they're successful. Damn it, Abdul. Not again. Well, the game does have some pretty cool graphics. Like the samurai here on the left.
Well, the fact that it actually shows the items on you,
graphics are
I mean, that's not too bad.
I don't know what that's
We got armor, and we got armor, we got shields,
and dispel.
So, I mean, the graphics, I mean, so the world looks pretty detailed.
Now, I kept running across this guy.
Frame rate was kind of indoors is just horrendous.
Yeah, well, what I found out was people were able to submit their party members to
First person, I mean, insides were pretty much first person most of the time.
So hey, Apple, if you're out there, somehow run across this video, put a comment. I'm curious to see if you know who you are and actually have this character. Anyway, your character sucks. Sorry to tell you. I kept killing him once, and he kept coming back. I didn't understand what was happening. And then I finally realized that if you paralyze or put a character out of commission without killing him, you can run across this again. Poor Luke Apple.
Yeah, that's
He
kind of
got taken down so many times.
That's best to put that armor on. It's all
It does work sometimes. Here it says we're about to battle
like a digitized human.
What the heck? Look at that outfit.
Summer does not like
kind
animals, I gotta say.
costume. The guy's hiding inside
A sword or something, right?
It says he's a ninja. But anyway, I was afraid to fight it because it gave me that warning. It ended up not being that hard. You can't decapitate.
Yeah, Feral Condor is
It's not really that big of a deal.
little classic.
Now, you do need monsters, as I mentioned earlier. You get a list of items.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And
Eventually,
you
you're
generic
you went all into that.
Luckily, you're not using bishop in this game to identify. You can see what they are.
Sword.
One thing that wasn't great was my inventory kept going up. Carried 8 items. And the other thing that was kind of annoying is I kept finding this great equipment, such as chainmail +1, shield +1, even a dragon's lair, and I couldn't equip it because I'm the magic kid. Here we have this thing I found called the beating. We don't know what it is.
Poison devil. You have a way of using it, of healing it.
Alright. 23 gold, here you go.
Okay, then
you can kind of see the profile of his face. You can kind of see the legends like flying
items
around.
can't be used in combat. In
There's
fact,
no way of panning the camera behind him in front of him or anything like that.
Came out of nowhere, man.
others have to be used from the
Maybe he's gonna be cut soon where he shows up in.
such as the amulet telling you where it's located in the maze. Some items can't be used directly. You have to do
Special
quick.
Same thing with that.
And even if you don't switch the item, ask you both the special items.
Light attack was done.
Not really sure why this is the case, why you have to do this way instead of just using the item.
There's
That's
probably no need to
the
carry on that club anymore. I don't imagine there's a way of like selling it or anything.
A lot of times you're not really sure what the item is. Here I found this thing called Breath of
Well, that's the
Life.
thing. It's an RPG right here.
little confused. And I find out it's
Probably make them look like generic.
The thing about scuba and moonshine
It's kind of like JRPGs make their characters generic.
fresh air. You don't know what purpose you had.
Put yourself in their shoes.
I've used it more than once in the same armor too.
So much stuff.
Sometimes you find something like a holy liquid.
So yeah, there ends up being the same, but be careful with that guy.
What the heck is that? Well, that ends up being a special item that allows you to cast this positive spell, which is tilted.
Some of the stuff's probably
Mass destruction
first, I would imagine. Stays in the middle of the
There's a fetch quest to get forward
a special item
save any
meant to be destroyed. And others are basically quest items.
So what else can we do around here?
Let's figure out what the hell this tool is.
Sometimes the only way to get a special item is to purposely put yourself
That too, then. The fairy tears. Okay, the fairy tears is like a teleportation thing, but teleports us back to the entrance.
but to get the necessary
No?
quest item, you need to. Now, how would you know to do this without playing the game?
Scroll.
Just taking risks. The game is really big.
Okay, so there's a cursed,
Browsing over here.
Also has
cursed scroll. Definitely want to throw that away. Armor.
sometimes you have to figure out which items to use
Every single bit of text
such as in Venus Temple, sacrifice in order to gain
This guy has a little bit of
That scroll is not fun.
Strider to be Miko Balmor is fast. There's no trouble with wild.
You need the
get the right
some scrolls that let you identify them. And definitely roll like I'm assuming if you pick up something with another one of them, it'll tell you where it is.
They all have different abilities. The sword I chose is called the Dragon Ball. It's kind of strange that the mage can equip it and say, hey, I'm not going to like
The reason I definitely expect it
damage with your attack. It also gives you the ability to regenerate it. You can see where it says my hits of guards plus and all that over time.
Generally never have to talk to guard or
I'm sure that the designers came up with a cool way to deal with it.
One's magic and one's regular.
That you find this black box that allows you to
There's no point in carrying around
quite a few items inside. But even though it has quite a few slots, you end up pulling it up Now, one thing that I'll warn you about is never put the black box inside the black box.
That's a good question.
Try it and see what happens.
I'm assuming.
There it goes.
Well, maybe it is. Maybe it's randomized until you actually inspect it. I guess I could try using that item against fairy tears at this point.
Yeah, obviously it's
Still don't one-shot that.
so of course that should
It's way better than the other one.
It's probably not a good idea to
It's quite expensive.
I do have a good item equipped. Of course, I can't get rid of it. It's just a little plane next to it. So this game costs 16. Of course, higher on it's terrible. Another interesting item to find
What charge you that one now?
yeah, what charge you?
Thing 3D, yeah, I mean, you can have that to like quick. Compressor 3D and
You can also find a yellow card, which ends up being get out of jail free card. Yeah, you can see all the witty humor in this game. Use it.
You want these tear-ups, and I'm going to wear one myself.
You're actually trapped in a cage.
Only stated several things about what
yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, 'cause that's the whole point of the seed, right?
Either a bug or how
You can show that you have the
Two different seed options, 40 different items.
cases.
You got the plate armor right off the bat, and magic sword pretty early, so
guys,
the RPG quest seed was pretty good.
Nobody said that you believe that the attributes of person, so that's a misdirection. First of all, you already admit that Paul taught the Trinity, and I think Ijaz
On the same level, I ran it
I guess I should have just.
butterfly.
I'm back again. So what I might do, and I'm trying to kind of lose it a little. It's been a while. So I might play video games. So I'm gonna play video games. I turn some of it low. I'll turn that down. That's down. I want to turn that down slightly. I'll turn that down. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna do. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm only on video 69 of 749. What I'm gonna do is this. I'm going to go through it quickly. I'm going to scroll through all of them. A lot of it is Call of Duty montages. A lot of it, most of it is gameplay of other games. But I still want to watch, like, what's it called? Virtual Hideout. That was a way to play games and have this open at the same time. I would. Have YouTube? Well, actually, there might be a way to do it, but it wouldn't be very fun. You go to full screen first. So the last one is Drop Dead Beautiful by Shahan. I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot of videos to get through. A lot of videos to get through. And okay. Alright, something I'm going to check. How am I supposed to play split game and play this other stuff at the same time while showing both of them? Because if you can only use like 3 screens, yeah, let's try it. It may go weird, but you know what? There's a first time for everything. There's a first time for everything. There's a first time for everything. I don't know when I'm gonna do this, but I'm crazy, kind of. So let's see if I can actually do this. If I go through with it, it has to be windowed. Well, it can't be full screen, I don't think, because otherwise. So it's going to be windowed, and it's going to be smaller, 720p, maybe even lower. You know, like having a small split screen. Well, since I play with against bots anyway, I don't think it'll be too bad. Unless the game lags too much. Like, there's no way you can play Okay, so you're not disconnected, reconnecting. Where is the game at? Oh. Yeah, I know it's going to be tough, OBS. I believe in you, bro. I believe in you. Come on, OBS. Alright. So I got to... I'm going to resize it at least down to 720p so that I could take less of the load off. Alright. Here. So I'll go to windowed. Yes, keep these settings, yes. This is insane. This is insane. Look at this. Look at what I'm doing. Are you okay, Matthew? It's like... Okay, well, at least I managed to get it to work somehow. I don't know how I did it, but I somehow did it. This is insane. Alright, let's go. Oh, dude. I'm crazy. Alright. Oh, goodness. Goodness gracious. And Chronicles. Alright. Never mind, I accept it. So, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to... Maybe I should just change it to the smallest level because... Like, who would do this except me? Who's crazy enough? Who's crazy enough? It's like, you're crazy, Matthew. Alright, what do you do? I'm gonna see if I can just go to the smallest resolution possible, because it's not like you need all of it. What? Like, this is crazy. The info lag is atrocious, but that's not surprising. I gotta kill some though. There's a lot of lag in this, but I will get through it. So you know what? Let's change the... I'm going to change the resolution to even lower. It'll take the load off, though. It'll take the load off. I don't know how you're gonna kill me, though. I'm doing pretty good. But if this was like with more competitive people or players, which I didn't even play before that much. I mean, I've played them a little, but alright. Well, Guts got a good kill feed. I'm not doing half bad. I'm still gonna try to lower it though. Alright. Game. So I don't know if I'm. Well, I'll just try to talk about different stuff anyway. So yeah. I'm just surprised I'm doing as well as I am. Even given the handicap of it. I don't know how these bots are not like killing me. They don't suck. Some bots have absolutely marked my team. Some of them have. Yep, I'm gonna die if I stay over there. Are they coming over here? No. So what should I talk about? As I'm playing on a small screen. So I don't know. Well, wasn't I going to talk about power scaling or something? Yeah, I think I was. Well, how? I don't know how I got that, but. Oh, come on, you couldn't get an assist from me, bro? Well, we won. 21 kills, huh? Okay, okay, let's just go forward.
Yeah, so there's a lot to say here. They keep saying that I'm Southern D this and Southern D that. Me and Hijaz are on the same page. All of these issues.
Yeah, I think that there's a reason why I know why I'm experiencing slowdowns because there's too much stuff going on. Alright. I'm really impressed with how well it's handling it. So what I'm going to do though is I'm going to fast forward some stuff through montages. The Princess Bride clip, it's great. Okay, well, let's see. Let's go all the way up to the lowest it'll go, and that is 768p.
The problem with the Trinity is that Jesus has a separate mind.
It doesn't age as well as like.
I mean, what? Who wouldn't do that?
Early mind versus the best of like separate entity era, and the best of the
Alright, so this is the absolute lowest resolution it'll go. And I still am going to, or if I can, I'd like to resize the window. Yeah, Princess Bride is great. This clip is about the Battle of Wits, and the guy was technically correct about Wesley having the strength to he was correct. It's just that his pride, because Wesley or whatever, however you say his name, is that he was immune to both of the drinks, but the guy didn't know because he didn't have to drink both of the drinks. You know, all that Wesley said was that you can play it, you don't have to drink it, and he never said which goblet you have to drink out of. Because in the book, I think he's more nervous because the guy starts to catch on. Good movie, good clip. People can watch it yourself if it's on YouTube. It'll be in other places too. It's a very good clip. Alright, it's smaller. Yeah, let's just play it here. Let's just play it. Let's just play it here. Alright. So, this is pretty good, because usually I play video games and I don't talk at like the same time, but in this case, I'm okay with it. You know, I learned something new, that even if you have multiple windows playing and stuff, is that it can still do very well. It's pretty cool, it's pretty awesome. It's small, and I wouldn't recommend it, but it's possible. And it's pretty cool. Oh wait, no, I want to go back to virtual highlight. Well, I think it's running much better now, but that's because I lowered it. Although I lowered it to the lowest level resolution, but that's okay because you don't really have to have a high resolution anyway. It's kind of hard to see, but I'm not doing it because I'm trying to act some like big shot or anything. I'm just showing that I can. Call me a madman, call me a mad scientist. AVGN! AVGN! Angry Video Game Nerd. Dire. I love that show with James Rolfe. James Rolfe. He's the angry, forsaken nerd. Before I it's kind of hard to find out where they're coming from because the screen's so small it actually makes it very hard to it's very hard to track these people. Okay, probably coming over here so. So maybe I should talk about some things. And I will talk about some power scaling. So I like power scaling. I actually used to do it long before I heard about Seth, Chuck, Webcam, Parrot, Clyde, Swag, all those people, Noodles, and Advent, and all that stuff. I actually really do appreciate those because they made me a much better skiller. Before I got into Seth or whatever, those people, God bless them, God bless Geekdom as well. Most power skillers and a whole bunch more that I don't remember. But, a lot of them do actually believe in Jesus Christ. That's pretty cool. So, before I watched like Seth and stuff, I actually debated who would win between, Bugs Bunny and, Bugs Bunny and Goku, and I would go actually, go turn around and say that it's like, go turn around and say, well, this is a waste. So it's like I would go around and say that, because like on lounge forums it was like a lounge chairs, something lounge forums, and there was a lot of debate saying, who would win between Goku and Bugs Bunny, Goku versus Superman. This was actually back in like 2012, if not earlier. So I didn't hear about Seth or anybody else, and I said Bugs Bunny would win, and I didn't say it. Bugs Bunny would win other than, he wouldn't win. He would win only because he has Toon Force, and that was my argument. I would say Bugs Bunny would win because he had Toon Force, and Goku did it, and that allows Bugs Bunny to win. Of course, this was before I knew about like higher dimension scaling and how to properly interpret context, feeds and stuff, but based on other things and whatnot, I wouldn't, you couldn't blame me for not knowing. You can't blame me, for not knowing that, you can't blame me for not knowing, that AVGN Season 10, okay. How can people blame me, or blame other people? I don't even know what I was talking about anymore. But I think people try to, oh my goodness, I'm drawing a blank. Drawing a blank here, guys. I'm drawing a blank and I don't know why. Oh yeah, okay, so I don't remember what he's talking about. Log in, lock in. Well, let's just do this.
Slip on that? That thing looks like a hole. You put the straight way, wrong way is a hole there. Almost stick right this
Oh yeah, talking about AVGN and stuff. Oh yeah, wait, no, it was power scaling, okay. I'm starting to lose it sometimes. I don't know what's happening. It's kind of hard to pay attention, but yeah, power scaling, yeah. So the lounge chair stuff, I was actually doing that stuff in like 2012, and I just said, Bugs Bunny beats Goku because he has Toon Force. But the reason why it's like yeah, he has Toon Force, so Bugs Bunny wins because Goku doesn't. Of course, as I was gonna say earlier, this was this is before I learned. This was before I learned about how to take feats in context, try to do 8, attack potency, destruction, DC, destructive capability, etc. and all that stuff. But back in like 2012, if not earlier, I didn't know how to properly scale things and stuff. I didn't know how to properly scale characters and stuff. I kinda just go to more off intuition, and maybe you could make an argument, because a lot of times in debate, it's not really about what you know, it's just about who you can convince, and it's about what you can more so get away with. If you can get away with rhetoric, then you can actually you can get away with rhetoric. You can flat out say that you can just say that one character beats another, and if there's no good rebuttal, even if you know that's not true, you can just say it with rhetoric, and I could just say you can beat him because that guy's he's stronger. Of course, I don't think Goku would lose, because even if you want to argue from Duck Amuck and say, well, there's a case for Bugs Bunny being out of Versa due to that, you can say that about different characters too. You can say that about Goku as well. And this is canon Goku. This isn't CC Goku. This isn't Xeno Goku. This isn't Jump Force Goku. It's not, God forbid, God Fusion Goku. It's just regular Goku, and you can get him there via a Raleigh scaling. You can get him via a Raleigh scaling. If you get him via a Raleigh scaling, you can actually, because a Raleigh is infinitely transcending her own existence over and over an infinite number of times, makes you out of Verso, at least low outer. And the difference between low outer Verso and regular autoversal is this, is that regular outer, if you're low autoversal, you exist beyond dimensions, but you're not conceptually, you're not above the concept. Being above the concept of something is way different than being above, it's way different than being above just the existence. So you can like physically exist above all the dimension, which is high hyperversal and versus wiki and versus battle and stuff. And if you're high hyperversal, they would just say that you're 12D, and if you're higher than 12D, you are actually low autoversal, because you exist, if you exist above the dimensions, you qualify for low autoversal, right? Because you exist as a physical entity. But if you, for example, if you exist higher than that, so let's say, for example, if you exist on a higher, plane of existence, if you exist on a higher plane, alright, I'll go to the Tyson versus Tucker, Tony Tucker. But going back to the power scaling, if you say that, so if you say that, if you say that Goku scales above a Raleigh, who infinitely scales above, her own verse, and she was able to run backwards in time, giving her, infinite speed. She has something like, it's not inaccessible speed, because inaccessible speed is moving through zero time, so it's maybe irreversible speed. I don't remember, but it's a higher speed than infinite, and it's a higher speed than inaccessible. And then the highest speed is called irrelevant speed, which allows you to just be in two places at once. So for you can be on the sun while, having a sandwich on Earth at the same time, and it's not a doppelganger, it is you, it's just that you're so fast that you're doing it through sheer speed. So the speed, okay, let's get this party started. Okay, so who do I think would win between Bugs Bunny and Goku? Back then I thought Bugs Bunny, but do I think, I'm gonna try to go through both of them and try to, because a lot of power scaling people don't agree, because it's just interpretation, so you can't actually know. Like, for example, you can, because people can interpret the same feats differently. They interpret the same feats differently, and that's how they interpret the same feats differently. they interpret the same feeds differently, and that's why well, I'm not doing so hot as Wicked, but I think it's understandable given everything else. But based on what I think is that I think it's kind of hard to argue for Bugs Bunny being out of Verso, because even if you want to claim that Duck and Lucky's above space and time, being above space and time doesn't necessarily make you out of Verso. You could just be above space and time from a particular dimension. So 3D being is technically above space and time too, but only relative to but it's only because it's relative to like a 2D being. A 3D being is above a 2D being, and if you technically are above space and time from a 3D perspective, but you're not above space and time as a concept. Being above the concept of something is more impressive. It's more impressive to be above a concept than simply being above the concept. Being above the concept physically is low outer. I would say existing above dimensions is impressive and qualifies for low outer Verso, but being above the concept of dimensions is a different beast altogether, because you're not just above something physically, you're above something conceptual-wise. Being above something conceptually is way bigger deal than just being above something. It's way above, and it's way more impressive, because being above the concept of something is way more important than just being physically above something. They're both above something, but it depends on to what extent. A low outer Verso being is above dimensions, but it's not above the concept of it, at least physically. An outer Verso being is just above the concept, and so they're not even in the same playing field. They're not in the same stratosphere, because a low outer Verso being is way higher than a high hyper Verso, and a outer Verso, and a outer Verso being is way higher than a lower outer Verso being, and then you have high hyper Verso, and a high hyper Verso being is to the same extent that a outer Verso being is to like a 3D being. So if you're a high outer Verso, it's way stronger than just being baseline outer Verso. Outer Verso and high outer Verso are they're so far away from each other. They're like way higher. I think I need to change my...
go anything, you don't get this higher mass, like that's cool. Trying to figure out what the hell you need to go.
Yeah, but oh yeah. So going back to who I think would win between Goku and Bugs Bunny, I think Goku has the edge. I think there's a way stronger argument for him being universal than you know, Bugs Bunny. Well, I think both of them have arguments, but the reason why, it's also because of cosmology. You know, Goku in just the Battle of Gods arc, so this is early Dragon Ball Super, was threatening the multiverse with Beerus by simply punching, and they even had to hold back their power, because otherwise, it would be too powerful. It would be way too powerful. It'd be way too powerful. And I think that people are nuts. Alright, I'm not doing so hot. One day I do want to be at that. Jeez, man. It's like I can't win anyway, man. Yeah, they got juked out. How did that? He didn't die. But yeah, I think Goku wins because he has a much stronger claim to being universal. He has a better. He's got better. He's better. He has a better argument, even taking away the cosmology, even taking away Arale. I think the low ball for Bugs Bunny is 4D, the high ball is low universal. The low ball for Goku is multiversal. The high ball, I think, is just baseline universal because he scales to a character that scales higher than an infinite, scales higher than a 12D being, and that was just in regular Blue, and that was still an early Dragon Ball. So you could just make the case once he gets Ultra Instinct and the turn of power, he could be even way higher than that. I just don't see how Bugs Bunny would be able to win, even if he has Toon Force. It's kind of like saying Luffy wins. It's kind of like saying Luffy wins. It's kind of like saying Luffy wins, well, because Luffy wins. Because, well, Luffy wins because he has Toon Force. But that doesn't mean all Toon Force is created equal. Not all Toon Force is equal. Not all Toon Force is created equal. People need to get over it, though. Don't worry, once I play this back. Alright. I was gonna listen to the Samson and J. Dyer versus Team Wrestling debate, but I don't know if I want to right now. LSD Cream Emulator revamped. So should I keep on the calm streams? Should I? Well, what do there's Islam versus Christianity. Well, I want to listen to another conversation. Andrew Wilson to Nick Fuentes response to Charlie Kirk assassination. Well, let's see. Still trying to find. So it's like, oh, okay. Oh, let's see. I don't know. Well, let's. I would watch him versus Buster Douglas, but I don't know. Horror, what is horror? By Asia Aesthetics. Oh, let's do the history of Dungeons and Dragons now. Let's do that. I'm kind of starting to get a little bit winded. Good thing I slept a lot earlier though. Now what am I doing? LS Dream Emulator.
The first PS1 game I'll be playing is actually the next game after this is
I can't find it. LS Dream Emulator revamped. So there's a revamped version too. So you know what? Maybe because I like the aesthetics here of LSD. I've always have. So I think it's pretty cool.
technically as when S1 was released, there wasn't PS1 version on PS7. But
alright,
PS1 and 1 basically identical, so there's no point in playing both of them. I'm obviously going to be playing one I own, the better version, so.
Nine of the creepiest bootleg hat. Oh, I already watched that in my audo video. So why would I do it now? Okay, well, The Life of Jesus movie, that's a good movie. You should watch that. Raiden Chronicles, First Maids, Iraq Plays, Elder Scrolls, Oblivion, Retrospective, Silent Hill. Okay, so there's Villainous. Number 35 from the Bonart, the Villainous channel, YouTube channel. It's like, she wouldn't kill a kid, would she? So she threatened it.
codes that they have.
So it's right here. Like, she wouldn't threaten it, would she?
They make you like really like, oh man, can you? I mean, was there like a countdown? Put another quarter now. Strength of where it means you're very, very that's good too. One of the games that you don't see anything full screen, right? The games that people, I mean, most of the games that nobody.
See, they should have more people, villains, or villainous like that. Alright, well, I'm done watching that. So I'm saying I'm kind of done with that now.
Either way, it's not any better than later on.
Okay.
What's it? It's one of those games like people are like, what the hell is that way? I've never heard of virtual house. People are like, oh man, I want to see him suffer play this piece of crap. But like seeing ice cream suffer. Everyone's ecstatic. I swear. So it's not terrible though. I'm enjoying it so far. Definitely different. That's the thing. This era, I mean, there's nothing like this in this era. It's extremely common later on, yeah, but this era.
Another villainous thing. Or a video. So yeah, I think more women should be depicted as villains and stuff. Alright. LSD revamped. Okay. Alright, Drifters, Black King vs. Bronze Dragon. It's a cool anime.
Like it's not a -1 or anything.
You know what I should do? Well, I will do this, but I kind of want to watch the LSD Dream Emulator. Dream Emulator revamped.
I can't even attack. Wow. I can't attack, it's just like stun blocks me. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Within the original scenes are go for that kind of Baldur's Gate hardcore style look right behind you.
Alright, well, at the same time, y'all just have that playing and the background just for a little bit. Well, it is 40 minutes, so I'll do that. Rewind that, but yeah, I think Goku wins, beats Bugs Bunny. So, the black, so who is, the black came from the Drift is animated by BT's. They won't reveal it because they said it's too controversial. Alright. Well, let's listen to the Neon Paul stuff.
Yeah, it's surprising we actually had on sort of randomly generated things here. You look at
Okay.
Randomly generated dungeons or just like this, they were created dungeons that randomly picked, but come on.
Here we go.
I'm doing a lot of damage in this area. Get stuff that doesn't do much damage to the board. Yeah, take no secrets. There's another one that this thing is like horrible.
There we go.
This one is horrible. So far, it's not bad. I mean, can we get coke? Oh, it's not. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that'd be a pain in the ass from that.
It is called Neon Palm
Almost seems kind of fair.
Vaporwave Mix and Video.
Trying to figure out what the hell you need to go.
It's very good. Okay. Alright, I'll put it down a little. Alright. Well, I don't need to see it to listen to it, so I can just listen to it. Can't really hear the lo-fi much. Alright, there we go. People keep trying to invite me to their games. I'm like, no. Like, I respect you, I like you, but nah. Okay, so I can change the crosshair.
somewhere between safety and rest.
Let's try to.
The time can go up to like 99 hours.
Well, how do I change? Okay. Change the pulse. Crosshair color. What am I doing? Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I don't need to. Maybe it won't let me change it because it's too slow. It's too small. Yeah, oh well. Where's the lo-fi? Yeah, I'll try to turn it up a little bit more. Alright, I'm ready now. Ready. So hard because sometimes, like, I think the thing, that small thing is like, the small thing above the ring is like, I keep thinking that's the, reticle and it's not. Alright. Let's do it. And I still intend to go through every video. Are you joking? Darn. Wow, I thought I killed those guys. Well, at least I have an excuse now. I always did though. Okay. She's gonna probably come up over there. That was surprisingly fruitful. I'm getting kind of the hang of it now. So So I'll try going closer.
Once I find that guy, whatever, I won't worry too much with it. Eventually, first I let it scroll purge. That's not happening.
Alright, I'll move it like back a little.
What the hell? This man is
Darn, man. These bots are kicking my butt.
probably are. So I mean, Kobolds in here are probably tougher than
They're all over there. Like, how come like those bots are good, but mine can't? What? I don't know what that was.
Iron armor. Particularly getting murdered by one that actually has an effect.
It's like they can't get it or something. We're probably gonna lose unless I clutch it up. Oh, they are all those are bots. Everyone is a bot except for me. Makes sense. Dang it. Oh, we're not probably winning. And if we do win, it's gonna be the skin of our teeth.
Magic sword +1. We'll find some pick nail +1. There's another super armor plastic pick nail as well.
Oh, we actually won, and I did the best somehow. Well, I proved myself wrong. I guess I can beat the MVP. Even in unfortunate circumstances. Go me. Go me. Go me.
Steps to your left. Steps to your left. It's like a one. That's probably
maybe a slight change of plan. After the neon palm thing is done, I'll just probably I'll probably skip a whole bunch of videos. I mean, I'm not tired, but I am getting bored. Yeah, I have a newfound respect for people who can stream for this long without kind of going, Google crazy.
Wow, an RPG where you can actually up-level things. Bro, it's time. Up to 1080 would help so much in terms of visual quality.
Well, ultimately, so I've scrolled through the whole thing. I've scrolled through the whole video playlist, but I still want to go to some appropriate ones. Alright, is fucking, yeah. Let's play it still. So, I'm going to try to talk now. I don't think this would work as well as I thought it would. Now, do I want to play something like Marsh, even though I've played his videos over and over and over? No, I think it's more important that I play my videos. More than his, because I played his videos and my videos. AVGN, home streams? Is there, a shuffle playlist? You know what? Let's not shuffle it. Let's just loop it. Because having AVGN in the background is it's pretty good because I sleep to AVGN a lot. And this will just help it. It'll help it too. What game? Sonic 06, Planet of the Apes. And these are okay. Treasure Master. Oblivious, Robocop games. Let's go to AVGN Season 12, Earthbound. I like this episode of it. And you know what? Just play and listen. It's not like you're a professional anyway. But play it for fun, man. Play it for fun. so much bots. So much bots. Why the bots? Why the bots? Why the bots? Okay. It is almost 10 o'clock. And I've been streaming since, what, 4? I don't know how much longer I have in me. Yeah, try to push through, Matthew. I at least want to go through at least somewhat each portion of my old videos. I want to see how the 4-player split screen looks on an even smaller screen. Well, you should have killed me when you had the chance with that guy. Wait. Wait, what? Oh. There's no bots on my team. Right, currently. That's okay. I don't understand it. It's like well, I kinda do. I wanna go up. Sometimes I'll go up here. It's like impossible. Well, I don't know how that happened. I managed to beat him somehow. Don't know how that happened either. Sniping with it, like on this screen. Like, no way. I hate him though. I managed to...
Because, it makes sense that you can't bring something around your neck and something on your eye.
Yeah. See ya. I got dipped out of there. So yeah, I dipped out of there. See ya. I can't believe I managed to juke him out. Thing is, even if you go closer, it's still hard to see stuff because the resolution is so low. Well, it's more of a screen, but it's a combination.
Okay, that makes sense then. Class normal, what kind of weird ass class is that?
Where are they coming from?
It's hard to say that on spectators. All the spectators.
Alright, fine, I ain't got a kill with it. I got one. No, they're gonna be over there or over here.
Status attack, this guy, and you got that for free. Or say something that has nothing
29 more ammo, and then 14 bullets. So I still got enough, kind of. Again, I mean,
So I need 2.5 pounds, or sorry, I need 1.5 pounds more foot max to put that. See how fast this one rates for LPs. I was getting for wet block.
well, I got a headshot, so.
Only am I getting more is stuff ticking faster.
I haven't died for the longest time up here. Because bots are kinda stupid if you know how to do it. That's why I think AI bots that can more adapt to your difficulty are better. Because bots they'll just do the same stuff. Like even when I'm at a disadvantage, you kinda know where they're going to go. Like, yeah, this is campy gameplay, but I don't care. So what should I talk about? In the meantime, I've talked about a lot of different stuff. Maybe I'll talk about how people shouldn't idolize other people. People should not idolize people because, as Jesus Christ says, the more perfect you expect someone to be, the more the disappointment when they don't exactly behave in a perfected way like Jesus. There's a reason why everyone is compared to Jesus, because he treated women well, he treated outcasts well, he treated people you thought wouldn't be accepted by society well, and for all intents and purposes, Jesus might have been a feminist. Well, maybe not a feminist as the modern feminist, but he was feminine with them and he respected them. I appreciate that Jesus would respect outcasts. He respected the stranger, the foreigner. That doesn't mean he wants you to be a doormat and overrun, but he did respect them a lot. Dude, it looks so weird. But he did respect them a lot, and I think that deserves our respect too. That deserves our respect too. The reason why I think it deserves our respect is that if you respect them, like Jesus respected people, but it's not really supposed to when it was cringe to do so. So I give him a lot of credit for that. And the reason why I don't idolize anyone else except Jesus is because I've said before, the higher the expectations, the more the disappointment. And Jesus says you shouldn't idolize people for probably that reason and another reason. He says you shouldn't idolize people or things that can't live up to God. Jesus didn't have to say, I'm God, worship me, to be that thing, by the way. I think, as I've said before, many hours ago, that saying that Jesus has to say he's something to be that thing, I think is a misnomer. It's a non sequitur, as I've said before. Well, non sequitur is more that your point A does not, it does not follow, the conclusion does not make sense. Doesn't make sense for the conclusion. So yeah, doesn't make sense for the conclusion. That's why people should not rush to conclusions so early, as I also said. But yeah, Jesus, he loved the person, he loved the stranger, he loved the outcast. Jesus loved everyone. He also wants self-improvement. He called out self-righteous hypocrisy, which I think many people think they're more righteous than they actually are. And I think that's a big problem with a lot of people, because, it's like either follow Jesus a certain way or you're not a true Christian. And as I said before, it's like what constitutes a true Christian? Just because you're a Christian does not mean you're Christ-like. And I think being Christ-like is more important than just being a Christian. Yeah, but being Christ-like is more important than I think being a Christian or believing in Jesus. And the reason why I think this is more impressive is because that if you believe in Jesus, you would probably try to be Christ-like. And yeah, I know some people will say also that you should take abuse because Jesus did. For one, Jesus' abuse was not the same. If you're being abused by people who claim to be Christ followers or a church, you have every right to go against them, and you have every right to feel safe too. You can love Jesus and other things. You can love Jesus and see a therapist. It's okay. And the people who say, well, you have to be a man about it, well, Jesus was he was the manliest man, and he didn't pull out his muscles. And yeah, some people say, oh, well, why is he crying on the cross and stuff? He's not a man. And it's like, no. Jesus shows men, and basically saying it's okay to cry. Even God's cried because he loves his creation. That's why he had regrets when he flooded the earth. When God flooded the earth, guess what? He cried, he sorrowed, he had to weep, I don't think it means what people think it means. How could God regret his actions? I don't think that means what it does, what we think it does, because it's translated, so it's not going to be a one-to-one match, even if the words are a one-to-one match. The RSV Bible, for example, may not be able to English may not be able to properly convey something, even if it's word for word the same. So I think that people need to get over it. They need to get over it, and that I'm gonna die if I stay over there. But people, I think, need to get over themselves. Self-righteous Christians are a lot like Pharisees because too much light can blind you. Too much darkness makes you can't see, and too much light means you're blinded. You're blinded by your own. People who get blinded by their own light or self-righteousness are the worst, because they don't apply the same standards to themselves. They're applying it to anybody else. That's why Jesus was so frustrated with the Pharisees, and that's why I think he would be frustrated with people who are self-righteousness. You know, Jesus in The Chosen is awesome. I like that he stood up to him. They humanized him a little bit more, but that's okay because he was human. He's also God, 100% human, 100% God. I think, I'm not orthodox, but I do believe in something like the hypostatic union, and people will use the verse like, well, if Jesus is God, how come he didn't know the hour? And it's like, well, you could see that both ways. Either as a human, where it says he gave, he emptied himself, you could just say that as a human, he emptied himself, and that as a human he emptied himself, but that doesn't, either that means he emptied himself and he's not using his godlike abilities, but that doesn't mean that he's not God, or he's being hyperbolic, or he doesn't truly know. The problem with this, people who use this argument though, even if you want to say that Jesus Christ fully gave up his divinity or his godhood or something, in Philippians, even if you want to interpret that way, the thing is, you could just say that God, Jesus Christ, as a human didn't know, but as God he does. And if he knows as God, if he as God knows the day, north, and the hour, but he's being hyperbolic, then that makes sense, because Jesus many times in the Bible was hyperbolic. In the scriptures, for example, when he says to cut off your right hand if it causes you to sin, everyone has sinned, cut off your right hand. But I don't think that's what he's saying. It's just saying that as a severe, he's saying that as a, it's meant to be severe, it's meant to be a severe thing. Doesn't mean he wants you to cut off your right hand, he's being hyperbolic. It means he wants you to take it seriously. Not that he actually wants you to do it. It's the same thing with, you could argue. There's many ways to say why he didn't know. Either he truly didn't know as the human incarnation, which wouldn't take away his ability to know before or after before he was God, after he retains his godhood or powers or whatever, he has it, or he still knows it. So technically he always knew it, but you can say he always knew it, but he always knew it. He always knew it in a way that many people didn't seem to make sense of. Like, you could say, oh well, he always knew it. It's like, yeah, he always knew it, but hey, it's queso. I like that dude. He's fun. But you could just say that he's being he's being hyperbolic. And if you want to say he's not being hyperbolic, he truly didn't know, I think that's okay too. Even if he was fully human, that still doesn't mean he's not God or wasn't God. He just gave it up. and then regained it after. Which actually, I honestly think if he's God and he gave that up, like omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient, omnibenevolent, etc., all powerful, all knowing, everywhere, can go into space and time, I think that makes him more special than anything else. Because then it says, wow, God, this is the remake map of Terminal from Call of Duty Modern Warfare. That's cool. I like it. I hit a 6 on screen. I hit a 6 on screen. I hit a 6 on screen on this, and it's my favorite map in the Call of Duty franchise. And, that's why I appreciate it. It also seems to have more bass, a deeper bass, maybe. Yeah, see, that was smart. Yep. Does anybody know where they're coming from? Alright, see that guy did. Dude, we're cooking house right now. It's like, how did anyone get over? I see that was a genius. Just hide under the stairs like Harry Potter. And yeah, there's a big spawn trap over there. But yeah, so you either take it as Jesus is being hyperbole, you really didn't know, or it could be that God is so much more complicated that no human explanation, even if you can say it can be logically justified, that it could just be, I honestly just think it could just be that God is so much higher, which he is. Let's not mince words. The word God is meant to be that way. God is supposed to be that way. He is. So if he is, then I think it's very hard to say, well, you know what? I think I know. Oh, I know what I'll do. So he's gonna die. Nope. Thought he would have run past, but what do I know? My depth perception. That was great. Yeah, we didn't go this way. Ooh, we did good. Well, I didn't though. So yeah, so what do I think? I think Jesus was being hyperbolic when he said it. I truly believe Jesus was just kind of messing around with it. That's what I think. Oh wait, it's called Rome 0120. That's the name of a mysterious content click.
Tricking's always fun. Quarters of history next straight around the corner. Otherwise, you have like running to the corner.
Okay.
I guess like switching down that direction.
Yeah, I think Jesus was being hyperbolic when he said it. But even if I concede and say he wasn't being hyperbolic, that doesn't actually mean much of anything. It doesn't mean. So what do I want to do? Should I go at? Well, because I donate usually more in the morning than at night, or like later, like early morning, like 6 o'clock instead of like 9. But that's okay too. Depends on how I feel. But you know what? Let's Wednesday. Let's go at. Let's try 7:30. You get paid kind of a lot, actually. I'm surprised this has kept up so well. Let's go. But yeah, I think Jesus Christ was being hyperbole when he said it. The reason why I'm so confident in it is because that even if you want to say that Jesus Christ was just meaning that he literally didn't know, doesn't disprove his God status. It doesn't disprove anything, actually. In fact, I think it makes it more impressive that he was willing to become a human. I think Jesus Christ being God is so impactful. You know, it's like, how cool would it be for God to become human for our sake? That's pretty awesome. That's pretty gnarly.
I mean, this is somebody's real job. These are real purchases, right?
All right.
Everything's changed in this area. Anytime you're on face, says we cannot grasp the truth of the fire of God. Hold on, let me just double check.
Where is everybody?
I got my score to hit the mark. Compares my high score. You're watching. Whatever shall I do? Walk out of here.
And I can't believe I missed headshots, even from point blank range. Look at this. Well, I finally got it. No. All right.
Probably heading to a volcano.
Let me.
Tell me I can't see it. Fire resistant things. Is there a volcano waiting on me? I don't remember.
All right, let's do. All right, that's good for right there.
A bunch of nails, bolts, okay, a bunch of starting tools. The smell is unbearable. The smell is unbearable. Not allowed to see.
Oh yeah, so my PlayStation 5 controller's been having problems. Like, whenever you push it to the joystick, the left joystick to the right, it sometimes goes to the left. It's really weird because now it's not doing it, but it was doing it. But it was not doing it before. Like, it was happening now, but like it like has a mind of its own. The regular PlayStation 5 controllers, I don't think have Hall effect thumbsticks or joystick. Look at how much I'm missing. It's ridiculous. Like, I get it's a much so smaller screen, but jeez, man.
Let me just double check. It's a very, it's a volcano. It's not very impressive volcano.
I think the neon foam wall thing is done, basically. Well, I killed him actually somehow. Spray and pray, really. But yeah, I don't think Jesus meant it, and even if he did, it doesn't matter. If Jesus meant it hyper literally, it doesn't matter, and if he didn't, it doesn't matter, because Jesus is just far more. No, I'm going to talk about a person named Dan McClellan. I do like Dan, how he, pushes the envelope. He causes people to second guess themselves, and he's a scholar. He's very good. I respect. The problem is, though, he's still bringing self-bias into it, and even if he's correct on his claims, as I said so many times before, he can't actually know that coming from that conclusion, Jesus can't be God just because it says he's just a divine figure in the scripture. Just because the scripture says what Jesus is, you could interpret it that way, does not mean that's the conclusion. You can't use the claims of the Bible and come to a conclusion based on something you can't actually know. I don't think you can. I don't think you should. I don't think it's good. I don't think you should. I don't think it's good. Adventure of your soul. The word of God is. You know what? We'll do it after this here. Dang, that's 7 hours. I'm not gonna watch all of it though. 7 hours. Okay, let's just go the gameplay. Oh, it's a Bard's Tale. Okay. Yeah, I do want to. I think I might do a playthrough of that game. The Bard's Tale, the NES version, is pretty gnarly. Oh shoot! I didn't mean to do that. Why did I keep it on there? I wanted to keep it on. I wanted to keep it on virtual highlight. Okay. 2 hours and 20.
You've got to actually escape. This all looks out of place. What is that about the last one? Take a couple hits of my cursor. Feel a bit weak. Weapons. Despite your flare, discomfort stuns the door.
Yeah. I think Jesus was just being high. You know what? Yeah, I do kind of want to play the NES version of Bard's Tale. I like the music too much. And I haven't played an NES game in like a long time. But, well, I'm still playing through Neverwinter Nights. I'm still playing through Guild Wars Reforged. I'm playing through Excaliburian or something. I love that game too, but Bard's Tale seems pretty cool too. So yeah, getting back to the Jesus thing, I don't think it matters, even if you want to say he's like God, like he was being hyperbolic, it doesn't matter. If you want to say he wasn't being hyperbolic, it still doesn't matter, because either way you're still losing. Alright. I'm having a lot of fun now that I figured out this was possible. But yeah, Jesus is amazing. Even non-believers can love him. And we should try to love people who are different but respectful. And that's ultimately, I think, what it's about. People who love truth, I think it matters. But don't let it get to your head. Don't let it get to you. Because if you do, you're going to, I think, as I said, be so disappointed so many times. So that's just one.
When you're playing a war game and you pick up an item and you hear a sound effect,
Hee hee hee.
it's not good.
Come over this way. Oh, dude, darn. I missed. Alright. But yeah, Jesus is awesome. I've said before, even if you don't like it, even if you don't like him, you still have to admit that Christianity, even just pragmatic-wise, is still better than other belief systems. Jesus brings people together. Jesus brings people together that other people can't do. And that's unfortunate for Jesus, the unbelievers, but you know, you're just gonna have to deal with it. What else am I going to say? Ultimately, as I say, at the end of the day, try to be good to others who are different but respectful. That's the ultimate thing. If you disagree, and I know some Christians want to take away the free will of others. I don't. I think that people should at least know why Christianity is better. They don't have to accept it, but at least you should try to make an argument to why you think Christianity isn't better than other systems if you're so against Christianity. That way we can understand what the problem with other people is, and that way we can understand why people have a problem with Christianity other than just they don't like it because it's their preference. They don't like it, which is not really an argument. You know, it's not an argument to just say, well, I don't like it because it's my preference that I don't like it. It's not same. Because that's what I think. That's not what they think. Alright, we captured it. Yeah. Splitgate I like better than Halo as well. I love Halo, at least the first one and the third one. But the reason why I like Splitgate better than Halo's because I think it's faster than Halo. Maybe even faster than Reach. And I like that I think it feels better than Halo. It feels, the controls are better than Halo. I think it feels better than Halo. The controls are better than Halo. Are better than Halo. The other ones are better than Halo. And I think they're better than Halo. Goosebumps. I like Goosebumps, it's fun. Well, it's kind of good. It's kind of cheesy, but I like the books R.L. Stein. And I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that a lot right now. Look how long I have to takes for me to simply readjust. Alright. See, now you saw it a little bit. Yep. Alright, jeez, man, I'm getting my butt handed to me. But that's okay, it was due. It was due. it was due. I'll be surprised if I go positive this time. I'll be really surprised. Kills 10. I'll be really surprised. Oh, I also love reading. I read The Whipping Boy. I read a book called The Whipping Boy. Yeah, there's a book called The Whipping Boy, and I read it in first grade. It was my first time reading stuff, and I was so happy. I was so glad that Alright, let's turn that up a little. I was so happy that Alright. Okay, I wanna do the Diddley versus Andrew Wilson debate. I always like that debate. Because it's good background music. Well, not music, but audio. What am I talking about? Music? What are we talking about? Alright, I'll turn it up a little bit more. There we go. Now turn it up a little more. Okay, that's max. Alright, shotgun time. Well, we're gonna see how well I do with the shotgun. A shotty. Oh, well, I'm not doing too bad right now. But you have a long way to go. Dude, my teammates are doing well. How are you guys able to do so well? Yeah, now the drifting is coming back. Look at that, I suck with it. I'll get back to it though. When I do, I can. Look, okay, see now the drifting issue is rearing its ugly head. And that's why I can't look at this. See? That's why I got a new controller. That's why I got a new controller. What the heck is wrong with my shot? Like, I know I suck with shotguns, but still. Like, I know. Look at what. Look at what I'm doing right now. Good. Good God. Why am I sucking so bad? And these are bots, mind you. Alright. Alright, that was kind of a good run. Oh, that was close. We're gonna come up here. Look at this. I have to deal with a possessed controller. Dude, I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm gonna have to configure some stuff maybe. Well, that was a good shot. I guess I didn't do too bad. Yeah, I think Jesus Christ is God in the flesh. And he is God. Another thing I'm meaning to say and meant to say is that if you think let me think. Oh yeah, I was going to change the shotgun a little bit. Alright, so Turns and Kyber versus You can barely hear it. Alright, well, let's see. Okay, you know what? Under StarCraft, there's Dark Souls 2. Okay, so he made Dark Souls 2 videos. He didn't beat the whole thing, but I think he got pretty close. That's really good. I like that right there. Oh, I'm like 7 hours in. I'm pretty impressed. Pretty impressed. Alright. So I'm gonna stretch. I'm gonna take a break a little bit. And I'll see you guys. Talk to you.
It's the Wanderer outfit that we're looking for. Okay, great. I don't know where you get this in the game. Maybe someone can mention where they got the Wanderer outfit in Articles 2, or if there's more than a place, because I have no idea. It's a favorite armor set of mine. It's pretty fresh. We're going to go with that. Just to take a quick look at the rest of the class. It does come with
Y'all need last time, I guess. Because as a society, we decided that we have some level of respect for the dead, and also it would probably help for people who are related to the person who died. So like I said, we are a society of dead. Respect for the dead.
Wow. They have to hit this back down. You have to knock it back.
Someone say, yeah, I consented someone eating me alive. I still think that is a level of respect that is unacceptable.
Yeah, but you have to start to explore we as a society have definitely across the board. So level one, right thing is would be based on. So society
yes, and I think for those particular reasons outlined, that is a level of harm that we deem unacceptable.
So society which is actually not one choice for us, and they have decided that these are very scarce or petrified something is definitely worth mentioning because you can trade this right away. That you have one minute from now with the crows. The petrified something is level 3 gamma. So you can have a pretty decent chance of trading it for a rare weapon, for example.
We have a respect for the dead as a society, so that would be violating that social contract.
I see. So
really dark
society and society's
a place that's full of fire, you'd expect
become a social contract, which can be here.
Just skip that. Yeah.
Okay, so as long as I change society's mind about porn being bad.
Sure, so let's begin.
Hang on, stop. I'm ready to actually make sure I got this correct. Wouldn't it then not be the case that if society agreed ladies and that porn is bad, something more familiar, you come back here with a soul vessel and you, based on your arm would have to see that you should not be considering.
I love this dark sword.
Because soul vessel is
don't see porn as
you come back here for that question. They're going to ask what is. This lady will also give you a ladle.
So this would kind of go back to like what I said about fast food, which is something that is obviously like objectively bad for us. But we still allow people the freedom to eat it as much as they want, even though it obviously has devastating outcomes.
Nobody's disputing that. So anyway,
So my answer would be the exact same.
Yeah, if society, first of many, that's not my question. The answer is, my question is, since you say these things as society is bad, and that's why they're bad. Not that they're bad, new mechanics to torch, then very controversial mechanic because they kind of science moments. And
to an extent, I like we have societal rules, yes. So for example, every single person who's born for themselves,
let's take a look at this very first tutorial section. Okay.
If we're going to
just run by these guys.
So where do I
is society one of the tutorials? Are you telling me or not? Like which things do
It feels like we're in the middle of playing a game. Some tactical things out there, some seconds.
And if one becomes
society basically has like we're the ones that have created that it's kind of interchangeable.
Not so there. Yeah, it's actually you held on to it, so you have to view it as a highness. And there's one thing you can do
just that. It actually updated the text for that call. Now it lets you know.
That's what interests you. Why the key blade shows Sora's alarm.
Before the patch, they gave you no mysteries.
So, like I said, like from the very beginning, so from the very beginning, we've stated multiple times, there is a level of trauma that our society needs to accept. This is why
It's not like the gender. I can see without it as
You had your fun. So this time, it's my turn.
I'm not understanding the point about the latest DLC. We're just not debating about whether or not I think
would you like me to decide like what kind of
Well, do I detect a soft spot?
Okay, so would you like me to give the answer?
I'm not going to break
I would like to ask you
I'm not dumb.
moral framework.
don't forget.
Yeah, we need him if we're going to take over the organization.
Yes, and there are obviously costs that we accept.
Keep it under your hood. At least you
I
can
am so interested in reality.
So we're going to skip that tutorial here and debating with you.
I'm debating
The only other thing worth mentioning that we missed was that very first ogre, if you kill it, you get a stone ring.
too So, are you sure?
Did you not hear the first time? Did you not hear the first time?
Anyways.
I bet you not hear the first time. Peel away all of those memories.
No, that was about tuning up that
Deep in your heart.
I already stated
No, you're still feeling the most important thing you. That poor girl here who you've forgotten her name.
I've already, wait,
It'll
I
grant
already explained this.
You know what? I'm going to ask you again.
Blind playthrough, I would immediately
I just want to know the answer from
Yes,
your view.
is. You see, the bad guys are somewhere deep inside the castle.
What I'm asking specifically
And you obviously are the hero. How can you save
the fastest cast rate, except for like a chime that has crazy stat.
Doom came out in 93. So 2 years after Doom,
I'm a bad guy.
More cast rate
advanced environments than Doom ever had.
As I stated earlier, is
Considering, you know,
violating the way that we
some of the fastest.
You've been wearing it all this time and forgot?
The Emerald Peril.
No, that's not possible.
I respect the
Has to be.
Again, I've actually heard.
well, no, I believe that there is.
Sora, you think careful.
So I hope you don't mind me skipping.
Is the haunting of
I suppose if you really want to check out
the specific harms that you are in
Anyways,
violation.
we don't have any source to level up here.
You're getting it now. Release the memories within your heart.
But we'll do that in a moment. Now you're really like to head up here and over. So that's just my death count because I'm under
Well,
So we have society.
that's right.
And of course we have Crestfallen Warrior and
In that tacky
That would fall under religion.
not that you even bothered to remember.
So this character is basically a
Seems you also couldn't remember her name. Talk about heartless. I can't believe you.
this guy.
Now he's just so excited to smash this piece of junk. Let it go.
And reducing that.
Nominate me this. It's very important.
Crestfallen Warrior and these games.
So actually, utilitarianism would be like, there are certain situations where, for example, hunting someone.
Didn't even know what it was.
Wait, I'm getting any money as
this green black smoke here.
It's basically,
And of course, we're
certain
going to
situations
help them
might call
out.
for things that
You're
might
not as bad as I thought.
wrong.
You really are a hero.
So,
A
for
heartless
example,
hero.
killing someone is good if it turns out
Does it hurt because of the truth?
rules
You
of
are
certain
just a
things
baby.
would not be an
And
injury.
if you're gonna be a baby, then you'll use
Okay,
it.
that's one
Compare this to
I
like
created another card for you using
get a maximum
the
on the PS1
Wait, Bugsy! Give me a deontological ethic.
a lot of nice textures.
Can you describe it for me?
There's not a card, so some basic advice.
Throwing that battle
Warriors.
You kind of
Okay, but you mean like you
can actually go above and below.
Nothing special.
You don't appreciate the nuances of the game.
You can have a level on top of
That's it.
You have to pay to like quick level once you spend like even if it's 3,000 souls.
Because that's social contract. That was from the end. Can we actually start discussing this?
You can carry out your little experiments, that's all.
You can do what you want. But you know, I've been testing this soul, even if it's just a
Violating someone's personal autonomy.
to pure research.
Because violating someone's personal autonomy is like detrimental to their well-being.
You're gonna need this. Is this just a bath? Wait a second. A humble right to my elders. I hope you see it.
Here we are. You would say I should really do that somewhere.
How's that not harmony? You're saying that because violate is
13,000.
that card.
Cavalry.
Okay, well then if that's the case, then
Just a card.
what good is that?
With a little help
That
from
would
Nana,
violate their personal
you'll have all the real secrets.
That is not the same
Maybe
thing
we can
whatsoever.
get her to make her forget.
Last thing.
That would be an example of self-defense.
Remake your heart so you can be
You have the chance to fear.
so we'll recoup, okay?
Take my heart.
Like trying to express someone's really interest in the
What do I want? Like the heart of a loser.
Any objections, Sector?
The other ultimate games I can never get into.
How can you? Are you betraying me?
Relax, kiddo.
Yes.
I don't think you can handle
I'll hurt you.
It does add a challenge.
That they never got a console port.
It can also reveal
Stupid little toy. Think you could defeat me? Where would you ever get a thought like that?
I really want to try to limit it. We got our dying.
But look on the bright side.
Dying that over.
Along with everything else in your head, Nana will erase the memory of me not being sad. Instead, she will implant the loveliest little memories you could ever hope for.
That makes no sense.
It's no big deal that they're all around.
Okay, so
Wait, what part of that doesn't make sense?
because they have a conflicting value, they autonomy is absolutely the which is moral, not
Why so glum, Nana?
Well, yes, but autonomy is
Is there something that's linked to you?
well, no.
Are you
Yes, it
feeling
is. Taking away people's autonomy is harmful.
Cut it out, Larkseed.
Chess.
And it could be
In the entire game, I'm going to go ahead and say it. This has to be like the most fun chess.
Why not? What about
She doesn't want to remember Sora.
New Game Plus Beyond which means that whatever's hurting, you can trade bonfire and 5 and 6.
I don't know if they have anything in my phone. I might be able to
Because that's the most effective ways to get win FGs.
because it is a level of harm that we deem unacceptable.
That's just amazing. It's almost like if
Would you prefer if I just
the chest, just nice touch. I don't use it to transform objects like cards into things. You used the same trick on Sora, right? You changed Kyrie's good luck charm with your magic, didn't you?
Yes, that's like one.
Personal autonomy is already killed it once.
Wow. They have to have it to the bathroom? They have to knock it back.
There are a number of like named black phantoms, or even unnamed black phantoms.
What's your problem with that? That should be your incentive not to screw you just not mention harm in the sentences. Actually writing Sora's
Scared. Well, actually, that's not really fair. Assessments definitely farm aesthetics in different ways. Like, they're still very limited. You know, no one rests autonomy. So, to get the most out of your bonfire aesthetics when you're farming rare crops.
So what's going on, Vexy?
Rusted coin.
Your reef was supposed to counter Sora. What's he waiting for? Where is he?
Especially if you're learning really stack up high.
I would have never guessed that. So sorry, Vexy. Forget it. Never has the heart to say.
Getting a little bit more action.
Because your autonomy
I want to switch to short sword.
That's why I like
Definitely my choice.
personal autonomy is something that is intrinsically linked to people's well-being. And I care about well-being.
Disappoints you. You go too far. In this organization, your number one. I'm number one. I will not have you.
Care about well-being. Kind of coordinate that.
Soon enough we'll be going on to find enemies trees heavier armor against the organization. Sometimes being able to start
happiness?
I believe that we want to stand to
Who needs a half-baked good-for-nothing anyway?
Make everybody happy.
I don't know what that
You cannot win against Sora. Okay, well then it's not just pity to be so ignorant. You'll be able to see the surface.
I don't know if I had to go back on it.
But can we know what your worldview is, and then we should circle back to the main point?
None of us wish to be suspicious of the
Okay, friends, it looks like this will be fun. Do you think like Mac is
That would be an unfortunate day for me. Really, no. But really, the fire long sword that's down.
I don't have any lights or anything.
Shoots out fireballs. Swords you that would be Dragon Ball is strong early game swords. I probably should have mentioned it when you passed it.
because the sun force can cancel
Enemy in
yes.
white skill sitting maybe a century, not hostile towards its a sword with excellent light range. So that's two good weapons.
So you would ban people going
Like this bonfire here, this is like
This is another item we want to find.
those are like the very first areas ever.
This place has
Totally cool.
And then damn, okay,
It's got some good stuff.
Take over the organization. We'll be like child's play with the first
it depends on
He wants to see nominated, so why don't we just give him
like if society says that we love slavery, I think we should legalize slavery.
the time is here.
Nothing really that exciting.
Wait, can you answer my question about should we ban people going outside? Why?
Let me show you.
Should we ban people going outside?
You better not do anything to betray Sora's.
You said we should just ban things that are home.
If they won't, then out of social policy, we don't have any sort of amendment.
So if we were to do that,
Triggers the tier 2 barrels that are on the side of the
framework and you have to do this first, I really ask you to give me a framework.
without
What's gonna happen to Riku?
That's what the new game is.
So much fun. If it's Riku you're worried about, Riku was never really here.
What do you mean?
Do you really think I'm just gonna say it? That's too easy. Oh, dude.
Quit the game!
This is
Have you your way then? I know it'll kill you.
It doesn't matter, it's a number.
That thing lying there is just a puppet. The Vexen made as an experiment. No more than a toy. It's laughable, really. It causes you a fake.
I didn't even think of it as the one that because I can't
Fake in every possible way. It was only finished recently. How could it remember anything?
No, the Dark Sword wasn't a chest.
It's one reason nominated was intended not to be.
It wasn't only round. It was a chest, so it could have been like
That means this time it's been hidden fights with memories that were counterfeit, trumped up, and completely bogus.
Let me cut down this standard which will appeal.
Isn't that true? Nominate?
You just say either society has a social contract
Behind his little face,
or
you do
that's
awful
it. You have actually demonstrated why you
Which I mean,
You're so stupid.
so I know in store. Every time I do my head
Is there anything in the Bible that you would deem
Enter,
morally
rearrange, and
reprehensible?
even create new memories of anything, even things that never happened.
Because it's your entire moral
The girl you've been trying to protect all this time is really a manipulative witch who shackles people's hearts. Oh, you do get it. Lie,
Wait,
lie,
so
all
you're
lie.
arguing from the
Just
affirmative and I
amazing
don't
notions,
technically
nothing
moral
more.
frameworks?
Finding you chains of remembering central to our
Pharaohs
travels.
no, I don't find any traps and secrets.
Tingle to think how easily you were doing.
Mind if I write out some Bible quotes
So close to it. We're almost there.
then? So are you for
This was our
legalizing
only
rape?
chance to turn the healing master into our puppet, but
Deuteronomy 22:28, and then
These are the skeletons.
nominated to marry
he shall pay her father 50 shekels of silver, who must marry the young woman
I'm left with no
violated
choice
her,
but to eliminate
force her to become free. Is this something that you would careful?
And yeah, for each edition, I should read plus the paragraph. One
It's a
edition.
little late
Skeleton down here.
for the witch to grow conscious. Last time I checked, you're the one who fooled around with his memories, creating this mess. I know, but
And another Estes
I should tell you
well.
that I needed to go 3,000 thanks to you while our plans are
No,
ruined.
you said unchanging, so why does the time
The only other thing is
What's
telling you exactly what
Are
you
you
know.
upset?
Graded times, materials.
And you don't even actually know her.
We've collected everything in the first mansion. Now that we have a Pharaoh locked in, we can head back to Forest and Fall. I haven't seen one outside. I just want to grab it all. There's very few people.
Maybe my memory is
The original highlight wasn't
he would be held to
real to me.
wasn't
Well, often they put in controls
Well, in this case, he's forced to marry her and he never divorced her.
Their choice, profit, and their net
real
worth.
tendency is
You're just delusional. Must do specific play the hero
find out when you're the same kind of
ever.
location as this.
If that's the way you want it,
Deuteronomy,
you're
more
going down
dungeons,
alone.
have all those Ballista. Yeah, it definitely seems like it's got it's actually a random trap. It could be a poison
Course,
or
Judy, I'm not found
or it
for
could
the
have
woman, then they shall bring out the young woman before her father's court, and the men of her city shall stone her to death with stones, because she has done a disgraceful thing in
this is
Israel.
something
Would you condemn this?
You won't ever be alone. It's always been the three of us, and we stick together.
This is really good.
I mean, I can.
Okay. Have it your way. More pain for you, more fun for me.
Evidences of virginity are not found for the young woman.
Is it not just the boy and the person's hair?
No.
In a slab for
This is such a bunch of losers.
early on.
So this is Deuteronomy 22 verse 20.
Baby?
But if the thing is true, the evidences of virginity are not found for the young woman, then they shall bring out the young woman before her father's court, and her city shall stone her to death with stones, because she has done a disgraceful thing in Israel.
Racket outside the door.
This is something you can do.
This guy's fully just
When I click his eyeball, what do I have to do? Do I just
Okay, well, we can talk instead about...
I wanted to push it instead of shield.
We can talk about
Oh,
Genesis.
okay, we are good for the field that I want. I thought that the scimitar
Yeah,
was a
I
close
thought that was playing on
So
hard
we talk
too.
about the genocide that
If I was playing on hard, I would
From
find
what we're talking about, I'm sure you've heard of it, Tom has no heart.
Of course, once you play it on normal once,
So Genesis 6 verse 6, and the Lord was sorry that he made man on earth and might grieve his heart. So the Lord said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man and beast, creeping thing and bird of the air, for I'm sorry that I've made them. And I heard a little comment earlier, so wait, so you endorse
chunk of the game just
this
exploring the
genocide?
map. And it looks like once the interest drops here.
Oh no, it's everyone except for the few women. Also, just wiping out the way.
So we'll have to go back to
Internal clock says now
Sorry, evil thing that they use in this way should be.
You know what that is? I mean, it could be
No, this is just people who like God
you said and then
not obeying
So you see we're getting far away from the force to fall.
place like this, but not the map in this place. Different orders like that.
Expected last job.
Cable map.
At least a couple of
It's a good thing we explored in here.
Yeah, we're gonna
Some money here for treasures, so find some more. Definitely a good thing we explored in here. Yeah, I know, right? If only you could like give yourself amnesia so you don't remember any mechanics or locations that involved. You should have like a Dark Souls randomizer.
Wait, so do you agree that simply not believing in God means to wicked?
This is one of the exciting things that I first arrived.
Alright, so we got two Christianity. Let's see any fairies concerning you set down. I don't have to find a fairy in one world, so it's going to there's nothing such a beautiful thing. That's not a surprise. What? Randomized the first.
Specifically said you follow the church, the Bible. Yes, this is the Christian Bible.
But do you recognize that in the Christian Bible, Jesus
I remember the
specific law attributed to them, which is made to use only for specific reasons, that there's a new covenant, hopefully a new covenant to right through the commandments, the Ten Commandments.
This guy
Funny response,
the guy
So you're saying you don't don't condone either? Is that what you're getting at? So do you or do you not condone the genocide and abolition? Not genocide. Wait, can you define genocide?
Maybe there's like something I'm missing.
I did. I know you did.
The thing that I realized is I have no idea.
Kill this first time before engaging the second. I don't care. Alright, well.
Wait, so can we define genocide?
I'm fighting both of these guys at the same time.
Okay, so how do you not agree that that's genocide?
How about they put the chest on top of a...
Oh, actually, second thought. Now we have an opportunity to separate.
I still don't
So,
definitely want to kill this. He drops so that's actually going to make the SC class. So the bone dust is more valuable.
kind of exactly my point. It's like the moral framework does not care whatsoever about people's well-being. You care only
Not as plain. So let's just make sure I got one bone dust. I'm willing to say that it's going to separate evil people get killed. You
Master Sword is worth its weight in gold.
okay, so evil people,
just get
anyone just
So you're saying you condone
genocide,
the sound of the sun sign.
so you don't agree?
No, of course not. I'm enjoying it quite a bit
So
considering,
the
you know,
ones who don't believe
everybody
in
was mentioning
God,
how
why
like
they have to actually
Really want this boss fight is to show you guys how to
the era that came out in, and graphics are
it's kind of cheesy.
frame rate could have been
There's
better.
there's a way you can make them walk right off the
graphics for the era.
Although I've done it before, I did that like a long time ago. So
I love the one that Saturn only seems to they're not shaking like that.
that's okay.
This one probably
Masterless
doesn't get
Black
much.
will help us out.
What's the other Saturn RPG?
So let's see. Move through the fight or wait. Kind of watch and see.
On the high end
Now.
Maybe could we see like what constitutes as like an evil person for you? Is it do adulterers count as evil?
Nice. I'm actually very excited to pull that off.
I wish I could use my ring.
I think I can just do it.
Think about it.
Okay, it's a very easy 9,000 bonfire here. We may be back here later. Of course, if you head down here, it's the No Man's War. An optional doesn't mean that you're one it doesn't even necessarily mean and this is like I love this least favorite NPC in the game. That's her name.
We consider that to be right.
Oh, she's so annoying.
God, right?
Ignore everything.
We want to spend as little time with her as possible. So let's buy
what you're doing is
that
trying to
sells for 2,000 sauces.
which I'm not. I don't know why you're trying to do that. You're silly. This aside, I have you haven't changed. I'm just talking about banning
now if you don't rest
what I'm trying to do is get consistency here.
I'm here yet.
If porn, now just answers your question, at least that's your mind. Society itself, society itself, from your view, is arbitrary.
Kind of hard to tell them that.
Is the society the arbiter of its moral?
Yeah.
Is there anything else other than think you need to kill anything in this game?
Me
You
personally,
need more dark
I mean, I don't think so. I think like I would say I think
we got
moral framework which aims to people's well-being.
4,755 shots on that dark sword. So I think
Not necessarily.
Well, then who is?
well, it wouldn't be
I
fair.
think it's better when people
No,
like
obviously,
come together
PC
and
versions
agree
are
on
superior
things that
overlays, but
would benefit society based on
play everything on console.
and
Play the original crappy, you know, it's horrible.
well, that's like why we have things like
Next
No,
time.
that's
That
not
music
what
mix is fantastic.
unless you're saying
A lot harder than any of the stuff we've done so far. So I need some extra help.
well, they behave in like a way that is like beneficial to them, not for the benefit of
Yeah,
you.
I found that shop already. Although it seems like you can just buy things that you already seen, except for potions.
good point, like, just head down that kind of stuff, or switch judgment. I've had a small miscalculation. I was recommending that we head down dinosaur talk to this not cares that I got the master sword that can move the first we don't have enough souls to charge 2,000 souls. You know what? I just realized we've got souls in the inventory. Let's just use these. I'm just trying to
In my very personal worldview, yes.
that's actually good to show there is no section in fact, we need to upgrade the
Unless, of course, you can prove that God exists
Estes
right
for
now.
that as well. So I've kind of
Yes, and
forgotten to do a few
My
things.
preference for it.
They tried to forget.
Anything else?
Everything changed
Yeah,
when
so
I found this device
I
with
wanted to ask, so obviously, you get
we both
your
pray
role,
together
would
here.
you say you're an advocate for combined command?
She's got the key to the contraption.
So is that based on
Am I doing something? Remove it because the way I use the exhauster dial is and then she'll disappear and show up. And this was a frustrating mechanic for myself and a lot of people, I think early on, just didn't realize. The idea that this was how you were to progress in the character was absurd for souls. Progress unless you're by miracle.
Somehow I'm sure I just dropped outside, so I'm not through here again that point.
You know, an exhauster dialogue, which is a bit more understandable.
I know, right?
To combine with having
Awesome dark magic.
to open up this path is like really unintuitive. So I actually
my dark magic power.
and as you can probably tell, it
Really great question, actually, because if you're
yeah, you can do it that way. You can
advocating for
actually just
combined
kill her
command theory,
too.
how would you argue against a Muslim who says,
She's like the toughest NPC in the game to kill. She's absolutely deadly. Wrath of the Gods and other spells. She's very, very strong. Ton of HP. She can heal herself.
Are the ultimate?
How is the kids version of Diablo?
But actually, it's very handy.
it's not based on reality.
And a cracked eye or they she's like a usurper of the throne. She's truly
Porn is
evil.
not based. It's my reality.
Invade her. I don't know how long.
Fire and stone.
Like, is it a role?
Anyways, that's
Item you equip.
now access.
You equip the new sword, dark different new shield, looks different. New armor is like
Really exciting zone when I finally got here.
frame rate kind of sucks, but
I was
considering it's kind of
because I did not expect Huntsman's Post to be there. I was expecting sewers or something. So it was like a big anyways, I'm kind of rambling. And this video
I can't expect it to be
quite
responsive.
it's long. Now on the
I don't think I'm not that important.
This guy's only going to activate as a ranger.
You're the ones that do thought.
I do know that it's
So we don't have those
Because it's my preference.
he sells X.
Wait, that's completely different. Are you talking about enforcing violations of the
Hey
law?
guys,
Well, that's different than just holding a meeting.
Still, it's my preference. It's a matter of spending the souls.
No, there's a difference between preferences and state enforcement, right?
We got a magical
So it's all preference. So a king that prefers they can be fucking oppressed. Why is he wrong?
Oh, definitely.
So is
What's your same standard?
One thing
what
is
you
not a
consider
15
morally
second
good is that based on God's preference?
Hey guys, welcome back.
Or is it,
This is episode 2 of our Dark Souls
so
walkthrough.
something is morally good
As
just
we
because God commands
get
it?
started here on Dark Souls Coach, a little bit of explaining to do.
Wait, so
See,
then
we don't
God
have
has
any
nothing to do with
souls.
it?
In the last video, we did have about 4,000.
So then I'm correct that something is morally good simply because God commands it.
No, to be it's morally good. It's my preference. There's a bug on the screen.
Okay, that's what I just said, and that makes it
So
completely arbitrary and based on your own personal
on
preference.
fire, and I spent this
I agree. I'm the only one that will accept that,
after
though.
spending a certain
I'm
amount
the
of
only one
souls,
that's going to admit that.
she will move to Majula. She really wanted her to
refuse to move. It's unfortunate. I cut that video just because it ended up on Rose's time. Didn't go back to the Missoula, and thus we can't get the Silver Serpent from her. So, because we didn't go, just cut that out. And then, I actually started doing Ghost. See my, let's say it was right here, died in like the first minute. Well, I didn't see much purpose including that piece either. So, yeah, we just started the video again.
Armor and actually actively using force to just their
It's one of the harder scenes for us, I think, just because we're
because you're violating my personal
this character.
Yes.
Like that the short swords, one-handed R2 is a nice straight thrust. Unlike, a wide R2 sleeve.
I'm concerned with
yours that actually helps us out right here. This enemy just feels actually really annoying too. He's got a club, and he's just fully designed to catch you off guard and smack you. With a club, it'll really knock you back and push you off the edge. Basically, everyone who comes there for the first time
I was asking you
will
first.
experience that.
I have already answered this multiple times. If you are
There's a
violating
shortcut
the
here.
autonomy, which is moral law,
What is now
can you answer? Is
very
it
close
bad
by
to
bonfire.
create mass human suffering?
Oh, I also did one other thing. I did go back to Majula.
I'm not pretty much, but
upgraded.
I don't know if they put his armor in the
Estus Flask both ways. One way does, one Estus Flask. So we've got 3 flasks at +1.
Right through on top of the character and having exactly with them. Why is that? That seems like really very hard to coordinate quickly.
This guy almost
They might just use tons of different versions of this character, different shields and different. Well, then no, I would say the shields and weapons probably drawn.
I guess I'll point out that there's actually a lot for it to drop down to.
There'd be a lot of different variations.
This guy is clinging on to
They had separate variations with each piece of armor and
anyway, yeah, there's a platform you can actually drop down to that you can see from here.
Anything against my preferences is bad.
Just from the bonfire space.
You define
There's some
anything that I
chest, I think, some loot down there.
Which is
There's definitely going to be some loot pick up. But again, if I don't think
can you be good faith? Like,
okay, so here's where things start to get I can't recall what a recent thing is in a certain secret area that it's probably nothing exciting. I can't remember. This is the tricky part. It's really wide open.
Okay, I'll ask you one question to find the real answer. So I'll speak to this.
Can you scroll or when you
literature,
from the meat actors down to the master sword and do something? Yeah, hold on to it for now.
Okay.
There's a home stretch here. Like, I've had to use a lot.
Once I get outside, you can use the ring of light to go faster.
Alright, so
just to be clear, so you want to
ring light actually makes it so you're
essentially banning associated shades of grey would be well, we're talking about banning content.
take your time, kill that
Well,
off.
you just said that literature, I think the shades of grey would be
You'll get overwhelmed.
you did say that.
You're not allowed. We had some flurries this morning, but nothing quite. See where it used to snow here or something?
So do you want to seriously engage?
I am seriously engaging that if you're with the rep, I have away from that wanting to dance.
So I'm not going to stop to actually fight these guys.
Unless you can explain to me why not.
So in your arguing from the definitive and you're completely failed to explain what those parameters mean.
Resting spot.
One should be banned.
Okay, so what is
Anything that I can do my friends.
okay, and you just said before, so feet kicks, we can't do
Sure,
this
it's
on
actually worth
Maybe so. It depends on what I see.
actually a big part of the reason why. For sure. I'm just not sure it's probably of course you can't use a weapon.
So we're accepting like some forms of literature erotica, but not really.
Anything that's
Brought adult to understand this.
Tell me why I'm so
You're being so intellectually dishonest. Why won't you just
Our sword would rather we're just a little short of strength.
I'd like to get some fairy armor tests. I don't think it's going to be any better armor than the fairy armor tests. Considering sexual resistance armor and ice resistance.
Okay, based on God's not pretty So can you be honest and
all of a sudden, but that's not going to help our survivability based on what the dwellers said. Because of that,
what constitutes as pornography?
Yeah, I just find it much safer to
I want
actually
actual descriptions of what you think pornography is.
buy these guys.
I just gave you
Why can you not define it?
them on.
what? Anything
Why is this such a hard question?
how does the Supreme Court
For husbands, we don't need that.
Based on like the, are you talking about the nail attachment?
Alright, I'm back. Whew. Okay.
Okay, but you did say like some key picture detail, so I should be fine. I should be correct. Oh, okay. So we can send something to us.
Alright, there we go.
But you're full standing. So if the state finds out, you're getting sent to
I went to sleep for a little bit.
Should you be punished by the
Okay, I'm cold. I gotta...
So what
Slow animation. It's going to make it more likely to drop. Unfortunately, much less.
Alright. Let's go.
Let's see how we do here. You have to make sure that
Ooh.
because we have a biological
cross chamber for quite a number of pillars. So you can use that to cut off. We have a biological or something. Property I was never, I hadn't been to honestly, his boss.
Alright, let's go.
Why would you decide to be affirmative on this and then refuse to answer any of my questions in good faith? No, you haven't even defined
Oh yeah, well they had to
okay, that's the question.
Alright. And I do remember I was talking about Jesus.
So you would outlaw public breastfeeding as well?
Man, this is hard. It's hard to
wonder if this is one of the bosses that actually just compared to the original release.
Man, it's pretty tough. Well, kind of. Jeez, man.
It actually gets progressively.
Alright.
So now we got a
Jeez. Alright, so as I was saying before, even if Jesus was being hyperbolic, it doesn't matter to me. If he was being hyperbolic, it doesn't matter. If he's being sincere and that you truly didn't know, it doesn't take away anything. In fact, I think it makes him more awesome. Because as I've said before, if Jesus isn't God, God is unknowable. Because you can't know something you're not capable of knowing. Like, how do you know about God if Jesus isn't God? How is God knowable? Jesus isn't God, God is unknowable because the thing in question can't be represented by just a messenger or an aeon or whatever you want to say. So I think Jesus has to be God, and I think he is God. And it says, say every knee shall bow and every tongue confess. I don't think it's gonna be, I don't think they're going to nail down to Jesus by force. I think it's just going to be straight up like, it's just going to be straight up who he is, because whenever people, like little kids, have near-death experiences, they say they see Jesus, and I think there's a lot of credit to that. I think they see Jesus because children usually are not liars. They're usually not liars, and yeah, there's been a lot of like, it's been very windy and stuff. Whew. Yeah, that, man, I feel refreshed. Alright, so I'm going to, I gotta change the loader to this bar extension. What about... Alright, well, let's try the laser sight first. I'm gonna try that. But yeah, Jesus Christ is God and loves you at your darkest, and if you're going to be evil to evil, and be evil to be evil for Jesus. There is nothing wrong with it. Just be evil for Jesus and evil to evil people. I'm not afraid. I don't mind it. I don't care that much. It's only an hour into the Diddley and Andrew debate. I'm surprised. I thought it would be more. But that's okay. It works for me. Yeah, my joystick is acting. It's acting weird again. Dude, he got outplayed. Alright. Darn.
The fragrant branch is definitely that's the first one. Actually the fastest one. Just, it has way, some beans that ones I don't say under the ladder to find out.
Okay. You know what? I should go over there. I didn't get him. I thought I did. I wonder how long I've been live for. Darn. That's the window outside. But I like it though. It adds more natural white noise without me needing to add it through YouTube videos. Which I don't mind actually.
Although it might take a couple hours to some of those before so we're just running right through here. There's a fair amount of food passed by.
Alright, not too bad either, I guess. But yeah, I think Jesus is God. I think people will say Jesus is God. I just think there's crossover with the LDS scriptures and of like the Bible. For example, when it says in Corinthians or Colossians or whatever, it says something about the sun, the moon, and the stars. And in the LDS scriptures, it has, in the plan of salvation, the sun, the moon, and the stars, in terms of different resurrection states. I don't always agree with the interpretation of Joseph Smith and what he interpreted it as, because I don't think he was complete, but I do respect him as a prophet of God. I think he was, but wasn't perfect. As I've said before many times, the only perfect one is Jesus Christ. He's the only one. And he deserves it. He deserves it. So yeah, it is kind of nice to put that there, make it a little bit, okay. I'll put the lo-fi music a little lower. Alright, let's go.
Almost like a movie stuff like that.
Oh, that was close. Jeez, man.
It's kind of a pathetic comparison.
Man.
Possibly my favorite series.
I'm not doing so well with the shotgun. As people can see, I'm not very good at it. Even if it was full screen, I wouldn't be. I might be doing slightly better, but I'd have a less of an excuse when I suck. Because I've done it, and I suck with the shotgun. I'm just not a shotgun guy. But maybe I can still do something. Jeez, but it's kind of windy out there.
natural parts of me as well. Like I expressed some unhappiness with how this RSC works in terms of progressing, how unintuitive it was for me. What I think is fair to other PhDs that on that. Right off the bat, it just looks like
Jeez.
But what we have here,
Oh my gosh.
probably less. Very few.
I don't understand why.
On the boss in this area, sort of really forced someone to deal with the boss itself. Because there's poison. Sections of this level.
Because I won't get the super weapon.
Poison all over the floor.
Why am I using the shotgun on this map anyway? Man, the drift is like a problem. Like I got it used from GameStop. I got it years ago, so it kind of makes sense. But jeez.
I didn't figure that out when I first played here. Seconds or so to offset the poison damage. Kill her after 2 tries.
Okay.
So there's some more stories around here. This is where you pay for the second time. Sorry, not where I'm standing now, but a short walk away. But I'm not doing the story. That's our first item.
We won.
They drop an item that actually enlarges the breast.
Not a bad showing, I guess.
Kind of obnoxious. But some people like that for their fashion souls. As you can see, they got a few pirates. They've also got a spell called Immolation. I'm not feeling
okay.
What does that say about that? It's just
That was kind of loud.
Alright, so this time I don't mind doing a quick run back. I usually prefer to avoid retracting through sleep steps. So we just through this area. But I mean in this case, it's not like I'm just gonna try and light that bonfire that I opened up a moment ago. Just this time, it's like walls are definitely want to lose that. Let's see. So now it doesn't even matter if we die. It's just spawn right back here.
This is like Final Fantasy 12. You get any use for Final Fantasy 12?
Alright, and then there's also
Okay, let's do it now. Well, so what else do I want to talk about? Well, let's see. What do I want to talk about? More positive? Maybe? I've done it. I've been streaming for a long time. I've been streaming for 8 hours straight. It's been going very, very well. Let's try for 2 more hours at least. So, well, at least 1 hour. An hour and like 30 minutes. An hour and 30 minutes. Dude, I like the... This is perfect. This is perfect. Might be the best stream in terms of commentary. This is incredible. No, they're not bots either.
Especially with help distraction.
Oh, that was cool.
I guess this is a little bit
Alright. I'm gonna try to do more of my shotgun.
Come back and sunken crown deals. I think a lot of players play this as a red fan.
Come back here.
The first NPC that actually gestures taunt you a little bit. Something else about gesturing really makes sense. As I said before, it's very popular It's good that you can help us out.
Look at the way I'm moving right now. I'm a beast. It's like El President said, you know what? Maybe I should put a one. I should put Pro President on. Maybe I will. Maybe I will, like after this game or something, I'm gonna put a one. Might as well. Might as well. Bring on their press. El President. No, one of these days. The way I'm like moving is like. I see him here. Darn. Well, I'm moving a lot better than. That's what you gotta do in these games.
Those are very tricky jumps to kill. There's some covered in water, that's honestly the hardest thing.
The shots need to be more precise, I think.
I'm really glad I can do those jumps just because
What did I give that kill from? Well, I'm not complaining about it.
But I guess just as we're ending off this one, so I guess should help us end up
Yeah, I'm gonna put on a Presidor. Seems kinda weird, but I'm gonna put them on. Put them on, put them on. Put them up, put them up.
Adaptability is very important as well. We just don't know these methods. Adaptability, brain power, agility, it's at 92 right now. You know, we can actually get it to 95.
It's like I want to.
95 is actually a number.
Kinda want to play Left 4 Dead 2. If I can set it up the same way I set up Spotgate for the stream, I will. Well, maybe. I want to see if I can change the shotgun thing. What do I have for the shotgun? At least the class that I'm using has laser sight and barrel extension. Barrel extension, laser sight. Alright. Okay. Alright, I'll press the door. I'm coming.
Slightly short of like that's basically a wrap I guess
you know what? I need something to replace Hunter StarCraft after. So I'll put it on this one. Hopefully I kept the did I keep the Presidor stuff? Hopefully I did. I hope so.
I'm actually not sure. What are the key items in Iron
Come on now, Presidor, gotta give you here somewhere.
So, the way you get there is
looking through all my playlists and I can't find it. Unless I deleted it or something. Oh, here it is.
Like I say, I'm not fully on this bus line. You guys are so little kids on this bus line. There's a reason they control those kids on this bus line. Because it's real, there's a big one. That's why you
Let's see if that Okay, let's try Left 4 Dead 2. I'm so impressed at how well I handled it. Okay. Alright. Let's forget to. My president is funny. Alright, so for that part, I'm going to charge my phone. You're right. It doesn't belong in the game, it belongs in me. Okay. How do I take away running in the window? 190p. Yeah, this is it. This is. Alright, let's do it. That do be. No. Alright, video. Okay. Well, that's not what I wanted. Window, no border. Yeah, okay. Let's see if I can figure this out. Window, no border. Okay, so this is the smallest they could go to. Happy video. Alright, you know what? Put it in the window. There we go. But, we'll just have to... Alright.
still wired power adapter.
Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Because that's gonna be the way it's gonna be. Because of this, that's the way cookie crumbles. Should I do? No, let's just wait. Okay, so my mod's all loaded. Alright, that's good. Let's just play campaign realism. Or more like expert realism. So where should I start? Yeah, I don't have an add-on campaign. I might have to pick another one soon. Maybe Globtastic or something. I've done a lot of different ones. I've done the liminal spaces and the back room. Pretty fun. Let's just start at the dead center. Okay. Left for dead. Well, I wonder if there's another game I could play. That's why I turned it all the way down on that procedure, because he's too loud. He's so loud. It's funny. Oh no! I forgot how loud the game could be. Yeah, Elon Musk agrees with the teachings of Jesus.
That's probably one of the biggest things for the Sacramento. Let's bring up some early
Alright. I love the mods I'm using. Let's see. Okay. I give that room a ring. A Toho character. Jesus is in Toho, by the way. People need to know. If you didn't know, now you know. I have proof. I have evidence too. Jesus Christ is official in Toho. The Japanese do actually respect Jesus a lot. Jesus Christ will use other people to lead him to himself. He will be led to Jesus. Oh, he so what am I looking for? Audio. Game volume. Let's turn that down. Okay. Well, let's do it. I wonder if it could work with Skyrim. Also, these bots are like Terminators. I don't know what kind of bots I have. I think I have like 3 of them or something. But they're mercenaries. They very rarely die. they can aim through walls. The AI is overpowered, so if you know, that would be too overpowered. And that's why I only play expert realism, because the other ones are too easy, especially with like 8 people. It's too overpowered. So I compensated for making the whole AI better. I made them tankier. I made them smarter. I made them a lot more improved. I made so that the hordes become a lot more. And I think that's a smart thing to do. I think it's just a smart thing to do. And there's nothing wrong with it. Like, I might go back to split game, but I kinda got bored of it. Oh, you know what? Maybe I can play Skyrim while having these videos. Like, I can, but I'm more talking about like the window and stuff. Like, there you go. Yeah, that's so cool. Alright. I think it's supposed to be, is it this way or is it this way? No, I think it's supposed to be over here. Alright, I wonder if I should do this with like emulation too. Alright. Okay. I want to get on the elevator, but yeah, because I made the AI way better for like my squad, I made the enemy AI way better too. I made the hit points way more. I think it's very fair to do that too. If I didn't, it would not be fair. Right? So that, so this. I'm doing good so far. So, Left 4 Dead 2 is so fun. If they made a third one, I would be so happy. Like Left 4 Dead 2. I know some people don't like the mods. I love the mods though. I love the mods. Okay. I really like the Silent Hill mod too. I like the horror mods. Those are pretty amazing too. Pretty amazing stuff. Oh shoot. I didn't mean to do this. I didn't mean to shoot my own teammates. It's just hard to see sometimes. I'll try survival life. And what's cool about the AI is they can take stuff, they can pick up stuff, they can They can take their, they can shut the door on their own. They can even finish the level without you because they know where the exit is. They know where the homing beacon is. If Christ wants you, it's like if Jesus Christ wants you, he'll get you. He wants you, he'll get you. I'm looking at the ground. Okay. Alright, so before I do anything, I try to make sure to hit up my partners. Alright. So he needs to. I always try to hear my teammates because I'm not for dead too. It's not about who can outrun who. Well, sometimes it could be, depending on the circumstances. But most of the time, you want to try to stay with your group, with your people, or you try to have like choke points or communication. Communication is key. It's just I'd rather play games alone. I think it's better, at least for me. I've played a couple of times with my friends before, but it's very rare. And we had a good time. It's just that I'm a shy kid, and I think that we can use. Does anybody need a bottle of pills? No? Okay, Zoe, you need to be healed, Zoe. You need to be healed up, Zoe. Alright, let's go. So I got the shotgun now. So they're not going to get me. Dude, I keep shooting my own teammates. It's like it's hard for me to see. Well, cause I thought about playing some other games too, but I don't want to because, well, maybe besides Skyrim, I like doing this when there's more like easy games I can play. Like that doesn't take too much of my like effort, because I could try to play an MMO. I wouldn't be very successful probably, because an MMO it's even harder to do. But I do want to talk about some game stuff. So for one, there's something called Parsec that basically allows you to do co-op, local co-op that you would normally have to be with other people. You could just do that like through online. Parsec just basically allows you to do local online co-op through the internet. And there's another, I love PC and I'll probably never go back to console because PC just has too much cool things. It has free, it has, it has free online, it's got free cloud saves, if you know where to go, it's got emulation, it has free, it's got emulation, it's got, emulation, so that's cool as well. You have a Molotov. I have a Molotov. You have free online. I killed that charger. You have free online. Save the Molotov for the tank. So try to stay with the group. The other one I wanted to say is called a probably maybe even better. It's called Nucleus Co-op. In this program on PC, it allows you to play split screen for normally not split screen games. So for example, if I wanted to play split screen on Left 4 Dead 2, I could just do that, plug in another controller or a keyboard. You can even split it between two or more. You can even split it between two or more, like monitors. So player 1 can be on monitor 1, player 2 can be on monitor 2, etc., etc., etc. And the cool thing about this is that it doesn't have to actually it doesn't have to be the same resolution or anything. You can have probably even more than 4, probably. It can work with Halo. Halo, I think, should come with split screen on PC. I think it's more Xbox. It was also on PlayStation 5 now, so that's cool. So if you're looking at it, where's the tank? Is the tank out here yet? Alright. An AK-47. That's AK-47 is the best. It's the best weapon in the game due to its fire rate, control, damage, range, everything. It's overpowered. It's really, really OP. Okay. I'm going to give him my stuff constantly. What you do is walk into the boss room and switch the charge I use pretty much every time.
Just gotta parry off. And that'll put him in a slippery that concern. You actually have enough time to run all the way over to here. I'm sure like just
So there should be a horde coming. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of enemies. That's merciless. That's merciless. Alright, let's throw that over there. So get the Coca-Cola. Man, it's so hard to see. Save your voice, like stay behind or in front of your teammates. I tried to turn off friendly fire with a mod, but I guess the mod didn't work, or maybe I must have misplaced it or something, not installed it correctly. That's okay though. That's okay. You know, friendly fire is kind of cheap even with it. Or the whatever it is down there. Should I like kill myself? Maybe I should. Wait, what am I stuck on? Maybe I should do it with emulation one day. And I easily could. It wouldn't be difficult for me to do. I think it's kind of weird, but I don't mind it. I don't mind it too much. The reason why is because ooh, look at that. That was amazing. That was like a jump. I think I heard the tank. There you are. There's my friend. Dude, that almost like, dude, that almost like froze up. Yeah, the tank got destroyed pretty much. Well, there was only one. If it was like 3 tanks on a custom campaign, that would be different. Because custom campaigns are basically spam hordes, tanks, witches, And on expert realism, it's crazy what damage they can do. And if I manage to get to it, like to that one video where it says, oh, tanks are almost unfair on expert realism, let's see. I'll probably just skip to the expert realism stuff. Okay. It's a good thing I slept earlier. I wouldn't be as good now.
Andrew, you think that that's my
Alright, well, let me heal up my buddies first. Femboy number 1 Rimuru. Cho needs to be healed. Wait, no, Astafro's good. Good. Alright, we're good now. Alright. Now that's hard to tell who's from who.
Sorry guys, it does look like it's bad time. We got a couple more minutes, but I think it's
But it's so hard to know where to go because everything is like so dark. But that's the way I like it. It makes it more horror based. It's more horror based. And that's okay with me.
Third option, heading down the gutter. Fourth option,
Okay.
that's the one I recommend
Dude, look at the dots. These guys are going off right now.
Considering I got, most of my screens are
Is it? Oh yeah, it's over here. See? You get instantly get killed. Alright, who's Kota? Oh, who's my Rimuru? Rimuru is basically anime Jesus, by the way. He resurrects people in a white cloak. He splits the lake. He's very strong. One of his attacks is called Megiddo. So yeah, he is basically anime Jesus. In fact, his partner CL is basically called, I think is supposed to be called Mary. So it actually tanks are brutal. Especially if you like modify them and stuff. But not as brutal as we are. What's happening? Yeah, I think the alarm is over here. Maybe it's not. Yeah, there might be another flight of stairs you have to go up. You should be able to know where the alarm shut off is. Oh, maybe it's this way actually. Okay. Alright, dang, that's almost home. Wow, okay. I'm actually impressed how well I've done. Other than a few hiccups, the streams have been doing well. I think I've done pretty good on the volume adjustment and whatnot, and so you know what I'm gonna do? Alright, let's go to single player. So I'll do this one first. And I might not even spawn the horde. I might just walk around and enjoy and chill and yeah. Enjoy and enjoy it and chill and relax. There's nothing wrong with doing that. Yes. Who wouldn't want to enjoy this? Look, I made the graphics look. Put on multiple graphics mods. Put on, I even have like, what's it called? I have, not only graphics mods, I have lighting mods. I have a shader mod. Look at this. And a swimming pool. How do we get out of this? Oh, there's a ladder. Duh, I've done this. I should have known. So yeah, this is a very sweet place. What a nice place. What a nice place. No, I could, but I don't want to. Oh, I keep forgetting they could just start it themselves. Yeah. That's what I love about the mods for this computer, like the ones that I got. They can just do things themselves, and you don't have to. So I'm gonna just stay right here. I'm gonna stay right here.
Maybe it seems like I'm rushing,
You're not gonna get me.
but really it's a safe strategy. It's in some ways safe. Especially if you have like forward knowledge of the experts. These guys
I wonder if this would work for Resident Evil 4. I have the original. I like playing it sometimes. Well, I don't have it downloaded. Sometimes I like playing it, like just pet out time sometimes. I think it's a good pet. How are they not able to find me though? Or maybe they can't find me. Maybe they can't. So it's like they can't find me, and I don't know. I'm just gonna sit here and see if they can find me or not. If they can't, then why are they doing this? Can I just honestly just sit here and they won't, like, they're not going to come after me. They don't come after me, I think, at all. That's crazy. I don't get it. Can these people honestly, can they not find me? Maybe they didn't aggro onto me. Did they not aggro onto me? That's crazy. Look at what I'm doing. I'm just sitting here. But I'm going to continue to sit there. I want to see how far I can push it. Because if the tank doesn't aggro me, then this truly is like, I wonder if dude, he can't get me. I don't know how I'm able to do this, but it must be a glitch. It must be a glitch. Maybe I should. I'm gonna try to aggro the tank. If I can aggro the tank and then just make him forget about me, that'll be pretty awesome. Come on, Mr. Tank. Oh shit. That was pretty, it was funny though.
As well, you actually where
Let's go back to that. Let's do that again. That's fun. Where's the... Dang it. I got caught. Who wouldn't want to catch me though? A beautiful anime girl. Who wouldn't want to catch? Who wouldn't want that? I don't know her name, but who wouldn't want that? Like, who wouldn't want this beautiful black sass? Who wouldn't want that? Where's the bathroom when you need it? Yeah. Alright. Who wouldn't want to be a sass in the past, in the past, in the sass? What should I talk about? Okay. Take that. I'm gonna heal you. Well, they should be able to like get out of it. I could leave, but why would I want to do that?
get access to the day. So that's just the worst part is going to jump
Look, I've done basically nothing. I'm just sitting here. You beat your new record. But it's like if they spawn if they spawn while you're in the tub, it's like they for some reason it's like they can't detect you or something. There must be a glitch with their collision or detection or something. Holy moly. They just came into the tub. Okay, my throat's starting to hurt now. Yeah, thank you for joining me. This is awesome. This is awesome. Oh shit. Well, I'm going to heal you until I can't. I don't need my help, so I will focus on healing my teammates. This is amazing. This is insane. Look at this crazy stuff. I'm having a lot of fun. Just sitting here, not having to do really much of anything. I didn't know this spot would be so lethal. I did not know that.
A lot of other bosses.
This is incredible. This is incredible. That's cool. They left, but yeah. Like they can't come over. All they have to do is just shoot. They basically keep shooting. Eat that and take it. Eat that and take it. This is too funny. It's too funny. So they don't even know. They're like retarded. They don't know where I am. You could just sit here and do nothing. I think we're really happy, man. Honestly, like, managed to kill you, but so far, like, well, they've done it once. But that's because I went out of it. Now if I just stay in it, they probably won't get close because they're too spread out and the bots are too good, even though the enemy AI is also good. I'll just help you up. It's like they can't even get over here. Oh shoot, that's too funny. It's too funny, bro. That's too funny. There you go. You guys can leave now. Clearly, they're not good enough to handle the bathtub. They're not good enough to handle a nice hot tub. A nice hot tub. Look at that dude failing and missing. That's embarrassing. Why should I move when I don't really have to? And it gives me time to do other things. Well, I lasted a long time just sitting there. Hey, I spawned right in front of an acid plant. Alright. I'm just gonna keep going back there. I died again, but I will rise again. I may have died, but I will rise. And I'm going to rise again. There's nothing these stupid people can do about it. They're not really people, they're more like monsters. So are humans. I can be a bigger monster than you can. We can. Alright, well. Yep. Well, as long as I'm dead for now. No, told you I would return. Told you I would return. Alright, I need to get out of here soon. Well, no way. I didn't mean to do that. Well, I'm going back to... Just don't invite me. Gee, if you were Jesus, you probably would. Maybe I need to give you a Jesus skin instead. So that there can be more incentive to revive me. I don't get it. Isn't there like someone in here? You guys can't help me? No help? No help? Nothing. Yippee. But that's okay because what's gonna happen now? That's almost done. So why should I replace it with
Everyone knows that the hard part was building was first for, and then the rest of it. Well, the scoring scheme was technically
let's go back a little bit. It's almost halfway. So it's almost halfway. Got 4 more hours to go. So this is almost done. I don't know what else I should put this. Okay, 4 hours. So I'll try to let's do that. This was supposed to be for we must have spawned in like a glitch. Where are we spotting from? Oh, it's like, it must be above the house. Well, it's nice knowing Liz. That was good. Basically, I had to glitch out because I'm just too powerful. We're too powerful. So the game had to glitch out. Let's do online survival games. It wasn't very much. It was like 1. Okay. Make audio. Alright. So this is basically done. So I don't need to continue. I don't need to continue it. What else should I put? You already have this one. You already have two debates going on like at once. Matthew. AVGM. You have a Pressidor. You have Lo-Fi. You got white noise. So what should I put for this one? Anime, maybe? But if I put anime... You know what? Yeah, let's just back down of that. And once Hunter StarCraft's Dark Souls 2 stuff is finished, I can start playing some anime. Maybe. Well, either I'll play anime or maybe I should just play some like Jesus stuff. I don't know, I'll think about it. I'll think about what I want to do. I don't know. I do want to replace it, not just have a Pressidor by himself. Okay, let's see. Okay. What should I put? Maybe I should just put... Should I put Queso? Should I run him? I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about it. Maybe I should think about it when I'm downloading Resident Evil 4. It's a pretty nice place. Because I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I want to face. I don't know. 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 3, 6, 7, 8, 10. I have like 10 tabs going on. I've been going for hours and hours and hours and hours. But I'm having a lot of fun though. A lot of fun. A lot of fun. Well, you know something? You know what? I'll just... Maybe let's try Skyrim. You know what? Maybe we should play Resident Evil later. What am I doing? Look at this, Resident Evil 5. Alright, let's just download it. So what am I doing? Can I not? Okay, I'll just turn that off. Alright, I'm going to take a break for a little bit, and I'll be back.
jumping into stuff, where would I bring with me?
The extra Estus flash shards.
Probably a magic sword since it's light.
Dude, desperate men.
Fairy armor and the
We'll take on this boss.
fairy armor and the magic sword. Probably get grand right there.
Congregation. Probably Magus is that big one in the middle.
Some other stuff, I guess. Sucks. They can't bring the fairy armor with the
a lot of
sword.
joke about this boss sort of being
Too heavy.
Dark Souls 2. Just as I mentioned, this
We tried to do that.
Good thing they don't count the our own net.
Zombies are just a simple one-hit KO, so it's probably
Maybe our avatars in the air.
I usually make flashing it personal thing.
Hey guys, we're back.
I know uploads is a new thing.
On the same night,
The uploads thing happened after the I was bought up by Amazon, so before that, like upload videos to them. So now they're pretty much like YouTube in terms of
I don't know, maybe I've been a bit spoiled with all
videos for
and
we got rid of most of the
That's the difference.
literal box. Very dangerous in chess, we should probably quick save.
I don't know, man. Having three of them, they're sort of able to back up each other.
Do we have to kind of join the person first?
I guess I just gotta get away.
One of those like, well, you know, response here because we got like zero watches in the last year.
Most of the items in champs are still
A good month time to make sure you have them backed up or whatever. I know in my case, like, I don't record my streams as well as stream them. I just don't.
Again, like just
Tons of extra hard drives to do that too. So I've seen some cases where I bought. Luckily, it was fixed before they expired, but I think there was like a period where the bonds were just not showing up, like they weren't working. Eventually got fixed before the bonds expired.
Now that it's
fast forward has expired and they don't use them. But something like that happens.
It'd be a lot easier. Okay. Feeling a bit better about this.
That's why I back everything up to YouTube as well. That way I've got that extra backup.
I was pretty worried when it died. That would just be when it's all alone.
Yeah, I does have to do that informing
when I
everybody.
was saying suffering is bad, and he was interpreting that as me making moral
guys, they
argument,
cast healing.
that wasn't what I was doing.
I don't know.
I
think that boss is
saying that suffering as like a feeling
From like
is something that
YouTube,
feels
like Google's
bad.
probably like
That's why we want to
really into
remove
airplanes
suffering, because it feels bad to suffer.
like quick has very small percentage of that, I'm sure.
This is a toilet.
I still have highlights. I still have highlights from when I started this year. It's been over a year now.
Andrew might be liking his new stuff though. Kanye.
I don't think you'll take that after you
Yeah, so this is the armor of the pair of white priests that
But you know, here's the thing.
really annoying guys.
They're not really.
Oh yeah, fonts expire. Past broadcasts. You're not
That's that. Where's the drop down?
you're not the primary. You're just like a basic user.
I do know what fashion
Past broadcasts may stay for 2 weeks.
authoritarian.
Which Prime stays for a month.
even if you look up the definition of authoritarianism, you see that steps
turbo or whatever probably stays any longer. But it's usually a month maximum typically. If you highlight it, you can highlight your entire VOD. You don't have to highlight a small portion. That's what I'm doing online. You highlight the entire run. Then they stay so I got like 2,300 hours of highlighted VODs.
Well, it wasn't correct. Because of that, FromSoft allowed every character
because he didn't corporatize the state.
Actually, it wouldn't just reset the it would also reset
was very key to his strategy.
Doesn't recommend just anything like highlights.
And so he wanted to bring back
one of my characters had red stats.
Yeah,
that's a good measure.
It was good to find
and that was slowly but surely.
Yeah, I thought I mentioned it.
Literally came communism back in their and they were trying to stop large trades
Okay, so we're now progressing through.
So you're happy to put on paper that you believe Hitler is not a fascist?
I would say socialist for sure. And I would say
when you have like
absolutely,
hundreds of thousands of hard drives.
Yeah, we took a route that I don't think we're going to just going to try and see if we can run it through. It's pretty
it's definitely quite a few a day, I'm sure.
To this boss.
Yeah, this is it's like their version of
I'm sure they have tons of backup as well, so it's not.
I think it's
of course, they don't just have your information on one hard drive. They have a backup section, so they probably have a space arrays. Two hard drives for each. One extra hard drive per access to 5 disks or 10 disks.
Now, just like that, fascist was not right was trying to do for them to make this layer which was fancy.
We've run through this whole area, so I'm going to make a save before I go into that tram, because my stuff like disappears.
Apparatus, or the switches, the bells.
Okay. Anything too much my
summon here as well.
Very dangerous craft. Disarm. Successfully disarmed.
We've been using summon.
Yeah, that could almost be a necessity.
The other item that I think that has
It's really interesting to see, like, if those are like data farm, like massive, like rows of hard drives and robotic systems and insane.
Like we can discuss the
Something out of a
negative
Hollywood
effects of
movie.
pornography, but it actually doesn't matter to him. If I could prove with a study that pornography actually is helpful for everyone, he would still be
So it's really important that we do this boss on the first try.
make sure that we cross everything.
Let's do this part.
Okay.
It's got the beam
Alright guys, if we can get everything
well, that attack specifically was
Like this one.
nerfed.
You can be.
I guess I would say this level must have taken us down way, we actually went down to where
That's mostly
which way to go. I think
You can drop this, really? It's like 0.8 kilograms. What the hell?
No.
Like can't we drop this?
Yes, this is the maze. I was
Bullshit. That really does gonna be bad. Still have like 6.8 kilograms we need to drop, so we need to bring our armor with us. We drop this, guys. Let's see what the hell we're going. We're gonna have to drop the armor because we need a weapon, so.
Do you have any other dudes have
I know where we're going, but
Yeah, so Andrew just
okay, that's actually
kind of
position,
which is that we shoot a ban pornography, and yet throughout this entire debate he has failed to provide a single argument as to why we should ban it.
Alright, we've gotten rid of all the little spiders. The rest
I think he tried to avoid it altogether because that's a really slippery slope that would lead to banning all forms of media, video games, literature, music, movies, and I think he wanted to avoid going down that route because it doesn't look good next when we start getting into that kind of stuff. Because it's really hard to say.
he can produce additional little spiders. Alright, our roll timing is really not great.
And the reason he had no argument against that is because there's no fucking argument to be had against that.
Everything becomes
Try and finish this boss off.
unidentified after we've gotten.
Just calm down. What I'm saying
I don't need the dark sword anymore anyways, the fire sword is better.
the same position for Vanity, same exact position that she gave for Tuesday. So
This guy's like,
I don't even know what she's arguing. She the same exact thing. Never gave me a single bit of pushback.
Took that and to drop an extra 0.7 pounds. Check the drop wash.
No, I did. I questioned your
alright, so we're officially
of divine command theory by pulling up contradictions that you obviously don't condone in the Bible. On the topic of rape, you deny that they were even being raped in the first place, which is completely ludicrous. It's very obvious. I think as you said, they aren't being raped, they're being abused in some way.
But they have to make this so heavy you can't drop it.
Of genocide, you condone that. They're saying that's just fight against evil people. Slavery is not one that I got to bring up. What do you think about the Bible's condoning of slavery?
It's extremely stressful, guys. You really don't want to die.
So this isn't a boss fight or something. You're basically going in.
You have to establish a fucking so that nation will start attacking. So what you do, you engage, right? Take over and build a population. But you're going to have enough manpower to guard it.
Oh, none of that.
Like a show. Or C.
This guy's been following me. And there's another one. Oh, man. Yep.
So I don't think we should legalize or perform slavery because it is a violation of people's personal autonomy. So can you answer my question? Because I was... So why is it when I ask you a question, it's no, I need an answer. You failed to answer my question all throughout this video.
Did you get the old phones that have backup songs?
Very disappointing. Bunches sort of higher.
I love it. Sweet Amazon ones.
Maybe I should stop on life jackets.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Every pod I have, I make sure to highlight it. That's what I mean. I have all my pods from beginning of RPG Quest
Go down this road by
highlighted.
answering any of my questions.
I was the asker.
No, I asked you a question and you
seem like she's spawning,
but depending on if it's prime or not, don't have to put prime in full to past broadcast.
And then there was a point that the reports like spawn green spiders
time,
all the time. I I could even kill off like the first one or two.
Once you highlight it, it's on there.
Five
Or good as far as I can tell. I don't know if there's any sort of limit they set for them.
without like
Channels
any trade.
If you haven't answered a single question, that's fine.
I'm disappointed. Sorry if you guys are disappointed at our first great board. So that's going to wrap up this episode. And we just have to keep hammering away at this walkthrough, progressing as much as we can in the future. Alright guys, that's going to do it. Thank you again for watching. I'm See you guys next time. Peace out.
Bubbles have saved us so many times.
I hope I don't have to use my glasses of in these areas. That really sucks to hide something behind like a big wall.
Hey, what's up guys? Welcome back. I'm Hunter SC. We are starting this episode in the same place we start many of our episodes here in Chula. We're going to be here for a couple minutes before progressing on to the Lost City. So, the legends here now. I know I kind of harped on this issue a bit like the early episodes, which wasn't showing up here. So yeah, you have to kill the last giant before Legends show up here. And she brings with her the most valuable commodity, life gems. Those would have
really highlight them in the last forever.
At the end of the last episode.
Okay. If you highlight all your
I wasn't
as we would have
highlight all your stuff.
other items that do.
I got 2,300 hours pretty much highlighted last videos. So.
Yeah, my
to engage in a good faith debate, so I'm not sure.
Looks like the way out.
as a side note.
I mean, you have to dump all your
Again,
stuff.
you are arguing
Yeah,
from
it
the
would have been
affirmative
smart, but
position,
definitely to fill
and
in
you have not been able to make an argument for any
classes really.
You're awful.
So that's what we're going to be doing now. We gotta just tie
Yeah,
up
and you're just doing the
Dumping your stuff. Probably my magic sword
so
is
you
40.
would make an actual argument.
at least for this episode.
Very armor and
Very
armor and magic
The only
sword.
other thing I wanted to do is
4 kilograms
just
right there.
upgrade our mace a bit.
Particular sections.
The cost, or if we even have the right resources, it's fine.
Alright guys,
Can't
we're back.
carry armor with
Looks like
fire sword.
I did forget one thing.
Oh, this might be
Back in the back.
Look like you just ran up.
Against the wall or something we didn't see it.
It's good when you don't count this our own weight in that.
Yeah, it was.
That's really funny because I only brought up Trump committing adultery, aka cheating on his wife. I never brought up the rape thing, but hey, thanks for that. Yeah, so apparently I haven't looked into it too much again. That's why I brought up adultery and not rape. But I believe from the little I have read is that what he was convicted of rape, something that happened.
I know uploads was a new thing,
Can't remember.
and the uploads thing happened after the were bought up by Amazon, so
That was never the point I was making in the first place.
for that thing, like upload videos thing. Now they're pretty much like YouTube in terms of upload videos and videos for like a long period of time.
I didn't say anything. All of a sudden, it just jumped a few years. And just like popped back real quick. I didn't see
Probably not. They would have to kind of warn the person first. One of those like, well, removing these mods here because, they've been, you got like, 0 watches
How are we
and
going
last,
to ban people pulling their rods?
you have to give you like a month
What's the policy there? I
time
mean,
Alright, I'm back. So since Resident Evil 4, apparently you can't click the Windows key to tab out. I guess you need to set it up first, unless there's like a way to do. Maybe I should just play through the whole game again. I've done it before, but alright. Actually, if I am going to is it Alt-Tab or Alt-Enter? Alt-Enter is full screen. Alright. Maybe I should just play Mercenaries right now. Actually, no, maybe not. Yeah, let's go. I don't know if I can make it though. Oh wow, I actually made it. Sometimes that part is hard for me. Dodge. Alright. Let's go. Oh, you know what? Change video settings, anti-aliasing, high. Wow, that was a slowdown. I love this game though. Dude, what the freak is... Oh, it might be because another video had to load first. Jeez, man. Alright. I gotta push this away. What's up with this slowdown? So I put on Queso, because I like his scary videos a lot. I'd be in this game with like nothing but the red 9. It's a pistol only.
My stuff like disappears, so it's like.
Thanks for the money. Alright. Okay. How come I can't, like, go anywhere?
Something out of a Hollywood movie. Bring 5 pounds
Jeez. I'm struggling here. Now this is still the castle area. Oh, I killed Mango. Honestly, also something that I can't wait for the Silent Hill 1 remake. That'll be so cool. Actually, maybe I should stream Silent Hill. I played it a long time ago, but maybe I should play it again. There's the merchant dude.
Drop this room. It's like pointing to
I heard that from Queso. It was funny though.
Bring our armor with us.
I'm almost to the island. Alright, let's use the fish then. Like how easy it's gonna be. 1, 2, 3. Told you it was going to be easy. Okay, I'm getting kind of bored of it. Like, I like the game, but I'm bored. And I already have played the whole game on YouTube for my Xbox One, like years and years ago. Okay. Well, it doesn't really matter because I have maximum health. The only difference it would make is that see, I knew there was a snake in there. The only difference it would make is that if you get a green herb, yellow herb, red herb, if you combine them all together, it either increases your health or puts your health up to full, whereas a fish will not. A small fish won't. So maybe the herb was better. Well, that's not gonna stop me. I don't know if I like this game as much as I used to. Don't get me wrong, it's still a good game, but I think I like Resident Evil 5 and Resident Evil 6 a little bit better, as weird as that is to say, not only because of the co-op stuff, which, you know, people can like it or not. I don't mind it. But Resident Evil 6 and Resident Evil 5 aren't too different from Resident Evil 4. Yeah, Resident Evil 4 has horror elements. But it's not like Resident Evil 4 is necessarily too far removed from... It's not too far removed. So, if it's not too far removed, might as well have a friend to play with you. And yeah, there is a Resident Evil 4 split screen mod that someone made, and he got it working too. But the thing that I like more about Resident Evil 4 than 5 and 6 is that the atmosphere, I think, is a little bit... I mean, just look at this right now. We're in a medieval corridor that's European, very stylistic. It's gritty, it's dark. Kind of gives me a little bit Silent Hill vibes. And Resident Evil 6 and 5 don't have... Well, Resident Evil 6 has it, depending on whose story you play. Leon's is a lot like this. It's a lot the same like Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 5, unless you mod it, is more... it's more action-based, which I think is okay for the game. They were going for different moods. Resident Evil 4 isn't even close to the survival horror that the old Resident Evils were, especially with the tank controls. Nor was it. What is it better than? I don't know, maybe I should get Resident Evil 5. Maybe I will, because I remember playing it way back on the PlayStation 3, and I actually got the, I got the unlimited ammo and stuff, and the game was fun. Like, granted, I kind of wish, the reason why I think I like Resident Evil 6 a little bit more is that Resident Evil 6, you can, Resident Evil 6, the partner doesn't actually have to, the partner doesn't actually, it doesn't actually, the partner, doesn't actually have to, well, what was I talking about? The partner doesn't actually have to. Alright. The partner doesn't actually have to do things that you don't have to take care of them, and you don't have to take care of them. You don't have to do stuff like you don't have to watch them like a baby. So let's see. meachew commentary 9, 10, 11, 12. Secret entrance. Okay, let's try. Alright, let's try Skyrim. Can't believe I would actually say Skyrim, Skyrim. Okay. One day mode. Not borderless, border. Go to 450p, like, okay, 450p it is. Dude, what? Maybe that's God telling me, like, no, just kidding, I actually enjoy it. Not responding. Yeah, just give it a second. Alright. Oh, I can click the other windows too, I think. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I can't actually. Alright.
stuck bringing this with me. I'm stuck bringing this great energy with me. You know, so there's a lot of things that, I don't know what you mean, it's 20 kilograms. Right there, you've already lost 20 kilograms. Bring like maximum of 4.5 pounds, sorry, maximum like 3.5 pounds worth of stuff for the names.
You know, Skyrim has sold 60 million copies. The same with The Witcher 3, so that's very impressive because RPGs are more, I think, more niche, but the fact that it sold, those have sold so much is amazing. Because, well, Skyrim was re-released on basically everything, and it's been ported to everything. And The Witcher 3, I think, is even more impressive. So, but that is really impressive. I want to talk to the what's going on? What happened? Alright. It would be better if I just didn't have to, like, I could, Skyrim completely locks you out, doesn't it? That's fine. I don't know what that was. Who knows? Oh, I've been streaming for a long time. But that's okay. It's made me appreciate. It's made me appreciate people who stream for this long. Like day after day after day. It's incredible. Sure. Alright. Well, let's go fight a giant. Wait, maybe I can't go. It's a battle for Whiterun. What's going on? Oh yeah, because I've never done the main quest. They probably don't put it into their whatever. But Jesus Christ is God. So it turns out Elon Musk is gonna go to, I think he's close to going to Jesus. I really think he is. we have to hear these people out. Defeat the who? Defend the barricade. Wait, defend the barricade. Oh. Alright. Oh, okay, where's the attackers must be over here. They breached the barrier. Chop. Chop, chop, chop. The death animations are so satisfying. I love this mod. Alright, Tim. Okay. Only 25% remaining. 16% remaining. Yeah, these people are almost dead. Like, almost completely. Almost completely. Okay, return to the Jarl of White. Into the Jarl of White run. Alright. Okay. Into the Jarl of White. General Tullius. Where's alright, well, let's should I like do the trick to Throat of the World? You know, when I went up there the first time, it was a magical experience. Actually, it still is. Skyrim is a magical game, but yeah, Elon Musk, I think, is going to accept Jesus. I think he is. I think he is. Yeah. He is, please. This is... Why does it lag so much here? Okay, I don't get it. Well, I'm going to try to get out of it. Alright, let's go to a different... Is there no other places besides that one where I can spawn, like, by a giant. There is other places too, I just don't remember where they are. See, there's Bleakwind Basin. See, like there's tusks. If there's tusk by it, then that means dude, where? I don't understand. I want to fight a giant in a place where it doesn't lag. Why are you? Okay, you know what? Let's try it. Okay, we're gonna try it. Let's go. God dang. Oh, I just one-shotted it. But it's probably on the... Yeah, I think it is on the easiest. Yeah, it's on novice. I need to go somewhere else. That's pretty. Alright, I think I'll quit to the desktop. So now I can... Alright, Chronicles the First Mage episode. I don't know where he is. Alright. I wonder if I should go to sleep now. Alright, okay. I wish there was like a playlist of Andalusians, a lot of day debate stuff, but I started there. What do I want to do now? You know what? Let's do... Alright, let's change the white noise sound. What do I want to change it to? I don't know. Alright. So what I'm gonna do is turn down the mic again. And talk to you guys later.
To start with, humanism, like most proto-enlightenment stupidity, isn't saying anything. Like a deer traps my grandfather is close behind. Humanist International is against the Amsterdam Declaration has a whole section on LGBTQI as we celebrate Pride Day. We underscore the fact that AIDS is in 62 countries, same-sex relationships are legal. With perfectly circular. In the center of the circle is Iraq and we are seeing the outline of the factor out beyond recognition. Yeah, so what are you going to do about it? You're going to whine while the monks shut people off buildings to offend their delicate sensibilities?
Well, that's the thing, like back then, people were buying music and people were probably interested in this, cooking earlier,
What's the objection?
drop my sword off, or hemorrhoid, some more things. Back up,
I'm going to go with that.
my armor, my
I'm willing to keep this whole God
stuff like that. Self-destruct, 20 kilograms I'm stuck bringing this I'm stuck bringing these red diamonds when you're so there's a lot of things that I don't know what you need to point to. Red day, Stepping the character does not mean like it sounds like we should get a bit under control as people, and that can cost real money.
So about 40 cents in the U.S. nowadays. What do you think of a free
Enough of the introducing crowd is basically
According to my father, this event took place in the late 70s. That's right. He was at the farm after dark.
I'm sure they have some awesome
in the first part of the story. Up and down, they had not been drinking. There's a young drug to this country. The reception's reality. This was just one last night. She spent relaxing on the stars, reading my story with his best friend. When the driven struck into the mountains, they wouldn't have to walk all the way back to the farm in the morning.
humongous being.
Here,
Weapons are
it sounded like a big
you're going to a boss fight, really brings that down. Yeah, when it's used to get you here, every other item in this game that can't drop like 20 pounds. Makes no sense. How heavy were they?
getting loud. This was like my dad swear she saw hair against eyes to teeth. He said there's something he was talking about. The shapes of the mouth, the places the eyes go, where the teeth were. He described this now. My dad was peaceful, good bird, focused for the truck. My father was using the same joints with him. As he used the trucks, he said the creature had a smell something unearthly. It took the skin of his ears. It just described the person that was so haunted, so he was sure this was he said it. Once, who offers this huge pleasure of knowing people very well as to what he uses. My dad's story. After only the first skin storms ever been through, even scarier than surviving the bobcat attack. I think this is what we thought of the story for the ones who were possible so far. As I was growing up, I found years ago these being true. Simply stories to help us share the skins into being interesting and fun. The experiences thought they were real. And until my own experience as I began to realize checks and ice so they made us love.
Well, the score in this game is technically money. You can spend it to acquire funds for the other shoppers. The items you can buy, the items to use, can't find
specific feel, uneasy, now vote different weapons about the time. Heather was to talk about the two
Not yet. No. It's I have to go down. Not terribly good. I think well, this
really fun. You know, shit that my this is fun for way quicker than you find out what this is. It is about that. You guys can watch the videos. Link in the description down below. So you guys already know that your channel is punched out. You know, if you guys want to watch the content, go check out the last video in the description down below. You're probably going to leave out the last couple of videos. But yeah, this is gonna be fun. So, Merry birthday. You know, and you already know, like you lose most, if not all of your motivations when it's about
build me something new. You know, it's that sound is you know what? I can't even fault that. You know?
That's only television. It's just what you like.
So anyway, it was a weird system for sure.
See, you ruined it all.
Doesn't matter. Original stuff also seems separate
I'm sure like depends on what happens in terms of the difficulty in coming out the second
And the more secular the nation gets, the less likely they are to be able to
considering I got my screens
She's crazy. She's great.
Really highlights in the last reference. I got spring 300 hours pretty much. Carry armor and
Yeah, why is that wrong?
Oh yeah, fonts is fine. Nice block names. If you're not
And do you have to make results You see how you're but just the way they're
Can you drop this, right? It's like 20 kilograms. And you would make that is that like a universal thing? Is that a universal thing? So if you want to harm yourself, you don't want to do something like bring our armor with us.
Superstitious Irish Native American family after all. I mean, just imagine a friend who was a very imaginative kid. After a while, she noticed that I was talking to Charlie about it. I was curious. So she asked me what that looked like. She said that at first I was dumbfounded by the fact that she couldn't see her. She was just so confused and sitting alone. It was good to see the sixth sense style. I gave her a very odd description. Typical imaginary friend. He was very tall, so advanced. He was always smart. He always wore sweaters and wore a very loud belt. Later she told my dad about the description of Charlie. And his jaw dropped. Stand about my dad is that he was a hardcore skeptic. But as soon as my mom related descriptions with Savage, that is the exact description of my dad. Because I said he was having my dad's relationships with Savage now is the time back explain it to who were allergic to the sun. It sounds very arbitrary, so like just going to outlaw his whole life. His wife shortly after. My parents had never discussed Grandpa Charlie in front of me. And they were certain boss fighters and agents who would take going in naked. Charlie caused all sorts of mischief. Two occasions really cemented the fact that he wasn't just imagining. There was a day when my dear sister was moving a little corridor with the mother. And facing the washer and dryer, there was a door to the right which led to the backyard, and a door to the left that led to the house. Everything seemed to be locked. She would keep the door to the laundry room, so you could hear if I needed it. And every single time she was in the house, it was carry on until she tried to lock the door open. But didn't really push it put in front of the door. Whatever it was that pushed out the wind, just as enough to get the door closed again. The door was one of those heavy at all. The soft, the floors and doors
The worst part is we're going to drop it when they mouse it. Yeah, technically, you bring all this stuff with you. You have to take all yeah, no. These kind of graphics don't think it's still because I used to do a lot of like the psychological it still sucks on the current concept. It could just be depression, right? Would that be psychological? Modern concept. My point is that arbitrary you say, me smoke cigarette, that's fine. Andrew damage himself, that's fine. If he smokes because it's fine.
I decided to go back outside immediately when I came in and I saved the stuff. It's about 6 in the morning, so let's talk to the skeptics. Here goes. That word means nothing to me. It's a symbol. First, I will pay my respects to the the square, there's the stone of names. This field engaged.
I'm not going to bother.
Might show themselves best by others. This is our natural service. Humans, humans are a mythological race that does not exist.
just you just think, yeah, like how would you
Travel far, Zeratus
proper bosses and
travelers, right?
It is. It's suspension.
And also solve.
Is that
We have also learned how to
yeah, I think it's fun. I shoot ran oh yeah, and I use all that's why between yes and yes and PS2. I would say Psychopathy doesn't exist. Psychopathy doesn't exist.
That's the trouble. We've observed the junk dog laws. We have obeyed
sometimes
customs and styles. And though it was hard, we forced ourselves to live by those customs and our state. But even in the face of this, I was going to say that it implies
building like a DOS games, still play DOS stuff and oh shit, you just clicked, didn't you? You just clicked, didn't you?
their signs.
Not
the doors of the training grounds and mysterious writers reside in stone. At times, the mist falls on the sea. Days when frightens the never stays the same. Fighter moves. When you rid the honest city, this is not
it's not a turn at all, you made it up.
That is the fight. Something drives you.
This will tell you it's fun. Unknown version.
What happened? Why dwell on the bad side?
Assuming I don't have any sort of
Windows becomes next. Zeratus helps me or worries with you. One worries I'll lose I know what destroyed those.
Stuff
back through the desert. Must be certain yes.
It's because we look at the norms and society and say, okay, most people don't act like this, so therefore they're probably something wrong with it. Isn't that actually how we go about it?
I can stop the desert.
Zoology. I had to take a tram ride, which had a maximum of 5 cans. You have a chance to change your camera. I'm going to go back and tram ride again, and just drop my sword off.
That's not really an answer. I'm not saying
I'm more things.
I can do that very quickly.
Because Mark is getting this.
Alright, well, that takes care of the guards, which have exactly.
Zelda's just 20 programs that became one of the moves. So I was stuck bringing this with me. I was stuck bringing this with them. So there's a lot of things that I don't know what you maximum 4.5 pounds, maximum 14.5 pounds. Then why not do that? Whatever I say.
Well, they just got like sedan chairs.
Are you sure I have permission to mark you on this? So how would we
Here's the first house, what's on the sides.
as I was is that basically like
If I say I'm going to put arbiter barrel, he must defense associate. That's it. So all we're doing is applying let's just say you take God completely out of the equation, pushing it back to the illusion. Right? We're just illusion. We believe in this God, we think this God, and that's what we derive our moral options. Even if it's not, we can't be any more wrong than that. Because the truth of the matter is that if it all really just was coming down to our preference, that's all it's coming down to. It's just his preference. He thinks that his preference is best for society.
I'm sure
So I said, okay, that's good.
really awesome.
Your preference and my preference is both what's best for society, but yours is better because of the outcomes. He said so. Right? But outcomes, you can't tell me why I can smoke a cigarette. It makes me want to smoke a cigarette. Not smoke a cigarette. Because it's really an outlaw same-sex relationship. Why would that be the case? It makes no sense.
Alright, so I'm just instructions. You know that you take the one weapons with you. Here, you're going to a boss fight. He's like, I'm going to bring 5 pounds of stuff. Yeah, that makes getting your every other key item in this game you can't drop is like 0.1 pounds. Makes no sense. That there was a big guy.
Yes, finally.
Yeah, I don't understand how you can argue Christianity being good for society and not even being Christian. Did you know that? I could. And so the thing is,
Down there after.
none of that, where I draw my analogy from, I was showing the best thing for me to see that Christians are delusional. And still the outcomes for society by following Christian ethics are better. Gave you an example. An answer to, you still haven't actually answered the question as to what is actually
Type of weapons.
It's been happening.
Last year we saw a strange ads.
It's just this giant circle of you.
So he has a fire blast. Let's start at the top.
Show me how Christian outcomes in society are worse than secular outcomes. Show me.
We have 1.3 kilograms
Fire flasks.
and this thing has a maximum fire. Gotta watch this every time. Well, the score in this game is technically your money. You can spend it to buy items. So the items can buy items like pounds. You can find anything like 30 pounds. I'm assuming it's
Sapphire. Hides the Mickey. Bad hide we need. Yeah, I'll shoot get spared.
Whether or not how secular feminism is actually better for society than Christian ethics. Very simple. Here's what Mark has determined for you.
Not yet, you know, I have to go down the
Sure, all you have to see I just see it. Purpose of the debate, which I saw multiple times, so I keep asking where he's just like he does. He says it doesn't talk about it. But that's just making goalposts. You see? Yeah. He says, no. I mean, it's a scientist because they're scientists. They're here with me.
Also, we don't want that explained.
Right, just like that. Right? He's viewing them with the authority for him. What he needs to make these clothes for society. That's fair. You can do that. I mean, well, the secularization can't do yourself.
Okay, 2.5 pounds. Yeah, you already have 1.2.
The Japanese and the South Korean just immigrated just right so that these 2,000-year-old cultures go fucking extinct.
You know what? I don't think.
Which parts are going to happen?
And this is just a doomsday scenario. David States emergency from South Korea, given a slow state of emergency from Japan. This is, by the way, everywhere for the last 5 years.
Not terribly difficult. I think well, the easiest would be to use probably maybe accents early on in this season. Early on in this season, Charmer, so we had some pretty good and also kind of meant for so getting I'm kind of surprised this thing broke me down.
The skills you have.
You know, in Canada, everything's a metric system. Sometimes something we often use imperial systems. Your measurements and everything else.
Dangerous draft.
People fear that, and so they avoid that. Whereas opposed to just go to a break, so nothing to do here, and kill a bunch of campers and pairs and just go into the void, right? How is that a better enforcement for society than hell? It's not. How is it a better enforcement for society if there's no other void consequences to what you even do in this mechanic anymore? How do you use hell as some kind of element for badge because it operates as a social enforcement? That's stupid. He also said, nomination will fight. This fight non-stop. This fight with Trump. This fight with themselves. Right? They have councils that can't agree on anything. They fight constantly. You think that just because if you're going to remove religion tomorrow, you think that these people are just not fight for it?
The game is played very hell. Go and follow this and see what happens. Haven't done exploring here yet. alabaster. The cave. Nice spine.
Put me back. Keep that in the first one.
Get a really awesome view. That is the tower that we have yet to see. Here it's kind of like a mock-up of Minas Tirith in a way. It's a layered city. It has a big, huge tower, and at the top of this layer I guess they're lucky enough to have a water source in the desert. That makes sense. It's pretty good.
There's the one
Yeah, deep. I guess
that's how you say it.
Putting the other arm.
I think that they used this the first
that might be a get game. Maybe like a Jundar in joke or something being so close. Complete opposite side of the cave. So maybe if we dove straight down into here. Pretty good. Jundar, you've had too much time on your hands.
Seems like the European one is more popular on their side.
It doesn't mean that you're that big in specific criteria.
The opposite direction.
They are women. Declare the jokes. So hang on, I just want one more quick follow-up. Just real quick. Does Matt say once he's gay? Does he gauge his homosexuality? I think this question is so you come up
It's more cinematic by the specific criteria.
The thing about age, we really start seeing it at this point, kind of
Yeah, so I think you'd have to start.
The game isn't unfinished per se, but there's a lot of stuff
just like it was with sports game. Is that just someone who likes sports? Why do you some type of well, I'm sorry, Mark. If that's the case, then you can type of one. No, I'm just trying to whoever says spawning Christian. Oh, okay, so then you just take the face value and say it's in the comments?
Well, yeah, Southern getting expensive.
Hold on,
That's probably like the PC games better. PC games, they always like the bigger the better. It's things like yeah, it's up behind you, it just starts failing.
Nothing doesn't necessarily reject. So it's not, that's not rejected. It doesn't reject. Maybe isn't rejected. It rejects.
I guess you're sticking the sword in between the
this is like
that's what I
perfect time for it as well.
That's what
I'm gonna try to hold that safe just in case my gears somehow like doesn't get saved.
Alright, so there's a man and a woman here.
Bigger and bigger, so you can stand up to it.
So you make up the non-objective rule standard and what you say everybody's objective in comparison to the And the lab was very good. Through the non-objective standards, and it would be non-objective would be non-objective fluid these are the higher. Yes, okay. So using challenges objective. Okay.
Just making sure there's nobody in
Tons of different cards and
I would never. Me is the ultimate arbiter of morality. Everything I say is what's objectively wrong or right. I think it's objectively
most things that they seem to give again here is just both. You know, you can't pick back up.
I've accepted.
I've seen lightning drops.
But how, even if I'm a loser, I want my sources to never demonstrate what that would be wrong.
Pretty much, yeah. Like, some of those games came with manuals the size of phone books.
Do you believe secondly, do you believe so secondly? What are you talking about? I just said even if I accepted that that was a illusion. No, of course not. Now, Mark, before you answer my question, I just answered your question about the position for purpose of the game.
Things coming back to ones that I never
I adopted the positions that I'm willing to accept. So this is a debate. I wish the reasonable Christians, yes, you can tell me everything's bad for society, and the economy. You're putting the words because you can't falsify it. So you're not even where's the debate from?
We have some.
happy to say bring that with you.
I just want to point that out. Hang on, Mark, the opposite. It's actually the opposite. So when I said, very specific. Okay. For the purpose of the debate, I'm willing to grant to you that everything I believe is wrong so that we can see the societal effect. Prove to me that the societal effects of Christianity are bad. Even if I wasn't in chat, Mark.
Like back then, people would buy these kind of games for really hard interested in this, especially in the earlier systems of games.
Imagine
your standard kind of
that you're actually willing.
buying these games and something like, hey, you know,
Your position is completely
city building kind of fun. So,
really grant that. Completely grant that. You're right. My position is totally down to
another one.
back to show that your social structure is better now that I've granted my higher points. And still can't fucking do it. You should imagine the positive impact of oil like it does.
We're on what? No, we're on 6-4 now, 7-4, like we lost track on the damn floors.
This time, this week,
because we charge towards that in-play situation with that other cleanse and then just throw yourself off that grid because you don't care about people. You only care about yourself. That's all. Okay, well, let's in the long run compete with delusions that get themselves into it's McDonald's. So you position is like saying, I'm a great star. Imagine saying, I have because I want to make a this thing I built up. And I'm not delusional. Not delusional. Because you believe in someone that doesn't exist. So does this fucking idiot. We made up a standard. We made up a standard that
first, so I can bring my master sword with me.
That's the dumbest fucking thing I ever heard, Mark.
Well, it looks like the Black Knights, their program is with the Heineken smacking it in the ass. This guy here, instead of attacking from the front, try to go behind him. Yeah, that's the problem.
Right here, it actually tells you.
One thing a good collection
What is that? So you think celebrity endorsements are banned now? Think of the they did with the Crusader when fan they were he's gonna give you some Diet Coke.
I guess they're not sizes like trying to find shelves big enough to never heard of that one. I guess it must be a best known format.
I mean, was this really Grant's plan? Shut down the city so she could keep Batman's bizarre boundary system? Don't trust me, no, but that's the last reason anybody drinks. The first reason is, well, now honestly, because Batman drinks. He loves it so much, he would literally let the city die just to get the last one. I mean, that's probably the best endorsement you could give a product.
Oh, yes. Imagine the size of those.
Forget, along with that wonderful jingle that indeed
It doesn't exist. And where are our citizens? Where? We don't deserve that. Does that for adults very dangerous?
you know, some man children and women children who never wanted to do anything with their lives or to have way with their toys. I'm telling you, it's all because of jingle. Don't believe me? The sequel commercial that came out years later.
Nothing they can give us in this area. Something that weighs 0.1 kilograms. This is kind of necessary. Loss weighs
The only problem with some of these commercials is that half the
Sir, I'm trying to open this chest. Smack me on the head one. Not yet, no. It's, I have to go down. There's another score I have to go down.
I guess Kainon might have
So where's Bryce Brand? I think what this use probably early on in this
Although you can still target by spells, so when it comes to fires, imperial system, measure most things in sound. Everything else will measure.
Every single time you see unnecessary, just sort of a waste of a turn. But you can get a ton of backstab damage, and it does allow you to attack back row. It makes thieves and bards and ninjas a lot more versatile. There are a bunch of other strengths you can do based on your class. For instance, if you want a bard, you can get certain spells based on playing those instruments. And there's just a huge variety of spells. For asphyxiation, it makes all creatures on screen make saving throws. And if they fail, they instantly suffocate. And of course, mind flay badly damages all of the enemies, but also has a chance to turn them insane if they survive. So even if they live, they're insane, they're much more vulnerable. There's a word of death, or priest of death, and priests don't really have much in the way of defensive spells, but the ones they do get, like word of death, that's really useful. And I got it in one area, I got any area effect spell, like mind flare, blast, and that's what I got so many there are also some amazing spells like conjuration to create life, which allows you to summon creatures. And unfortunately, some of the summon creatures that you get are not that great, like demons or sphinxes that cast spells, but they cast spells against enemies, whether you want them to or not, against enemies that have such a high magic resistance. They're essentially useless. So really, the conjuration spell, depending on what you get, is random depending on what power level you use. They can be really useful, or they can be useful for damaging enemies, but more likely they'll be useful as a meachew, like take hits instead of short, and that can be absolutely game-changing against multiple classes of conjuration. Eventually,
there's a one where you themselves, which is very useful. There's a fireball, even if your melee attack is entire stack towards the end of the game, I kind of found that these spellcasters were less useful in fighting samurai or outlaws because they can deal out guaranteed the other arm. We're talking about 30, 40, 50 per attack, and they get multiple attacks per round, so they can dish out a ton of punishments. Whereas it does seem to run these spells, there's stuck like spells just fail against enemies. Spell resistance. There are a few spells